technology and security and the race car experience to just create a world-class event.
It's a great opportunity to meet with your peers in the industry, other CXOs, CIOs, Chief Information Security Officers.
Oftentimes I walk away with a couple nuggets of really good, solid information.
One of the things I do is give my cell phone number to the people that come. Hello, I'm CJ Moses, the Deputy Chief Information Security Officer for Amazon Web Services. Coming on as title sponsor with the SRO has allowed us to create new innovation, to use our technologies in ways they've never been used before. The cloud is very capable. All of these 195 services that we offer provide vast different capabilities, but customers come up with even better ways to use it than we ever thought of. In the case of the SRO, we're going to be bringing better experiences through to the TV itself. Second screen experiences where we're going to be doing a lot of predictive analytics and things like that. These are the types of things that we want to see our customers from AWS actually do, and by partnering with the SRO, we're introducing it to a whole new venue and to sports cars. We're bringing a lot of excitement to it as well, and when you have excited fans that are getting a better experience and we're able to showcase the technology that AWS has doing that, I think it's a win-win for SRO, for us, and for the fans that are actually engaged in the watching of the event.
The roots of North American motorsport are buried deep in the soil in Indiana. Built brick by brick, Indianapolis Motor Speedway is a metropolis born out of the human desire for competition, for speed, and for glory. Over a century later, the 2.5-mile oval remains the world capital of racing, and the 11-turn road course a new staple for the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. Marking the season finale for Fanatec GT World Challenge America powered by AWS, this 8-hour endurance race will test the skill of drivers, the coordination of teams, and the reliability of nearly 40 GT cars. This is CrowdStrike Racing's coverage of the Indianapolis 8-hour, where we'll follow 3 CrowdStrike Racing DXDT Racing Mercedes-AMG GT3s in a trek towards victory at one of the most famous circuits in the world. Hi everybody, my name is Kyle Heyer, and you're watching CrowdStrike Racing's coverage of the Indianapolis 8-hour, part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. We'll have some special guests here later. CJ Moses, Kevin Bohm, Madupe from AWS, as well as Diesel from Operation Motorsport. Those people will kind of flow throughout the afternoon. We have 8 hours of coverage headed your way, and we have 40 cars on the grid of one of the most famous racetracks in the world. So happy to be with you for one final time in the 2021 racing season. There's a good look at one of the 3 DXTT Racing, CrowdStrike Racing Mercedes-AMGs competing in today's 8-hour event. We'll follow along with the strategies, with the coverage, and with commentary until 6 p.m. Eastern when the race checkered flag will fly. So pre-race coverage on the pit lane. We'll have Amanda Busick down there. She'll be coming and joining us here shortly. Ryan Marine, Bob Varsha, and Calvin Fish in the main booth. They might take over for a little bit in the middle of this broadcast. But for now, it's just myself, Kyle Heyer, for the beginning of the Indianapolis 8-hour. We're just about 7 minutes away from green flag. There is a great look at the number 04 CrowdStrike Racing AMG. That, of course, driven by George Kurtz, Colin Brown, and Ben Keating, who we had here as a guest last year. As we have a look at the beautiful pagoda here. This racetrack opened its doors in 1909, originally paved entirely out of bricks. It was eventually paved over, but a yard of bricks, 3 feet wide, remains the start-finish line here at this fantastic and famous circuit. Every May, it hosts the Indianapolis 500. Today, it plays host to the final round of the season for Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS, and the second leg of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. There is 2 races in one today to keep our eye out. There is a 3-hour race inside the 8-hour race. That's our last round for the GT World Challenge. There are only 2 competitors that will pull off the racetrack at the conclusion of that 3-hour mark. The other 37 will run all the way to the checkered flag at hour number 8. As I mentioned, we'll have a couple special guests here today, the first of which I believe is going to be Madupe from AWS, and then it will be Kevin and CJ. Kevin from CrowdStrike Racing's number 9 Honda Civic Type R TC car. Won a race yesterday in his TC Honda Civic, so congratulations to Kevin. And CJ Moses from AWS will also join at noon, so just about 2 hours from now.
Well, as the racing
Amanda.
ceremonies come to a close here at the Indianapolis 8 hours presented by AWS, there are just 4 words to get this race started, and a guest of CrowdStrike, Cooper Bly, has them for us.
Racers, start your engines.
Engines fired here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. There are 39 competitors, and as I mentioned earlier, there are 3 which will be following throughout the day. It is the number 04 DXTT racing car, David Askew. George Kurtz, Ben Keating, and Colin Brown. The number 19 of Aaron Vogel, Thomas Merrill, as well as Michael Cooper. And, of course, the number 63 car of David Askew, Ryan Dial, and Scott Smithson. So cars leaving pit lane now for a handful of formation laps. Now, I'll remind you how this works. This is an 8-hour endurance race. There are 3 drivers per car, and the 3 drivers will split the drive time. So at different points throughout the race, the cars will come on down pit lane, get fresh Pirelli tires, fuel up, and they will swap drivers out. And then the drivers will basically do that a couple times throughout the race. Likely, the most efficient format is to just swap each driver in once. You might see the quickest driver might go in 2 or 3 times throughout the race. But again, there are drive times that each driver must complete a certain amount of time in the car before he can turn over the car to his teammate. So we've got a handful of entrants that are not usually seen here in North America. Again, we have 41 entrants. Of course, a handful of them we've lost to different reasons. Of the number 96 Turner Motorsport car withdrew with a sickness from one of the drivers. It was not COVID. COVID proved negative, but it was Michael Dinan who fell ill, so that car has been withdrawn. A couple other cars have also been withdrawn from the series. However, we have a handful of cars and teams from international origination. The Audi Sport Team Centeloc from France, Centeloc Racing also from France, Audi Sport Team WRT from Belgium, AF Corsa from Italy, another AF Corsa team from Italy, as well as Inception Racing from Great Britain, Mercedes AMG team, aka AASP, they're from France. And Mercedes AMG team Craft Bamboo from, I believe that's Germany. So a whole bunch of different teams joining us for this 8-hour event, and it's a fantastic place to host a race at the world capital of racing. Typically, every May, this racetrack is run as a 4-turn oval in the opposite direction that we'll be running today. This course runs clockwise. Here's a quick look at the track layout from last year. It's slightly modified this year. We're going to be running a slightly different configuration over by turns 5 and 6, but this track runs clockwise, but the Indianapolis Oval runs counterclockwise, so kind of backward from what you're used to seeing if you've come here every May or have seen the Indianapolis 500. There's a look at the front straightaway. We run it the other direction, down into a very tight turn number 1. And on pole is the number 51 AF Corsa car with Alessandro Pierguidi behind the wheel. Christopher Haas in second, Mauro Engel in third, and the number 99, Callum Eilot will start fourth. Christopher Mies in fifth. As we'll let the rest of the running order scroll along the bottom of your screen. And throughout the event, as I mentioned, we'll have Amanda Busick on the pit lane giving us some updates throughout the day. We'll have special guests throughout the day as well. There are a handful of different classes. There are 2 main types of GT cars in this race. The main ones that you're looking at right now are GT3 specs, so roughly 550 horsepower, incredibly high downforce, very capable machines. Now at the top of your screen, you see the GT4 cars. Now these are slightly less powerful and a lot less downforce provided by the aerodynamic equipment on these cars. They'll be running their own race at the same time, but for all 8 hours. Now the car at the back of that shot, that's the number 98 Smooth Racing Toyota Supra with Jack Hawksworth, Kevin Conway, and John Jesbray behind the wheel. This car actually scored pole but was disqualified because of a technical infraction. They will start at the tail of the field, 39th in order. Cars weaving back and forth to build temperature in the tires and get prepared for 8 hours worth of racing. The weather looks gorgeous. It's been a rainy weekend. So far, we've had a lot of dampness, but today, none of that in the forecast. It's going to be a nice, beautiful day for racing at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Having a look at the exit of turns 9 and 10. And this will lead into a very tight chicane towards the end of the lap as the field doubles up. We'll be following the 3 CrowdStrike racing cars, the 04, the 19, and the 63 throughout the day. Have special guests from AWS, CrowdStrike, as well as from our Operation Motorsports. But today, sit down, grab a drink, and some popcorn because you're about to watch 8 hours of endurance racing with GT3 and GT4 cars from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Pleased to be with you on this gorgeous day at Indianapolis. The second leg of the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli, and the finale for Fanatec GT World Challenge America powered by AWS is going to be racing now. Green flag flies, and we're racing at Indianapolis. The AF Corsa Ferrari sprints away. The team car behind, 3 wide on the outside of the Audi and the yellow Mercedes. 4 wide now as we storm down towards turn 1. Here comes the 3 car up the inside. That's very dicey. Fred Pordat is going to have to look out to the inside because that was almost contact there. 3 and 4 wide through the first corner. We've somehow gotten through clean. The 91 car gets into the 6. Going to send them for a loop almost. That's very tight through the first couple of corners. 8 hours worth of racing. You'd think it's 1 lap. A big lockup there from, I think that was the 93 car. And one of the CrowdStrike Mercedes had to swerve to miss it. And there is the 3. Right now being driven by Jordan Pepper. That's the championship leading car in the Fanatec GT World Challenge America powered by AWS. Did not qualify where we expected them to be. And onto the back straightaway now. Here comes Eilot in that number 71. Will be an IndyCar next year. And now challenging for second on Engel. That's that number 99, that yellow and black Mercedes AMG. The beauty of GT racing, the different manufacturers, the different body styles, the different engine sounds, all very different cars. Ferrari, Mercedes, Ferrari lead the field. Then it's a pair of Audis behind into turn number 11 for the first time through. Make that a trio of Audis, and then it's the number 33 of Paul Ellis for Windward Racing. The lap one complete, lap one of many here today at Indianapolis. Pierre Guidi out front. That's Fred Portat in the number 20. That's that blue and black Porsche. We're still 3 wide on the front straightaway as we sweep on through. And there's one of the CrowdStrike Racing cars. I think that's the 04. Nope, that's the 19 car. Excuse me. That's looks like. Let's see who's starting that car. 19 being driven by Erin Vogel. She's got the Lamborghini to the inside, and it spins. The 88 Zalus Motorsports car goes for a loop, driven by Jason Harward, so he spins at the exit at turn number 1. Just a slight bit of contact here as now we move up to watch the battle between the number 77 and the number 6. But here's a look, Vogel and the 88. See, Harward just comes up off the curb and just gets into the side of Vogel, and the Inception Racing car almost gets significant contact there. But 1.5 laps in, our first incident. Big slide there from Alessandro Pirguidi, certainly getting the most out of this Ferrari. Making great turbocharged sounds. Turbocharged V8 under the rear glass of that car. It's a mid-engined machine. And Engel behind the 99. And full course yellow. We have a caution out early, so potentially for the number 88 Zalus Motorsports car stalled at the exit of turn 1. And with just 3 minutes complete, our first arresting. Oh, no, this is actually the Inception Racing car. This is the 70 of Brendan Arieb, who has looped it into the gravel. So I wonder if when the 88 spun, if he had gotten into the 70 and potentially cut a tire down on that car and caused the 70 to spin off course, because that is certainly not something that you just do on your own. I mean, the tires are probably still a little cold here this early in the race, but trouble already for one of the cars we expected to be up towards the front. Arieb was successful in winning both GT America powered by AWS races this weekend, the 40-minute sprints. And yes, that's over at turn number 2, so that would, or I guess that's 3 over there. So that would lead me to believe that there was potentially a tire failure after a contact with the number 88 of Jason Harward as he spun around. So quick update on our CrowdStrike and DXDT Racing cars. Again, we have 3 in the mix today, and the highest running of which is the number 19 of Erin Vogel. And then it's George Kurtz running in 20th at the moment, 20th overall. And then David Askew in the number 63 running in 22nd. And all 3 of the CrowdStrike Racing cars are running in the Pro-Am class. So what does that mean? It means that they're running in a different race, essentially, than some of these other cars. So the top 6 right now are all in the overall classification. There is overall, there is the Silver Cup, which the number 33 of Paul Ellis, who's currently 7th, is actually leading. Harrison in the number 77. Acura, they're 2nd in Silver Cup. And our first Pro-Am car is actually looks to be Kenny Hobble in the number 75 Mercedes. He scored 10th. Then it's looks to be James Safronis in the number 34. And so the 70, he was already way off course. It wasn't a tire. I think he was just off course. Look at the 63 duking and diving to miss the number 70. He tried to just rotate the car around and got it stuck in the gravel. So unfortunate for the number 70. But moving back to running positions, at the moment, the number 19 of Erin Vogel is 4th in Pro-Am. George Kurtz is 5th. Oh, big lockup for the number 70 and off into the gravel again. Wow. Already problems, and while trying to catch up to the field, locked up a tire and speared off into the gravel a second time. Now that is not something I've seen before. And just trying to catch back up. You can see something under the front splitter sparking there. Definitely a failure of some kind, but the car goes straight into the gravel, and after they just dug it out, it digs itself deep into the kitty litter once again. And will have to be retrieved a second time. This is huge for the Inception Racing team, who has missed the last couple of rounds. And they were going to be a force to be reckoned with today, at least in the Pro-Am category. But Brendan Arieb struggling with something mechanical, on top of the issues sustained in the accident with the number 88 of Jason Harward. So under full course yellow, the field will slow on down. You'll get the opportunity to come to pit lane, but you won't want to do that just yet. There's no real advantage to coming to pit road this early in the race. But the Lamborghini Urus safety car will control the field and slow them down, bunch them back up, and we'll try again to turn them loose. So Reeb is over there at turn number 5. Now that is only about 2 corners further than he was prior, so probably the first time he went to jump on the brakes. It just went straight off again, but now the 70 is going to be a couple laps down. And there is the leader in the GT4 class. That's Bill Auberland in the BMW M4. Remember, the GT4 class cars are a little slower in a straight line and slower in the corners for that matter as well, but very capable machines. A little closer looking to what you might find at a local dealership if you went to just go buy a BMW M4. Still very different from a street car, but they look the part, that's for sure. It's a cool morning here. It's about 10 degrees Celsius in the air. And doing a quick conversion, it's about 50 degrees outside. And just slightly warmer than that on the racetrack. Now the asphalt will actually absorb the sun's energy and essentially heat up faster than the air would or does. So the track becomes warm and the tires like a kind of a cool but sticky racetrack. If the track gets too hot, it can actually be a grip deficit, and the tire will start to skate around a little bit. So look at your Silver Cup runners on the left-hand side of the screen. Paul Ellis, Harrison, Panis, Pourdad, and Hagler. You see Pourdad hitting pit lane here early. Now, surprised to see a pit stop. That seems to me like that'd be unscheduled. So a variety of manufacturers joining us today. Of course, we've got Ferrari, Mercedes, Audi, Lamborghini, Acura, Porsche, McLaren, all in the GT3 category. And then in GT4, we have all the above, plus the addition of Toyota with the Toyota Supra GT4, which is driven by currently by Kevin Conway for Smooth Racing. There's a look at the number 75. Now, this is one of the elected cars to receive points. So how the Intercontinental GT Challenge works is it's essentially a manufacturer's championship. Now, the manufacturers each select 4, up to 4 cars of their make that can compete for points in each of the 3 Intercontinental GT rounds. Now, there was one at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium a couple of months ago. This is leg number 2, and the final leg of the Intercontinental GT Challenge is at Kyalami in South Africa for their 9-hour event. So the manufacturers will each select 4 cars to receive points. Now, only the top 2 of those cars will actually score them. So manufacturers will have to choose wisely to pick the teams that they think will have the best shot at winning. And I think currently the last 4 years of this championship have been won by Porsche and Audi, 2 years apiece. There's a look at the start. It was a frantic one for AF Corsa and those red and yellow Ferraris on the outside. Look at the number 3 car of Jordan Pepper getting squeezed to the pit wall by the number 20 of Fred Porta. That's that black Lamborghini on the left-hand side of the screen. And really tight. There's a 91 and 6 making a little bit of contact, but a frantic start in this 8-hour event. And really the struggle here is track position. Getting forward can be a challenge, especially in the opening lap. So if you can take that big dive up the inside and gain some, you'd like to have that opportunity and just try to jump on the brakes a little later. But because that first corner is so tight, it can really lead to contact or spins, as we saw with the number 88 and the number 19.
Ryan, they're going to bring the car over here, take all the wheels off, and see if it is gravel that has the car stuck. They're going to search out, get the gravel out of it. Ollie Milroy, one of the drivers here with Inception. It is an 8-hour race. How do you guys get back into it?
It's really tough now. I know obviously it's an 8-hour race, but you know, obviously I think we'll probably be sort of 3 or 4 laps down. We need to get the car in and assess any damage. It's really unlucky because Brendan had a really good start. He was doing everything perfectly and had to go off track to avoid a spinning car. Doesn't look like he had any other option. Obviously got stuck in the gravel, and it now looks so it's maybe caused an ABS problem. because then he's like locking fronts on the in lap and stuff. So yeah, so the guys are going to have a look at the car now, see what damage there is, but in terms of result, unfortunately, I think it's kind of over, really, you know.
You've worked alongside Brendan all season in different races across the world. What's going through his mind right now?
Fortunately, I've got a radio on because I'm pretty sure that Brendan will be pretty frustrated in there. You know, it's unfortunately we just in these long races this year we've been really unlucky at the starts. You know, we were hit by another car at Spa at the start of the 24-hour, and obviously here, as I say, it was totally not Brendan's fault at all. He did everything right, and it's really tough when you get hit this early in a long race. But anyway, we keep going, we keep pushing, and see how we get on.
Thank you, Ollie.
Thank you.
Now the driver behind the wheel of that car for the moment, Brendan Arieb. If you're familiar with the Oculus brand from virtual reality fame for the PC folks out there, Oculus Virtual Reality is owned by Brendan Arieb, so one of the men behind that operation. So about a 10-minute safety car to open our Indianapolis 8-hour after the number 70 Inception Racing McLaren stuck in the gravel not once but twice. And now the Lamborghini Urus safety car accelerates away. We'll head for the pit lane, and Pierre Guidi in the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari will lead us back to green. And we'll try it again at the Indianapolis 8-hour. Green flag back in the air. And lovely sounds from the GT3 and GT4 cars down into turn number 1. Engel behind in the yellow Mercedes. There is one of the Compass Racing Acuras. That's the number 77, driven by Harrison, chasing Kenny Hobble. And the number 75, that's that orange Mercedes. And just behind, one of the K-Pax Racing Lamborghinis. That car has Mies behind the wheel right now. It is the number... No, excuse me, wrong car. That's Corey Lewis behind the wheel, and happy birthday, Corey Lewis. It is Lewis's birthday today. And in fourth, those two Audis, the number 25 and 37, Haas and Friends behind the wheel. That's the blue, red, white, and blue, very patriotic-looking liveries. There's actually a trio of them with Mies behind the wheel and the number 32 just behind. So 4th, 5th, and 6th. Into the braking zone. Watch those big curbs on the inside, the white and blue raised concrete areas. You can use that to help rotate the car, kind of get the car up on two wheels. But it can also be pretty rough on the equipment around here. This track is easy on equipment relative to where we were last at Sebring International Raceway. That, of course, one of the roughest racetracks on equipment in probably the entire world, made out of an old Air Force base in Sebring, Florida. But this racetrack, smooth as glass, as we have a couple Audi battles forming up here from 4th on back. And of course, Audi recently winning the Intercontinental GT Challenge the last 2 years. There is a look at Team Saint-Alok in the number 25. There are all three of them running in order right now. As we look from high above Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So early in the going, it's all AF Corsa. Pierre Guidi behind the wheel. Engel in 2nd. Eilot in 3rd. Haas in 4th and Friends in 5th, followed by Mies, Alice Pepper, Boguslavski, and Kenny Hobble, the rest of the top 10. In a couple minutes, we will be joined by Modupe Congleton, the head of AWS Sales and Marketing Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity. She'll be joining us here in a handful of moments at about 10:30 Eastern, followed by Kevin Bohm and CJ Moses at noon. They'll be here until about 1 o'clock, 1:30. And Diesel Launderer will be joining us later this afternoon as well. And Kevin Boehm will finish the race up with us from 5 to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. About 165 to 170 miles an hour on the front straightaway. We'll track that with the AWS Race Vision, which is a really neat technology that AWS has fleshed out here in SRO America competition. Uses data points from all the transponders and GPS data, uploads it to the cloud where it runs some calculations, and we can find out how fast they're going at the end of a straightaway and compare driver to driver and car to car, which is a really fascinating data point. I'm sure we'll get a look at that a little later in the broadcast. Right now, Kenny Hobble under fire from Harrison in the orange and gray Acura in the middle of your screen, followed by Corey Lewis in that number 6 K-Pax Racing Lamborghini, and Panis in a Silver Cup class number 26 Audi. That's the blue and white car. Lewis up the inside of Harrison. That was dicey into turn 7. Now we'll try to go the long way around in turn 8 and 9 through the S's. Door-to-door Lamborghini versus Acura. And all the way out to the exit of turn 10. Harrison's going to hang on for now. Corey Lewis is going to duck to the right and try to jump on the brakes a little later. Try to go up the inside. That's not going to work. And this has also brought Barnicoat into the mix. Number 70's teammate, at least from McLaren. That's that orange and black car at the far right of your screen into the mix. Number 59 being contested by Crucial Motorsports. Defensive line taken by the blue and white Audi, the number 26. Now you can do that. You can move to the side to defend, but you can't do it in reaction to the driver behind you. If you move over in reaction to a driver behind you, that is considered a block. Here's the number 3 on pit lane. This is a surprise, the K-Pax Racing Lamborghini, driven by Jordan Pepper. And putting fuel in the car now, taking the tires off, or changing just the right side, so potentially a puncture. That was certainly a strange pit stop only 20 minutes into this race. Championship leader in Fanatec GT World Challenge America with an unscheduled pit stop. There's the Inception Racing number 70 back on the racetrack, down 5 laps, and that is too far to make up all the laps. You might be able to get 2 or 3 of them back, but that is really a tall task. And so unfortunate to start the race on a note like that without really having been at fault for the initial spin and the resultant dig into the gravel due to potentially gravel stuck in the brake calipers, causing the brakes to lock. Right now, Pierre Guidi out front in the AF Corsa Ferrari. There are 2 of them in the show. One is first, one is third at the moment. Two cars distinguished by the different coloring of the mirrors. The black is the number 51. The yellow on the mirrors is the number 71 running in third. There's Mauro Engel, Lucas Stoltz, and Jules Gounon also behind the wheel of that car. And they'll be the co-drivers in that machine later today. So with an 8-hour race, you're expecting each driver to run just shy of 3 hours. And I assume we'll see most of the teams do that in one shot. That's basically two pit stops and you come in on the third and then switch out the driver. We might see some other teams do it a slightly different way, but here is Audi Sport Team Saint-Aloc running 4th, 5th, and 6th, line astern, all with matching liveries. Looks fantastic. And just behind them, Paul Ellis, or excuse me, I think I've been saying Paul, I think it's Phil Ellis in the number 33. Philip Ellis, excuse me for that. Russell Ward and Alberto Pina in behind the wheel of the 33 as well, so they'll switch out. There's Robert Friends from Audi Sport Team WRT. Up onto the front straightaway. So at this point in the race, you're just going to start establishing your pace and start to kind of plan things out and get into a rhythm, because overdriving at this stage in the race will do you no good. You're just going to have to get into a rhythm and click off laps, and this is where it all begins about 20 minutes into the race. And about hour 5 or 6 is really where things start to pan out, and you've sort of seen where everyone's pace is because you've seen all the drivers cycle in by that point. Patrick Niederhauser and Marcus Winkelhock joining Christopher Haas behind the wheel of the number 25. Now that car has slid backwards about 2 positions since the start of the race. So not the right direction. And there is Philip Ellis from Windward Racing. In a Mercedes AMG. Now, it's interesting to note the high concentration of Ferrari and Audi at the front. Mercedes also there, but our first non-Ferrari, non-Mercedes, non-Audi is, that is the Acura of Harrison back in 10th place. Big cut there for the 89. Now, I believe this was the car, driven by Boguslav Levitsky, was stuck in a port in Virginia in a container until yesterday morning. They were able to drive it across the country and get it here in time for qualifying yesterday, but it was a Herculean effort to get that car here as we move back to the battle for 11th overall. It's Corey Lewis in the green Lamborghini. Just behind him, Panis in the number 26 Audi, followed by Barnicoat in the McLaren 720S GT3. Barnicoat flashing those headlights. That's nothing more than a distraction tactic for the driver in front. And at this level, that's not really going to be distracting at all to the driver that you're flashing. It's more of just makes you feel better when you hit that button. I had a good laugh with Kevin Boehm about that. He's done it a couple times, and he's sure that other people have done it to him, but you don't really notice because when you're behind the wheel, you're not really focused on what the headlights of the driver behind are doing. You're just focused on hitting your marks and not making mistakes. Here comes Barnicoat to the inside of Panis through turn number 5. Crossover into 6, going to tuck it in tight and try to accelerate out in that very swoopy McLaren 720S GT3. That's tight. Now up alongside, and it's a drag race to turn 7. And out brakes the Audi into 7. And now we'll move the number 59 McLaren up into 12th spot overall, and now looks at 11th. That's the green Lamborghini of Corey Lewis. Lewis stays to the right, trying to defend from Barnicoat. Here comes Barnicoat up the inside. That's a big dive into turn number 10. Not able to get fully alongside on the attack, though, in that orange and black McLaren. "25 minutes into the race here, and across the line, here comes Barnicoat on the move, on a mission right now. Big hip check there from the 6 of Corey Lewis into the braking zone. Barnicoat will dive for the apex and clear him. And move Barnicoat up now to 11th overall, despite the efforts from Corey Lewis to keep him behind. Now that number 6 car is a K-Pax racing machine. The teammate car, that is the number 3, you know, we documented that pit stop a little earlier in the race, down in 29th overall, now driven by Jordan Pepper. The 3 and the 6 are owned by the same team, but they discovered that the 6 actually had some kind of funky steering feel to it that they discovered in testing. So that car has been a little bit lacking in pace all year long. But look at the, wow, big bobble by the 59 on the brakes late into turn 7 and on the move now. It took Barnicoat a couple minutes, but something has clicked. And he is moving forward. Got teammate Rob Bell and Paul Holton that will jump behind the wheel of this car, but something has clicked for Barnicoat. He moves now into the top 10. Checking back in on GT4. Have a look, Bill Auberlin leads GT4. Auberlin, one of the winningest drivers for the BMW brands for all time. But have a look down the order in 9th. That's Kevin Conway, as we look back at Tom Dyer filling in for Greg Leafouge, who's out with a broken collarbone. The 9th place car, Kevin Conway, is in the Toyota GR Supra for Smooge Racing. Conway, John Jesbray, and Jack Hawksworth were actually on pole, slated to start first in GT4, but again had some form of disqualification for a technical infraction. It had to start at the tail of the field. They've now moved up into 9th place. Pippa Mann is running in GT4 as well, currently scored in 13th in that category in a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. She is the only driver in this entire field to have any experience on this particular track layout of Indianapolis. Last year we ran a slightly different configuration, a different set of corners, and this year only one driver in this field, and that is Pippa Mann, has had experience on this layout. There's Jason Hart going for position. Whoa, that's dicey. The 6th car on the attack. One of the other Lamborghinis, I think that's the number 9 TR3 racing car. And gets shuffled down the order. That was a very dicey moment through turn 7 and 8. That would be the number 3, I believe. Nope, excuse me, that number 9. Here's
Guys,
Amanda.
we're talking about some of the power of the GT4 drivers that are on site here this weekend. Well, that includes a name known in American motorsports very well, Connor Daly, and you are no stranger here in Indianapolis. How did this come together for you to race with the Brandon Vandals team this weekend?
Well, I've known Paul for a very, very long time. Paul has been actually one of my original supporters and basically a sponsor of mine since I was like 16 or 17. So known him for a very long time, always knew that he had a passion for motorsport and wanted to do it himself. So now that we're here, we've got this incredible team of people. They've got this beautiful green BMW, which my helmet's been black and green since I was a child, so I'm obviously a fan of that. And yeah, I mean, this is an iconic place to be. I think sports cars for sure look fantastic here. And it's just great to be a part of this event for the first time, for sure.
Do you still get giddy walking into Indy?
Oh, of course. I mean, especially, oddly enough, after the Indy 500 this year, that race was really incredible experience for me as a hometown kid. I mean, I live 15 minutes from here, so to be able to race here more than in just the Indy car is special. So I can't complain about it at all, and it's, you know, not too cold, it's not too rainy, it's beautiful. So it's perfect fall motor racing weather.
Well, Paul, you picked up the win in Sebring, and I talked to you in the paddock, and you said that how much you loved racing in this series. Why is SRO the perfect fit for your team?
I mean, the series is great, and coming here to Indy is like super special, and it was like an honor. We had a good finish in the GT4 finale with P2, and you know, you kind of pinch yourself. I'm up on the Indy podium, and it's just awesome. So the series, the practices have been great, and it's been really fun to run with the GT3 cars. So I think we're looking forward to it.
Just saw an incident with the number 70 car. That was, again, the Inception Racing car, which has had some struggles. Joined now by Badupe Congleton, the head of AWS Sales and Marketing Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity. Badupe, welcome to the CrowdStrike Racing coverage of the Indianapolis 8 Hour.
Hi, Kyle. How are you?
I am fantastic. We're just seeing a little bit of dramas here in the early going. Had a caution slow things early in the race. Now some damage to one of the Audis, but it's a pleasure to have you here this weekend. I know this has been kind of a sensory overload with all the things that have happened this weekend. There were some AWS diversity and inclusion panels that you've hosted this year and here at Indianapolis. Why Indianapolis?
Well, this is a great opportunity for us to collaborate with SRO Motorsport, and so I'll want to give you a little bit of history. AWS truly believes that the future of tech is inclusive, diverse, and accessible for everyone. And as you know, SRO is one of our customers. Greg Gill and I, along with CJ Moses, we started on this journey of figuring out how we could collaborate to increase inclusion, diversity, and equity, not only in the motorsport industry, but continuing to do our part in the tech industry as well. And from those conversations, we really started to lean in on our shared vision. of just, increasing inclusion and diversity in the industries and really helping amplify exposure and access to the motorsport industry. So we're really thrilled to be here and support motorsport on their journey.
Well, it's a fantastic partnership that SRO has with CrowdStrike and AWS. Of course, AWS is also behind a lot of the technical partnerships behind the scenes. Can you explain to me a little bit about what AWS and SRO do together from a technical perspective?
Yeah, well, I don't want to go into too much detail on the technical perspective, but I will tell you that leagues, broadcasters, and partners are all leveraging AWS's technology to build data-driven solutions. Formula One, for example, leverages AWS's technology to redesign their cars, and the NFL, for example, leverages AWS technology to ensure the safety of their teams. And so we all know that technology is really changing the game for all sports. And we're just excited to be able to partner with Motorsport while we're here today. As you see, powered by AWS, not only are we powering the technology here, but the branding as well as the inclusion, diversity, and equity activation on site as well.
That's awesome. Of course, Indianapolis, the racing capital of the world. What's it been like for you to be here this week and experience this 8-hour event?
You know what? I had never been to a motorsport event before, and driving into the track, I felt the rush. In addition to the rush, I felt the sense of community, right? And so being able to see the teams work together and learning about all of the different elements that go into ensuring the safety of the drivers, I've been blown away by this experience. Participating on the panels, learning about the journey for women in this sport as well as underrepresented people in this space. Meeting Rob Holland, for example, and learning more about his journey. It's been thrilling. And the bucket list item that I got a chance to do today, which was go around the track at 140 to 160 miles an hour. And I started out, I was terrified. But then by the end, I was like, okay, let's go. I'm ready to go again. So it's really been one of the most amazing experiences of my life. I'm so thankful that I've had the chance to be here.
One of the things I love about racing in general is, yes, there's drivers in the car, but it truly is a team sport. And you mentioned the team aspect to that. Tell me a little bit more about the AWS team behind the scenes and how that team comes together to allow the data side to happen and make this all happen.
Yeah, so the AWS team comes together, and I'll tell you, typically you wouldn't normally see inclusion and diversity as an element of, when we come together with our customers, but it's truly a differentiator for how we engage with our customers. As I said, we started down this journey with Greg. There's already a relationship from the AWS account team perspective. So CJ Moses, as I said, not only does he drive, but he's a part of the overall account team here. And there are several others that truly work together in partnership with Greg and his team and Robbie to ensure that everything is a success. And so, as I said, ID&E gets to be that bit of a differentiator that really bridges inclusion, diversity, technology, and the sports industry together. And I could go on and on talking about this, but we're excited to be here.
One of the things you mentioned a couple minutes ago was women in motorsports specifically. We've got a handful of them in the field. Aaron Vogel on our DXCT racing team. How exciting is that to see more representation from women or any other, I guess, non-traditional driver in this environment?
That was the Women in Motorsport panel discussion. As I was sitting alongside these dynamic women and learning about their stories, and then hearing that, Erin has that, she's been the first to do in this space, right? And I love the support that they had, the camaraderie, meeting Jill Beck, who, has a team here. And it was truly impressive, but what I did not know was how hard they have to fight for their positions in this space. And it's just, I look forward to following their careers. I look forward to seeing how they celebrate together. But I was really inspired how they have a clear understanding of the importance for them to continue to be visible so that they can create a space where they begin to defy these gender norms of who should be a part of this space, what community should have access to this space, and they're committed to doing the work. So, we know we have a lot of work to do, but what I also want to call out is, when you meet people like Sally, who's also a racer here, and learning how her manager stepped in, and then the space that Greg and the team create for all of them to truly be successful. Just learning the different nuggets of the stories throughout this weekend has truly been eye-opening and powerful.
It's awesome. And I think for me, growing up around motorsports as a young person, seeing people, it was easy for me to relate to. But for a young girl, I'm sure seeing drivers that she can relate to is extremely important in that space as well.
Absolutely. I 100% agree. And, we were listening to Rob Holland yesterday talking about a little boy, African-American boy who was just so thrilled to be able to talk to him and learn more about what he's doing. And that moment is important because he didn't grow up, right, with someone driving race cars, but his parents were committed to ensuring that he got the exposure he needed so that he can now dream about potentially coming into this industry. And that's what's important. Rob taking the time, Aaron taking the time, Pippa taking the time, Sally and everyone else, right, taking the time to open the door and help people understand what this industry is all about.
That's awesome. As we look back at a replay, the 70 car still struggling with some braking issues resulting from an incident earlier in the race. But racing's high octane. It's really entertaining. There's kind of a risk element to it, which is sort of gritty, and it's truly old-fashioned in that sense. But what's it like? You mentioned the experience coming here and being enthralled by the venue, but how about the speed of these cars? 160, 170 miles an hour, that's got to be breathtaking in its own right.
It is totally breathtaking. I still can't wrap my head around the fact that they are going that fast. Speechless. That's all I could say, Kyle, is I'm speechless. Even as I watch them and I watch the playback of us in the safety car going down the track, it doesn't look like you're going that fast. Until you're in the seat and you're locked into that seat belt and you're bracing for dear life, I can't believe that they're going that fast. But I'll tell you, the last thing we think about, what are some of the other things that have really blown my mind? Like I said, the elements, but hearing gravity, the velocity, all of these different things that are factored into the success of a car, but also the safety of the individuals in the car. So, I told CJ, this is just random, I told CJ, I'd love to have one of those suits that you have on. And then I later found out that it's not for style, right? It's for safety. So I probably will not get my hands on one of those suits. So.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So I actually am roommates with a race car driver. He's got him hanging up in the closet. He's also got a cool suit. And the cars get so hot inside that a lot of drivers will run basically a suit inside that has tubes that carry cold water through. And it gets refrigerated in a box behind them. And so they'll actually run water down these tubes. It's fascinating, all the technology that goes into keeping the driver safe and comfortable.
I learned something new this weekend.
There you go.
Every second. Well, I got a chance to do the Racer Start Your Engines yesterday, and he could have been exaggerating, but then we had someone say that was the best one of the year.
It was a good one.
I'll take it. It was a good one. You saw it.
I did see it.
Thank you for that. You just made my day, Kyle.
I see it all here from the control room of our CrowdStrike Racing coverage. Modupe, it's been a pleasure talking with you. I want to let you get back to enjoying the race.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us and stopping in for a little bit.
Thank you. Look forward to doing it. Thank you.
Bye.
You.
Back with the Indianapolis 8-hour coverage from Indianapolis, and we saw a little bit of dramas there a little while ago. The number 70 Inception Racing car with some significant setbacks, more this time due to a penalty for causing a collision. So some dramas here in the early going for them. It just has gone from bad to worse, that is for sure. So with one of the Team WRT cars with damage, it's going to mix things up just a little bit. Now there's some lap traffic to contend with as well. And again, big thank you to Badupe Congleton for stepping in and explaining a little bit about diversity and inclusion in AWS and in motorsport. She also mentioned Sally McNulty, who I'm a friend of Sally's, and Sally competing in the TCA class in TC America, powered by Skip Barber Racing School, completed her first full season of competition yesterday. So congratulations to Sally. And I think Badupe touched on a couple very important things of interacting and being able to see as a young person growing up, looking at their role models, to have someone that looks and sounds like them, a person of color or a woman or any of these things that a little girl or a little boy can look up and say, that person looks and sounds like me, and I want to be that when I grow up. That's such a powerful thing, and it's something that's easy for people to forget at times, how important diversity is in the motorsports world, or in any world in general, but here in motorsports especially, can look very one-sided at times. So it's very important to continue to push for equality and inclusion. About 45 minutes into the race here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the Indianapolis 8-hour, powered by AWS. And full course yellow, and this time it's the American AF Corsa entry, and that is Sada behind the wheel, and that is our second caution of the day. And this is off at turn number 6, the gravel once more. You can actually see the tire marks on the left-hand side of the screen from the McLaren spearing off during the first full course yellow. So this is an interesting time to get a caution, because we'll be nearing when the GT3 cars and the GT4 cars, for that matter, will have to hit pit lane. And you see the teams getting up on the wall. One of the AF Corsa cars is already in pit lane. That would be the sister car to the number 51. The 71 of Ilott is in pit lane, receiving service. So second full course caution of the day. Again, you're watching CrowdStrike Racing's coverage of the Indianapolis 8-hour, part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. Spa, Indianapolis, and then Kyalami in South Africa, the 3 and only rounds this season, typically a 5-round championship. Quick update on the CrowdStrike Racing DXDT Racing cars. The 19 car of Aaron Vogel up to 15th overall and 4th in Pro-Am. George Kurtz, 16th overall and 5th in Pro-Am. And David Askew, now 16th. So 15, 16, 17 are the positions of our CrowdStrike Racing drivers, and those are all changing actively as pit stops are underway here on this second caution sequence. We'll step away for a moment. We'll be back with more from Indianapolis. Pit stops underway for the Indianapolis 8-hour from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Welcome back to CrowdStrike Racing's coverage. I'm Kyle Heyer, was joined a few moments ago by Modupe Congleton, the head of AWS Sales and Marketing, Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity. If you'd like to hear that interview, you'd have to scroll back about 20 minutes. In about an hour and 10 minutes, we'll have CJ Moses and Kevin Bohm join us for about an hour of coverage. There's the number 63 leaving the pit box. That was David Askew behind the wheel. Driver change for a couple of the front runners. The AF Corsa team switched drivers. Nielsen in the 51 now instead of Pierre Guidi, and Rivera in for Ilott in the number 71. So a handful of driver changes. The number 10 of Giovanni Altoe leads the field. Kenny Hobble in second, Harrison third, then it's Sofronis, Wirtz, Niederhauser, Legere, Kurtz, Hagler, and Pepper, the rest of your top 10. George Kurtz in the Pro-Am CrowdStrike Racing 04 running in 8th. We talked to Modupe Congleton about how AWS works with SRO, but CrowdStrike, of course, their motto is "We win as one." The whole idea is to be faster than your opponents, and in the online world, your opponents are the hackers and the cybersecurity threats. And a great story about how George Kurtz came up with the concept for CrowdStrike was on an airplane watching a fellow passenger install some antivirus software, run a scan, and it took about 15 minutes, and he was realizing that in that 15 minutes, his fellow passenger was vulnerable to all those cybersecurity threats, or so the story goes. So Kurtz came up with the idea for CrowdStrike and to see and stop threats where and when they happen. And of course, CrowdStrike now working in the cloud to secure SRO's servers and AWS's servers, while AWS provides data services to both. So fantastic sort of three-way operation. Winning as a team. There's the 77 Compass Racing car. And leaving the box in a hurry. There's the number 3 K-Pax Racing Lamborghini, the championship winner of the Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. Looks like they are changing drivers. Jordan Pepper climbing out. Perhaps Andrea Caldarelli jumping in that car. Here is a look at a replay of just a moment ago. Very dicey between one of the Aston GT4s. Whoa. Lots of drama. Is everybody split decision coming to pit lane or not? But regardless, our second safety car, this one out for a stopped Ferrari. It was the number 61 of Sada, the AF Corsa Ferrari, the American AF Corsa team. And there is one of the 2 French AF Corsa cars. And lots of dramas. There's an app for official communications between teams and the SRO officials, and lots of dramas in regards to the safety car and the pit lane. But still following along as we wait for everybody to get resorted, re-racked, and restacked and turned loose again for the remaining 7 hours of this race. So almost a full hour of action complete. A little bit later today, we're going to talk to Diesel Lauder from Operation Motorsports. We're going to talk about sim racing a little bit. And we'll maybe chat about that with Kevin Bowman, CJ Moses as well. But sim racing, a big deal for Operation Motorsport, who sort of uses it as a kind of a bonding experience and uses it as a kind of a relaxing kickback for some of its partners and people. And there is the car that brought out the full course yellow. So looks like Sada climbing out of the car. And will potentially be turning that over, the number 61, to one of the 2 teammates. That would either be Conrad Grunwald or Mark Kavame. One of the rules with the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli that is different from our normal rules here is you cannot fuel the car and change tires at the same time. So you must fuel the car first and change the tires second. And that is what they have elected to do. See the tube going in near to the taillight of the car there, that is a pneumatic air system that pumps air into jacks underneath the car. So when the car comes into the pit box, they stick this air hose in and the whole car lifts up off the ground so that they can change all 4 tires without having to get a traditional kind of floor jack in there. There's one of the Audi R8 LMS GT4s. 511 sponsored car. Driven by Elias Sabo at the moment from 511. Getting a wave by. So if there's anybody that is a lap down or about to go a lap down that is in front of the leaders, but behind the pace car, they get the opportunity to accelerate away and rejoin the back of the field on the lead lap. Now Kenny Hobble in second. Right behind Giovanni Altoe in the number 10. That's the TR3 Racing Lamborghini. Then the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes, followed by our very own George Kurtz in the number 04 CrowdStrike Racing Mercedes AMG. Check that. That would be the number 19 car that's actually scored third. The 04 is back a couple spots. Or not. I think we're all mixed up here. About a couple cars are a lap down. So it looks like Vogel is indeed a lap down. Green flag back in the air here from Indianapolis, and we're racing once more. And the TR3 Lamborghini sprints away. Defensive move there in the backdrop from the McLaren 720S. Here comes the A, of course, a Ferrari up the inside of Kurtz. That is for position down in turn 1. Kurtz holds on. Now the 71 gets to driver's right. Over to turn number 3 now. Kurtz in the dirty racetrack will have to concede position just behind. That's the number 91 that I believe is a lap down in comparison to the cars around. Indeed it is. That's Jeff Burton. And there's the 99, currently driven by Engel. This car was up in second for much of the first stint of the race. Mixed traffic now, GT3 and GT4s. This is getting very dicey. Here comes the McLaren 720 down the outside. Is that still Barnicoat in command of that car? Don't believe so. I think they've switched that driver out. So frantic restart once again as we near our first hour of action here at Indianapolis. The number 70 Inception Racing car, which has had so much trouble, is now 6 laps down. So we got a battle here between the number 91, Jeff Burton, and a couple of lead lap Audis. Great sounds here on the front straightaway, reverberating off the grandstands. Here are some Audi on Audi violence here into turn 1. That is the 32 car, driven by Weertz, followed by the 25 of Niederhauser. That is a battle for 10th overall at the moment. Drive-through penalty assigned to the number 33 Windward Racing car. Russell Ward behind the wheel. Avoidable contact causing a collision is the reason for the penalty. Here comes the number 70 Inception Racing car on a mission to make up some lost time. I'm afraid they're too far back now. Without a handful of caution flags, they're really going to struggle to make up all 6 laps, maybe 2 or 3. George Kurtz goes down another position, this time to the white and blue Audi. And here comes the 70 up the inside. That's not for position, but Kurtz wise to let the 70 go. When a driver's on the move like that, there's really no reason to hold them up. It's more likely just to cause dramas than if you would just let them go. There's still 7 hours left. Nice, smart racing by George Kurtz at the moment. Here comes Engel to the inside of the 51. That's for position on Nielsen. Completes that pass. Last year we got an opportunity to talk to the head of the North American Mercedes AMG racing operation. Had some good chats about how Mercedes AMG kind of cooperates with the teams, where the cars come from, how it all works. Big defensive move from the 99 on one of the AF Corsa Ferraris into turn 7. That got a little dicey. And a crossover now from the 51. Behind the wheel of that is, at the moment, Nicholas Nielsen out of Denmark. And they are actually closing in on the 19 of Aaron Vogel in the purple and red CrowdStrike racing machine. Vogel scored down a lap, I believe, at the moment. That caution flag came out at a very inopportune time, with about half the cars already having made a pit stop. So a bit of an awkward transition here while a few cars stuck a lap down. One hour of racing complete in the Indianapolis 8-hour. You're watching CrowdStrike Racing's coverage at approximately noon. In 60 minutes, we'll have CJ Moses and Kevin Boehm join us for an hour of coverage. Kevin Boehm will join us again at 5 p.m. And at about 3:30, we'll have Diesel Lauder from Operation Motorsport join us later today. For now, we're watching the racing, the action 1 hour in as the 98 runs a little wide. That's that green BMW. And speaking of cars that have been on the move, the number 68 Smooth Racing car, Kevin Conway, up to second in the GT4 class. Not in this shot, but that Smooth Racing Toyota Supra has done a lot of work to move into the top 3 in class. See a lot of the dirt dug up behind the curbs earlier in the weekend. It was significant precipitation through really Thursday, Friday, and some of Saturday. And because of that, drivers would slip up and run a little wide up onto that curbing, the blue and white painted concrete, and run even over the edge of it. You see the hole dug out behind it. So if you run off course, even by 6 inches, your tire will catch. It'll sort of drag the rest of the car off track with you. So it's not a comfortable feeling. And much better to keep out of the black stuff here today. A little awkward moment there with the 09. Branham going down another lap in that GT4 car. The 09 scored 5th in the GT4 class. Some debris being reported on the front straightaway. These cars, especially the GT3s, are quite complex structures with lots of carbon fiber pieces and aluminum and steel and plastic, and it's very easy for things to come apart. If there's any contact, any sort of tire rub, any kind of mechanical failure can cause parts and pieces to go scattering. And whoa, another big juke from the 51 on the brakes. Drive-through penalty for the number 71. The team car to the red Ferrari we're looking at right now. That 71 car is currently scored in 2nd. A pit stop violation for that team. Now this is where there might be some confusion, because the pit stop rules for the Intercontinental GT Challenge are a little different than normal with the fueling and the tire changing rules. That could have potentially caught the number 71. I'm going to try to find out what the cause or what the infraction specifically was. Pit stop violation. So it sounds like it was a pit stop violation for a ground wire on unapproved location. So it sounds like there was some kind of miscalculation with where that ground wire, I think to keep sparks from igniting fuel, was placed. And because of that, the second place car will have to hit pit lane. There is Giacomo Altoe in the TR3 Lamborghini, leading the way into turn number 7. And just behind is the number 20, currently driven by Fred Portad, who's trying to earn his way back onto the lead lap. Now, we've had a bunch of timing changes here, so there was probably some confusion with the timing and scoring system. Aaron Vogel is a lap down. So is George Kurtz in the 04 CrowdStrike car. So you'll see all the positions update as the timing catches back up after the confusing timing of the second caution a little while ago. TR3 car hits pit lane. Altoe in. So Giacomo Altoe into the box. And this would be for a scheduled pit stop, from my understanding. And that will turn the lead over to the 71, who still owes a penalty. So the real leader of this race is going to shift to be Holton in the number 59. That would be the McLaren there in shot, the orange and black car. That is going to be cycling to your race lead. It is a hornet's nest behind. How about the 88? Back into the mix after a spin early. That's Madison Snow behind the wheel now. So they've changed out drivers. Here comes one of the Team WRT Audis up the inside. Very racy here, even though these aren't necessarily for positions. A couple of these cars scored a lap down. Oh, trouble for the 04. George Kurtz has a tire down and will hit pit lane. And one of the 3 CrowdStrike cars already stricken with bad luck. If there's anything going to happen wrong, you might as well have it happen early in the race, but it's already been happening for a while. See the carbon pieces go flying there. Oh, yeah, the whole wheel came off. The whole wheel just came off of the 04. Wow, I have not seen something like that in a long time. TR3 Lamborghini in and will be back out after the tires are finished being placed on. And now leaving. There's the number 71 hitting pit lane now. Rivera serving that drive-through penalty. Now, at this stage of the race, a drive-through penalty is not that serious of an infraction. That will be something that they can easily come back from, especially with the pace that they have had. So the new race leader is Paul Holton for Crucial Motorsports in that orange and black McLaren 720S GT3. Juncadella behind in the number 89. That is Mercedes AMG Team AKKA ASP. And they have a couple hot shoes, Rafael Marciello, Felipe Castro Fraga, and a handful of others in the mix right now. That Crucial team feeling the pressure from the 89. Rolling through turns 9 and 10, some traffic up ahead. That is the number 20 of Fred Portad, who is, I believe, scored back on the lead. No, he's still a lap down. Trying to run away from going 2 laps down, it looks like. Drive-through penalty assigned to the number 88 Zalus Motorsports car. Madison Snow behind the wheel. And this time, for too many tire changers over the wall. Defensive move from the 99 into turn 1. Engel and Nielsen have been going at it. This scrap has gotten very aggressive now for 3rd overall, and bring Weertz in the number 32 Team WRT Audi into the mix. All happening about a second behind race leader Paul Holton and that orange and black McLaren. 5-car, make that 7-car battle for the lead. Great shots from up above here onto the back straightaway. Holman Boulevard. And everybody condenses on the brakes. Portad slipping down and into this traffic. Let some of the cars on through. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And the Audi's behind. That's really tight and dicey. But back to lead, Holton has it. And Juncadella wants it. Past the number, I think that's the number 119 at the top of the screen. No, it is not. It's one of the, I thought it was the 119, the Stephen Cameron Racing BMW, but in fact was not. It was a Porsche Cayman. And also passing the leader, or the 2nd place car in GT4. Here comes the battle for the lead. Juncadella to the outside of Holton. Holton goes defensive to driver's left. Now here comes the Mercedes up the inside. Holton crosses over on corner exit. Tries to squeeze up the outside at turn 2. Door gets slammed shut. And now it's the Mercedes sandwich with McLaren meet in the middle. Juncadella moves into the top spot here in the Indianapolis 8-hour, 1 hour and 10 minutes into this race. And Nielsen on a mission to break into the podium contention here this early after dropping down in the initial start. Here's a sweep to the left and a sweep back to the right. Engel defends once more. Will potentially draw the ire of the stewards for blocking now. I mentioned earlier that you can make a move to defend your position, but you cannot do it in reaction to a trailing car. Now that is very borderline what the number 99 is doing at the moment, so he's getting away with it now, but if that 51 team wanted to complain, that would certainly be a potential to draw a penalty from that yellow Mercedes. Oh, there's trouble. That's the number 98 of Paul Sparta. And that is over at turn 1 and using the cut through to get back straight, but missed the corner. That is a 6th place car in GT4 at the moment. As the leaders grow tight into this shot. Holton falling into the clutches of Engel. There's a look at the 32 of Weertz. Again being contested by Team WRT. And Juncadella, well, there's that 98 car again with smoke spewing from the left front. Another tire failure, perhaps. But Sparta definitely did not have effective braking power going into turn 1. Ran wide. Here's another defensive move from Engel into turn 7, and Nielsen having to get crafty with it. This is a chess match at 140 miles an hour. Great battle for 3rd. Here comes Nielsen to the outside of turn number 11. The 99 overshoots just a little wide, has to chase the car over, but stays on line through 10 and 11 and will maintain 3rd place for now. Team WRT cars swapping positions there. That is the 26 going back, or excuse me, the 25 going past the 32. That was a pass for 6th. There's the leader now moving swiftly through GT4 traffic. There's a look at the team. Now remember, this is the car that I mentioned was stuck in a container in Virginia until yesterday morning. It was shipped on a container ship and was stuck in Virginia. They had to truck it overnight, and it got to the racetrack yesterday about 6:30 in the morning, just in time for the team to contend it in the qualifying session and make it into the race. But it was certainly a valiant effort by the team to make it into this race after that car got stranded. So congratulations, they made it to the front, but now can they stay there for the remainder of the race? That is the question. Still a long way to go. Team WRT Audi's the red, white, and blue cars in behind the red and yellow Ferrari from AF Corsa, growing restless perhaps as the leaders in front of them catch GT4 traffic and open up the opportunity to pass. Here comes the 51, another defensive maneuver from the 99. That was perhaps a little late. Ooh, one of the 32 car got pinched there just a little bit by, I think that was Bill Auberlin, or excuse me, that would now be Tom, no, who would that be? Bleekemolen in the 54. Multi-class traffic now, GT3 and GT4 class machinery sharing the racetrack, different speeds. Very much holding up. 32 of Weirtz as it drops in behind the NOLA Sport Porsche. So 1 hour and 15 minutes into this race. Juncadella out front. Holton, Engel, Nielsen, Niederhauser your top 5. Update on the number 04. Now 5 laps down with George Kurtz behind the wheel. Now my question is, have they returned to the racetrack? And the answer to that question is a yes. So whatever happened to the wheel earlier did not create unfixable damage. They are back on track now, 6 laps down. A long way to go, though. So the leading CrowdStrike car appears to be the number 63, driven by Smithson now in 13th place. And that, of course, is part of the number 63's lineup: Ryan DL, David Askew, and Scott Smithson. Ryan DL known as Razzle Dazzle. '98 still got a significant tire rub. That left front tire. I'm not sure if they've come to pit lane at all to fix this. I think they have. The tire is going flat again. And one has to wonder if the damage is coming from internally, suspension components rubbing on things, or a cut in the fender causing some problems. But it seems like today things have just gone bad to worse for a very select few drivers, the 70 and the 98 in particular. So of the 39 entrants that we had, 27 of them were in the GT3 class, and 24 of those remain on the lead lap, or at least just 1 lap down. Nielsen just ran the fastest lap of the race in the number 51 Ferrari. That's a 1:34.089. CrowdStrike Racing fastest lap. 134.089 in the 4th place Ferrari. That's designated by the purple indicator to the left of the name on the timing and scoring screen. About 40 minutes until we'll have CJ Moses and Kevin Bohm join us. CJ Moses from AWS competed in GT America powered by AWS this season. And Kevin Bohm, who competed the entire season in TC America powered by Skip Barber Racing School. Bohm comes off of yesterday with a race win and a 2nd place in the championship after leaving here a champion in the TCA category last year. Comes in 2nd in TC this year. So congratulations to Kevin Bohm. We'll talk to him about what that championship meant last year and what a 2nd place means this year and what the future potentially holds for Kevin Bohm. Andrea Caldarelli behind the wheel of the number 3 K-Pax Lamborghini. This car got off to a pretty slow start, but now runs 8th overall, so they're moving forward. And just a couple more updates on some penalties. The number 37 car is receiving a drive-through penalty for a restart violation. That is Drudy in the Audi R8 LMS GT3 for Audi Sport Team WRT. So that car with a restart violation. And Colin Brown is now behind the wheel of the 04. So change over from Kurtz to Colin Brown. There's a look at your 2nd place car. Holton behind the wheel, now falling into the clutches of Engel, Nielsen, and Niederhauser. And there's Weirts you're looking at in 6th overall. Using every inch of road as they sweep onto the Holman Straight once more. Engel has been a rolling roadblock for Nielsen in that 51 Ferrari. The entire race has not budged. Very tight in front of him by the EBM Porsche. And here comes the 99 with a run up the inside for 2nd place. We'll take a look and pull even with, oh, that's very dicey. The EBM Porsche pulls left. Everybody scatters to jump around it. And into turn number 10. Here comes the 99 up the inside for 2nd place. Clears Holton. And Holton drops the tire off in the dirt. Here comes Nielsen now to the outside. Very dicey stuff. Move Holton back 2 spots, maybe 3, because here comes Niederhauser. Drive-through penalty for one of our CrowdStrike racing cars, the number 63. Penalty for passing under yellow. So that car will have to hit pit lane with Scott Smithson behind the wheel. A frantic fight for 2nd place has broken out here. An hour and 20 minutes into this race. Engel got by Holton. That opened the door for Nielsen, so move Engel and Nielsen up to 2nd. Holton back to 4th. Now Niederhauser smelling blood in the water and approaching that McLaren, trying to wrestle 4th place away. A little bit wide up onto that back straightaway, but Holton can't respond. Got shoved a little bit wide. Almost 45 laps complete here at Indianapolis. And they click off quick, about 1 minute and 35 seconds a lap for the average driver right now. Here comes Niederhauser up the inside of Holton. Big dive and gets the spot from the McLaren, and that will bring in teammate Weirts in the number 32 as well. So Holton was leading this race. Oh, here it comes back up the outside. Tried to grab the spot, now might sacrifice one for that attempt. Here comes Weirts to the outside. Into the dirt and can't complete the pass. And for 2nd, Nielsen has been working over Engel for as long as I can remember, and that battle happened 6.5 seconds behind Juncadella in the lead in the number 89 Mercedes. That's the battle for second. There is some lap traffic ahead of them, GT4 cars that might be used as a pick. Headlights flashing on the 99, wants to get through unblocked, essentially. Very awkward tiptoeing through the outside of turn 6. And will squeeze against the grass and move through delicately. So now 2, 3, and 4 all separated by just about a 2 or 3 car lengths apiece. And here comes Holton up the inside of the BMW. I think that's the number 54 potentially. Oh, it's the number 36 of James Clay, excuse me, for Bimwell World Racing. Oh, that's dicey into turn 10. And up onto the front straightaway once more. The 99 runs second right now, followed by the 51 of Nielsen, Niederhauser. Now Holton in 5th. Young Cadella still leads by 7.5 seconds. Headlights still flashing from the 99, warning the car ahead. I believe that's Andy. Who would that be? One of the GT4 Porsches. Engel aggressively defending second place. Nielsen still third, but now Niederhauser into the mix in the number 25 Audi. Keeping pressure on Nielsen to continue moving forward. They have split the difference and put the 59 car of Holton back a long ways. Now the focus is just on that yellow Mercedes up ahead. 2 mid-engined sports cars behind the GT Mercedes with the front engine layout. Well, the battle has settled. We'll step away for a moment. We'll be back with more coverage in just a few minutes.
Yeah, it's been great. I think the best benefit of this is meeting with other cybersecurity leaders, sharing ideas, getting a laundry list of things that I can take away for my team to execute in the next few years.
Built on the same philosophies that drive CrowdStrike, the cybersecurity company: teamwork, performance excellence, data to decision processes, and precise engineering. The CrowdStrike racing team faces adversaries of their own, the other teams on the track. And while in racing there is a fraternity that connects even those competing against each other, the competition is still fierce. And the CrowdStrike product enlists the metadata of thousands of its customers via the cloud and AI to constantly learn, evolve, and improve to keep its customers safe.
As the sun starts to set over Music City, the streets of Nashville are about to come to life with the roar of racing engines. Hello everyone and welcome to the inaugural Music City. Riders, start your engines! And we are racing in the inaugural Music City Grand Prix. It's great to see the fans on stage as they have been throughout the weekend. They've stuck around all day long since the gates opened, and they stay for the nightcap here with DC America powered by.
Battle for second still on. Engel and Nielsen. Yellow Mercedes, red Ferrari. and throw in Niederhauser in the red, white, and blue Audi in behind. Battle continues. 90 minutes complete of the 2021 Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS for the second round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. There is Andrea Caldarelli in the number 3 K-Pax Racing Lamborghini. This car was unstoppable and nearly undefeated this year at one point. But today has been a bigger struggle for that team. They run 7th overall right now, behind a host of others. Although Caldarelli's team and that K-Pax Lamborghini, the highest running of the series regulars here in the Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by Pirelli. Big slide there through turn number 9. So Jun Kadea out front in the number 89. Overheard Calvin and Ryan say that the original driver was supposed to be Felipe Fraga in the number 89, but could not get into the country with visa issues. So Jun Kadea, a factory Mercedes driver in that leading number 89. And as Calvin put it, they're just plug and play. You can just put them straight in, and they will do the job. There is a look at Kevin Conway in the Smooge Racing Toyota GR Supra, and they are currently leading after starting dead last in class. This is unbelievable for Kevin Conway to have driven through the field like this, and they still have 2 arrows in the quiver. John Jesbury, a young up-and-coming driver, and Jack Hawksworth, a formidable Toyota and Lexus factory racing driver who typically runs in IMSA in the Lexus RCF GT3. So 2 very quick drivers still yet to have a taste of any of this race in that Toyota Supra, but they are on a mission to go out and win the 8 hours today. This Toyota Supra GT4, a relatively new car to the class and the first full year for that Smooge Racing team. And Toyota has really put together a solid race car, has won a handful of times this year, as has this Porsche Cayman in other categories in Pirelli GT4 America. This Cayman 718 GT4 Club Sport MR, a really solid race car all around the order, but perhaps loses the legs on the straightaways slightly to the BMW M4, of which there are several in the race today in the GT4 category. Well, the flame has been burning for a while in the second place battle, and I think the wick still has a long way to go. But I'll tell you that Engel in this 99 has defended beautifully and has somehow not drawn the ire of the stewards for defending too aggressively or blocking, which is great to see. There's the number 75 car, the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes that just popped into the shot for a moment. Currently driven by Conrad in the number 75, Martin Conrad, and the other team driver, Michael Grenier, who we'll see at least a little bit later. There's the number 93. We'll talk more about that car in a little bit, but there's the number 70 Inception Racing McLaren, which has been involved in a handful of incidents today. Just could not seem to catch a break after the initial spin into the gravel. Then locked up the brakes, got in the gravel again, then crashed, then got a penalty. It's been a long day for that 70 team. But going back to that number 93, that is the Racer's Edge Motorsports car. And this week it has Taylor Hagler, Jacob Abel, and Dakota Dickerson. All 3 are graduates of the HPD GT3 Driver Academy, which is sort of an up-and-coming program for young drivers to experiment in a GT3 car. And well, all 3 of them have found significant success in that Acura NSX GT3 platform. Here's a look at that battle for second. This time around the 54 car. That's going to be dicey. Oh, big block there could not get through, and the Ferrari gets held up. The Audi of Niederhauser almost gets into the back of Nielsen. Certainly a little nip and tuck there, but they get it sorted out. Another interesting note about the Audi is that they share significant underpinnings with the Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Effectively, a very similar car based on the same chassis and the same motor. Now, there are some differences between the two, but they largely sound, look, and somewhat drive similar, even though they all have their own individual characteristics. There's that BMW M4, the orange and blue that I was mentioning earlier. That's the 119 car, driven by Sean Quinlan. They originally would have Greg Leafouge in the car, but could not make it because of a broken collarbone. So they've got Tom Dyer in that car now today. There's Junkadea again in the race lead. Oh, trouble. There's the number 20 car. That's the Wright Motorsports Porsche. That is over at turn number 11. And pulls back forward again. But what has caused this? Right now, the 20 being driven by Jan Halen. That's the pro, one of the pro drivers in that lineup. Well, I guess silver. They're all running in Silver Cup. But yeah, Halen getting a derogation for this race. Big slide there from the 89. Certainly not holding back. But a rare mistake by Jan Halen if it was solo. But I have a feeling that there is more to this as he creeps to pit lane. Let's look at the number 33. That's that Windward Racing car. Drew a penalty earlier. Is the last car on the lead lap for GT3 at the moment. Currently driven by Russell Ward. Let's look at the 04 now with, I believe it was Colin Brown behind the wheel. And indeed it is, but they are still 6 laps down in the number 04 CrowdStrike Mercedes. Battle for second continues. Engel and Nielsen have not yet sorted this out. They've been like this, I don't know, for the last hour. Duking and diving for position. Neither has really found an advantage. Big lateral slide from the 99 through turn number 5. There's turn 6. That's the right-hander that leads up onto the back straightaway, the Holman Straight. Holman Boulevard, as they call it. And the leader now 6.8 seconds ahead. That's Chunkadea. And Nielsen, ooh, that's a big advantage to tuck up underneath the 99 of Engel. Nielsen is close. Needs a bit of a better run on the straightaway here, but they're going to have to get around the GT4 Porsche Cayman, which they will do. But Nielsen is keeping the pressure so stiff on the 99 that all that pressure is going to form a diamond with all the carbon bits on the back of that yellow and black Mercedes. Three-way battle for second. In about 20 minutes time, you can expect to hear from CJ Moses and Kevin Bohm, both of whom raced this weekend at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Kevin Bohm in a TC Honda Civic Type R, and CJ Moses in a Mercedes AMG, very much like the one in your shot, in the yellow and black. We'll talk to them about the season and what's planned, what's coming, and about how CrowdStrike and AWS work together to make this all happen, along with SRO America. There's that 25 again, Niederhauser behind the wheel, one of the Team WRT cars. all the way from France. Couple cars scattering at corner exit there, but now Niederhauser has caught Nielsen. A lot of rubber banding between these three. Seems 1 minute Nielsen's a lot better than Engel, then Niederhauser's better than Nielsen, and then Engel's better than all the drivers chasing, and very strange race to be playing out here. Here's a look at Colin Brown up the inside of the EBM Porsche, Earl Bamber Motorsports. And again, Brown making that pass as not for position. Again, Brown 6 laps down after a wheel came loose while George Kurtz was driving and flew off the car. They had to come to pit lane and make some significant repairs. See in the back of that shot, that blue and white Aston Martin. That is the number 2, currently driven by Trent Hinman, but one of the co-drivers for that car is Jason Bell, who just won his first championship in SRO Americas and GT America powered by AWS yesterday. There's another defensive move from the 99 Nielsen, now on driver's right. Trying to do everything to get by this Mercedes and was alongside for a moment, but it's not enough. Great battles showcasing the different advantages of each of the different platforms. Now GT3 allows a variety of different drive layouts, all rear-wheel drive cars, but the engine can be mounted on top of the front axle. It can be mounted behind the front axle, as we see a couple cars hit pit lane here. Full course caution is out, so trouble somewhere on the racetrack. As a couple drivers hit pit lane, but did they get there before that full course yellow came out? That is going to be the big question. Still no sight on what the safety car is for. Sounds like it's between cars 111 and 20. Well, no, that's probably more likely to be what happened a little while ago when we saw Jan Halen turned around. Ah, there it is. The 20 car is stuck at the top of the screen. And potentially it was. So an incident between the number 111 and the number 20 car is what brings out our third full course yellow of the day. The first one brought out with the number 70. The second a little later, followed by the third one that we're seeing right now. All right, caution out. We'll step away for a moment. We'll be back with more.
When we first looked at the opportunity of working with CrowdStrike as a technical partner and as our security partner, we knew it would help us in this world that we live in today, but we didn't realize how much it would help us to be secure in a post-COVID environment, or as we have to exist today, as we all say, it's a new normal. We were very impressed with CrowdStrike with the ability to quickly respond in seconds to threats. That's been a great aspect of our partnership.
They've come in droves, great signs to see. Campers out and fans lined up around 17 corners here at VIR. Looking field in full alignment, just waiting for that green flag from Tom Hansing, and it flies. The first call to the pit lane. Pro-Am winners. How about it? Michael Cooper and Aaron Vogel get the job done there.
Originally, we got the opportunity to work with AWS and all the services that are in the cloud. Our ability to archive all of our data for the last 30 years and pull this up, and on the same token, to have it in a secure environment, as we mentioned about our CrowdStrike partnership as well.
So my name is Adam Chugg. I'm a Principal Solutions Architect at Amazon Web Services. Standing next to me here is a AWS Snowball. This is our edge compute device. These devices can store several terabytes. They also have a basic computer inside of them, which allows you to run your own programs. That allows us to take real-time data from the cars. So we're able to take things like shock potentiometers, steering angle sensors, things like that, grab that data in real time, run it through this device, and be able to give back data that's being able to be used by the teams.
Hello, CJ Moses here, Deputy CISO for AWS and also the driver of the 58 AMG DXDT AWS and CrowdStrike race car. This device here is actually something that we use here at the track in order to improve our performance on track. And as part of that, we're able to do advanced processing on the Snowball device that is then near real time pushed into the cloud. When we plug into the car, we can get as many as 1,200 channels of data. Using all of that data and processing it through the Snowball devices allows us to get faster on track, both through improvements for the driver, knowing where we can actually improve on the track, but also using the data about the car so that we can improve the suspension or otherwise based upon all those channels of data. The same type of technology that we're using here at the track in motorsports is how we improve the services that we provide to our customers at AWS.
Still under full course yellow for the third time for the Indianapolis 8-hour powered by AWS, the second leg of the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. I'm Kyle Heyer bringing you CrowdStrike Racing's coverage of the 8-hour event today. We are 1 hour and 45 minutes into the 8 hours. Gonna caution this time between the number 111 and number 20, causing the number 20 of Jan Heylen to become stopped at the exit of turn number 2, which is what brought out our third caution of the day. Couple driver swaps, couple driver changes, all mixed and matched, and have to wait for the timing and scoring to sort this one back out. But with that, well, it seems like there's been some confusion today with some of the teams not understanding the full course caution sequence here in North America being different from that which you'd see in Europe. And it sounds like the Wright Motorsports number 20 needs to be towed to the garage for repairs. That is unfortunate. So waiting for the green flag to drop once again. Lots of commotion in the SRO app as everyone tries to sort out their running position and argue their case for why they should be where. It sounds like also the 25 car had stopped at the pit exit because of a pit lane time violation, which is probably not the best way to handle that. So lots of dramas here in the first hour or in a half or 2 hours of racing. But we should be coming to the restart here shortly. And a handful of Germans and Belgians leading the way as the pace car lights are still on the Lamborghini Urus, so we'll have to go at least another lap before we can get turned loose to go racing again. In about 10 minutes, we'll have CJ Moses and Kevin Bohm join us for a little bit of race coverage. Looking forward to having some company here in the booth for a little while this afternoon. And again at 3:30, we should have Diesel Lauder from Operation Motorsport, followed by Kevin Bohm again at 5 o'clock to bring us to the end of our 8-hour endurance race here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So if you just joined us, some dramas so far, but for the most part, everybody that started is still running, with the exception now of the number 20, the Wright Motorsports Porsche. Well, you can add the number 111 of Starkweather into the mix, as well as Paul Sparta's number 98. That car with a mechanical is now 21 laps down. There are still 36 drivers competing for positions here today. Of the 39 that began the race, current race leader is the number 25 Team WRT Audi of Winkelhock. Engel is scored second, followed by Weertz in third, and the 26 in fourth. That is the Centelock Racing Audi. Looking through that little loop section, turns 4 through 6. This section was not utilized last year. If you look to the right, there is an additional section of racetrack that was used instead of this extra loop section. But because when the NASCAR series was here back in August, they tore out some of the curbing with the splitters on the cars, and thus the curbing was not prepared for this event. So hopefully going back green here shortly. We're under the third safety car of the day. Again, all for stopped cars either stuck in the gravel traps or on the racing surface. The 20 has just been retired. That is Jan Halen for Wright Motorsports in the Porsche 911 GT3R. Out front, Winkelhock, Engel, Weertz, Bert, Fuoco, the top 5. And again, in a few minutes, we'll have Kevin Bohm and CJ Moses join me for 1 hour of coverage from hours 3 through 4, excuse me. And we're bunching everybody back up and sending some of the field around. That was trapped between the leader and the pace vehicle. They will cycle back around, and we're going to go green next time by. Earlier, we were joined by Modupe Congleton, for the head of AWS Sales and Marketing Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity. You can head back to when there was about 7 hours and 30 minutes remaining on the clock for Modupe's interview. Very kind soul. Glad to have her with us at the event here this weekend from AWS Sales and Marketing Inclusion. And then CJ Moses is up next with Kevin Bohm, both competitors here this weekend. And then we'll have Operation Motorsports' Diesel Lauder join us again a little later today. 36 drivers remain running at the moment. Audi, Mercedes, Audi, Ferrari, the top 5. Then Mercedes, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Acura, McLaren, the remainder of the top 10. That 10th place McLaren, of course, is the number 59. The number 70 Inception racing car was our first caution of the day with Brennan Reeb behind the wheel. That car went off course after avoiding a spinning number 88 of Jason Harward. Then when Reeb got dug out of the gravel trap trying to catch the rest of the field, he locked up with gravel stuck in the brakes and went straight off into another gravel trap. So it was a struggle in the early moments for Brennan Reeb. Heading to turn number 11 now. Out front, the number 25 from Audi Sport Team Centeluk. It's Marcus Winkelhock in command. Mauro Engel in second as we come out of turn number 14 and up onto the front straightaway once more. Green flag back in the air here at Indianapolis. Winkelhock leads us back to green. Here comes Engel on the outside, deep on the brakes, trying to outbrake Winkelhock into turn 1. Does not work. Throttles back up, try to get that rear end yacht out to catch the 25. Can't do it. Sandwiched between the two red, white, and blue Audis. And just behind them is that Inception Racing number 70, trying to claw back another lap. And it remains scored 6 laps down. Through 5 and 6, Winkelhock in command. Sprinting away from the field. Now remember that at hour number 5, we will give points out to those who are involved in the Fanatec GT World Challenge America powered by AWS. So it's really 2 races in 1. We've got the 8-hour Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli event, and then the 3-hour Fanatec GT World Challenge America event inside of this race. So there will be 2 drivers. The 88 is one of them, the 91 is the other. Those 2 Lamborghinis will pull off course at the end of the 3-hour mark, and they'll finish up their season while the remainder of the field runs the remaining 5 hours to go to the checkered flag of the 8-hour event. Cars screaming by the front straightaway here. And looks like the number 51 Ferrari has got Litigar behind the wheel now. As for the lead, here comes Engel. Oh, trouble! 2 of our DXGT racing cars turned around in turn number 4. As the leaders come into the shot now, yellow flags are waving. Oh, and it's 3 Mercedes. The number 33 Windward Racing car is also involved. Oh, man. This is the worst thing if you're Mercedes team captain here. This is not what you want to see, and definitely not what CrowdStrike Racing needed. The 19 and the 63, Smithson and Vogel having a coming together. And with the 0-4 struggles today, this is not the beginning 2 hours that we wanted to see here at Indianapolis. Oh, now more crashing, more carnage. The second place car gets taken out. Weirtz and Engel collide in turn number 8, and now those cars are torn up as well. So major dramas here again at Indianapolis. The second place car, Engel, turned around violently by the number 32 of Weirtz. And he just went for it, just a big dive up the inside, and just there was not really an opportunity to pass there. That was just an over-aggressive move, I believe, and just went in there and just cleared out the number 99. So Engel will get rolling once more. Now, has the 63 and 19, have they been able to clear themselves out?
Yeah, 99 is back on track, so hopefully no damage to the car.
Lots of issues here. So we remain green with 6 hours and 2 minutes remaining. And CJ Moses outside will be joining us here shortly with Kevin Bohm also. And CJ Moses pops in the door. We remain green here as the two AF Corsa Ferraris run nose to tail, the 71 and the 51. The 71 now scored, I believe, a lap down to its team. No, they're still on the lead lap together. Joined now by CJ Moses from AWS. CJ, welcome back. It's been a while since we've had you here in the booth, but glad to have you with us here for the Indianapolis 8 Hour. Thanks for joining.
No, absolutely. Great to be here. Had some fun the last few days racing out there myself, and glad to be in here chatting with you guys about all the fun we're seeing on track. A little bit of a catch-up. I'm sure you talked about George's car having a little bit of an issue. Seems to be, I just came from the pit myself, and seems that one of the lug nuts, and there's a single lug nut on these wheels, loosened up, and as it loosened up, then it cocked the wheel sideways, ground the wheel into two, so the wheel actually came off in two pieces, I guess. Obviously, the tire went flat, and therefore everything left the car, and the lug nut came off, and I don't know if we're having a little bit of an issue there. Oh, there we go.
I was wondering what was going on. I was freaking
right out, didn't it?
Yeah, it sure did. We'll hang on for just a moment.
Welcome to the iconic Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the Indianapolis 8 Hour presented by AWS, and that is race cars that you hear in the background here. We are 2 hours into this race. It was kicked off with the pole of a Ferrari, but 11 other manufacturers are featured here today, and to get you caught up, take a look at what's happened so far. Back live at the Indianapolis 8 Hour, the second round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. Just catching up with some of the highlights so far in the race. We're joined by CJ Moses from AWS, and now Kevin Bohm, driver of the number 9 Honda Civic Type R in TC America, powered by Skip Barber Racing School, coming off of a win yesterday, so congratulations, and finishing off the season second in the championship. No, it wasn't quite the win that you wanted there, but you got to be pretty happy with that.
Oh yeah, we're thrilled for the whole season. I mean, we definitely gave it our best, and it came down all the way to the wire, and we needed to win yesterday to have a chance at the championship, and we did that, so we can go away from the weekend knowing we did everything that we could do.
So, Kevin, you had a really fun weekend so far, and CJ got back on track for the first time in a while in your CrowdStrike at AWS-sponsored Mercedes-AMG. Here at Indianapolis, you raced at Nashville earlier this year, so you're picking off all the big ones this season. How does it feel to race here at Indianapolis?
I love racing here at Indianapolis. Had a really strong showing last year in TCR, and came back and was right back to pretty good speed, even in a GT3 car that I hadn't driven here before. Didn't have the greatest qualifying. We had found some issues with the car after qualifying that we fixed up, and then unfortunately that meant my race was racing from all the way from the back, and made my way up to 8th overall, 7th in class. So it was a fun race nonetheless. A lot of work there. But then yesterday was a fun run, actually, kind of a weird one. It looks like, watching these highlights, it's like there's bumper cars going on out there.
I was going to say, some of these, we haven't seen some of these yet,
Yeah.
the 20 and 111. We saw the penalty come down on the 111 for the contact, but we hadn't yet seen the replay of it. It's been busy out there, to say the least.
Yeah, that's for sure. Part of me, it reminds me of some of the touring car races this year.
Yeah, you're right. Well, that's normally you'd expect this kind of thing in some of the bronze level classes and stuff like that, but some of the cars I'm seeing making these moves are pro only, so the pros are actually out there trading paint, and the last thing you want to do in a endurance race is touch anything other than the tarmac with your tires.
Well, the other thing I was kind of giggling to myself about was we've got the Shout app that is used for communication between SRO and the competitors. It is a busy place right now with everybody pointing out each other's flaws. It doesn't feel very cozy at the moment, but that's just the nature of racing at a high level. But an 8-hour event today. We've got our 3-hour Fanatec GT World Challenge America powered by AWS event kind of in the middle of this as well. So we've got 2 races happening in one. Only 2 of those competitors will pull off the racetrack, the rest contesting the full 8 hours today. But this racetrack, CJ, you were kind of alluding to it, it's such an important place in racing history. And to have everybody here from Europe and from Asia, we've got all sorts of teams that are here racing this weekend. It puts extra emphasis on a race like this.
Absolutely. I mean, it is Indy, the world's home of racing. I mean, it's really an iconic place globally, not just here in the United States. And that's why you have so many of these top-notch teams that want to come over and they want to not only race at Indy, they want to win. So we have quite the fanfare of all kinds of big names that are racing out there, everything from IndyCar all the way through to our Spa 24 and Le Mans winners and stuff like that. So it's quite the event. I know Kevin and I both enjoy running here, just the opportunity to run, but even better in Kevin's case to go out there and break out and win. Nearly got the first race as well, but for some rain tires that needed to have a few extra millimeters of rubber left on them at the end. You would have had 2 of them there, so that was quite a nice run as well.
Yeah, the funniest thing about the first race where it was a dry track in the end, but we started on rain tires, was we were pretty close to not passing our ride height because we wore so much rubber off the tire. I looked at the measurements after we went through tech, and I was a little startled because normally we have a certain amount of margin to the minimum ride height rules, and we were a lot closer than I was expecting.
That was spectacular to watch. You got a lot of great comments from Calvin Fish as you were sliding that car around. It was fun to watch, I'll give you that, but I'm sure it was probably frustrating to have the tires go away like that at the end.
Well, I mean, I wasn't really sliding it around on purpose. I was just trying to stay on the track. It's pretty amazing that I wore so much of the tread away on the front rain tires that they turned into slicks, which ended up making them have more grip than the rear tires by a significant amount.
Wow.
And that ended up making the car feel like I had about 1/3 of one tire in the back total. And I spent a significant amount of the lap just basically turning the opposite direction that I needed to go to keep the car on the track. So it was quite exciting from the inside as well.
Fun to watch. We've got 3 CrowdStrike DXCT Racing Mercedes-AMG GT3s contesting the 8-hour event today, the 04, the 19, and the 63, all of which have had their issues today, unfortunately. The 04, CJ, you were explaining, had an issue with the left front wheel. The wheel lock, the center lock lug, had come loose, and the wheel basically split itself apart. They were able able to repair that, which my initial concern was that they weren't going to be able to fix that.
So normally what happens when you have a wheel nut like that come off, it's that it was cross-threaded onto the spindle, essentially the thing that holds it on. And that's what we expected, and that's why they put tires on it and then rolled the car back in behind the wall to see how bad it was. And the reality was the spindle was completely fine. It wasn't cross-threaded, and that's a long job to change. So it wasn't that. So they checked through everything else and couldn't find anything. So back on went another tire and a wheel nut, and off they went. So we've got our fingers crossed, quite honestly, because we don't know specifically what caused it to come off the first time. Not supposed to do that, of course. So a little extra time on the wheel lug gun, making sure that they're on there securely, and back out they go. And they'll pay it special attention, especially to that one, and making sure they're really getting them on there tight. But it is still worrying, quite honestly, because you never know if another wheel's going to come off. We've had this happen in the past, and normally it's been the cross-threaded issue. We haven't had it where it just comes off and it's perfectly clean threads on the spindle.
Pit stop for the number 25 car is under review. That's significant because that is our race leader, Marcus Winkelhock, behind the wheel of that. So there is a very busy steward's office right now, and I had to laugh because going back to discussing how everyone was kind of telling on each other. One of the teams just said, "Wow, that 68 can sure go a real long time on fuel." Which that's the Toyota Supra, the Smooge Racing Toyota, driven by John Jesbray, Kevin Conway, and as well as their Jack Hawksworth, who typically drives the Lexus GT3 car. So they really brought in the big gun for that one, and that Toyota Supra is leading in GT4 right now. We've got two different classes of cars, the GT3 and the GT4. Kevin, brief explanation on the differences between those two classes?
Well, the GT4 cars are going to be a lot more in common with the road car version of it than the GT3 cars. They're going to have a little bit less aero, less wide tires, and less power. And those cars have a little bit more OEM-style gearboxes. Some of them have racing gearboxes, but most of them have more like your dual-clutch transmissions and some of those kinds of things. And in the end, you have some safety aids, and they're adjustable, but they're not quite as advanced as the GT3 cars will have. And in the end, the GT3 cars are probably going to be going about 10 miles an hour more or 15 miles an hour more on the straightaways because of their power, and then they're going to be able to carry more speed through the brake zones and the turns because of the added aero and the grip from the tires. So it's a pretty neat difference. In some classes, you might see a Mercedes GT4 car and a Mercedes GT3 car, and it's really those little differences of what they modify on the car that separates the lap time.
You actually brought up the top speeds as we see 3 wide here between two GT4s and a GT3. We've got the AWS Race Vision again here this weekend, and CJ, that's a really cool AWS sort of widget, if you will, that allows us to kind of take a deep dive into the data pulled from these cars in real time. We can analyze the top speeds at the end of the straightaway, corner speeds, braking zones, all that sort of thing. We saw yesterday the top speeds were around 165 to 170. Really cool AWS integrations here.
Yeah, that's one of the things is as a spectator, or a viewer of the live streams, you want to be able to be more immersed in the data. And not everybody has a second screen running with all the data like we normally do in order to see what's going on. And to try to put as much data on the screen without making it too cluttered. The nice thing is those widgets that pop up, as you call them, as it pops up now, just as if we called it and pressed the button. There you go. You can actually see, here we are, we're seeing 168 miles an hour there, on the front straightaway as they go into the braking zone. So really carrying some speed. Actually, we're seeing a little bit, probably a little bit faster than we were seeing. I mean, it's been averaging, between 165 up in that range, but 168's a stout number there. Lamborghini, of course. There you go.
Yeah, Giacomo Altoe behind the wheel. That's the TR3 Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Now, you mentioned the top speeds being a little bit higher. The weather is cool today, but it's just generally nicer out than it was the other day. And Kevin, you got to drive in some of those bad conditions.
The 32 currently sits in the 7th place overall. Christopher Meese is anticipating a drive stint for himself at about 30 minutes. And Christopher, we were curious first if there's damage to the Audi. If not, what's happening so far with the race that has you optimistic?
Well, I don't think there's damage, even though it was a hard hit, but car looks fine, car looks all right. It's a strong car, luckily. And luckily both cars could continue, even the Mercedes. So I'm going to be in the car after Charles. And I hope the car is fine.
What do you feel makes the Audi so strong here?
Well, I don't think we have the strongest car, to be honest. I think the Ferraris, they're a little bit faster than us. But I think we have a really, really good endurance car. So over the distance of 1 hour, we're really good with the tire. So especially end of the stint, we look strong.
Thank you, Christopher.
Thank you.
So going back to the weather, you got to drive in some of the drying weather the other day. So it definitely makes a big difference in how much grip you have. And because that last corner is sort of a very fast sweeping turn that leads onto the straightaway, Kevin, you'd have to imagine that drier racetrack means faster straightaway speeds here as well.
Yeah, quite a bit so. And it believe it or not, we were going through the last turn onto the oval of the track pretty much full throttle. Even when the track was wet in qualifying and drying in the race as well. And the difference in speed on the straightaway really comes from the previous turn, because you go back one further turn, and the apex speed at that turn really started to determine how fast you were going and then how early you could get the full throttle. Those two things really combined to the difference in speed between some of our kind of wetter sessions and all the way to the dry one. And specifically with yesterday, the temperatures were even a little cooler than today, and there's a lot of cars in the TC paddock specifically that really helps out, because we're turbocharged cars and we have intercoolers and different kinds of things that love that cool air. And the Honda Civic TC Type R that I was in just was eating up that weather, and we were cruising down the straightaway faster than anybody.
You know, it also doesn't help grip levels very much as having a driver take all four tires up off the ground for you, which we saw a little while ago with an incident in turn number 8. Now, CJ, racing in an endurance race is very different from the sprint race format that we typically see in the SRO America series. There's a little bit more self-preservation that has to happen, right? There's an 8-hour race, so a move 6 hours in is probably riskier than it is worth it, don't you think?
You would think so, and you would think that that's what a lot of the teams would be doing, in the drivers, and I'm sure that's the instruction that they had. Unfortunately, it seems by what's happened in the first little while here, in the first few hours, I think everybody's running this as an 8-hour sprint race. You saw it at the start. There was a lot of 4 wide in places that you can't fit for, and obviously we're seeing quite a few car contacts in places that you normally wouldn't expect to see it. So people are pushing really hard, and the pace right now is looking really strong, as if this were a sprint race.
So another thing to note is that we've got some different pit stop rules here this weekend, because this goes by the international standards. So you can't refuel the car while you're changing tires, which I think is different from our normal Fanatec GT World Challenge America rules. So that's tripping some teams up. Also, the minimum pit stop times are a little different for this racetrack. So there's so many different things you have to juggle, not only behind the wheel of the car, but also from a strategy perspective. So there's a lot of data, CJ, going back to the AWS thing, a lot of data that you want to analyze just so you can get the strategy right before you even go out there and have the driver do their part.
No, absolutely, and a lot of the teams had pre-created strategies, working back from the end of the race in order to try to limit the number of pit stops that they have, to make sure they have, they meet all the rules, number one probably. So they have a driver lineup and a plan. But just like most plans, first contact, the plan goes out the window, and then you adjust off of that in order to be able to, create a strategy that continues to iterate as the race unfolds. And I think that's what we're seeing here. I know that the strategies that a few of our teams on the DXDT side, including George's car and Aaron's car, have now adjusted their strategies based upon both contact and literally the wheel falling off.
So some strategy adjustments happening fairly early in this race. We still have about an hour and 42 minutes until we hit the halfway mark, so still a long way to go here, Kevin. The races that you run in are 40 minutes. We've done a handful of those already, so this is definitely a longer form race. Have you ever participated in a race that's in longer form at the grassroots levels anywhere?
Sure, yeah. I've done several 24, 25-hour races, and you definitely have to approach those races a little bit different from a team standpoint and specifically a driving style standpoint, because especially the cars that I've driven, they're not necessarily designed from the beginning to do endurance races like these GT3 and GT4 cars are. So you have to do a little bit more kind of protecting the car. You can't drive it flat out for the entire races in most cases, because first of all, maybe the fuel economy is very terrible, or the suspension can't handle it, or specifically the brakes. I mean, there's a lot of different things you have to kind of pay a lot of attention to, so you don't overwhelm them over the course of a long drive. And it's definitely one of those things where in the amateur levels of endurance racing, typically we have more flexibility on strategy, because we don't necessarily have driver time limits, and we don't have to change tires as often, or maybe even the fuel that you're carrying in the car. You can kind of play around with that a little bit to sacrifice your stint length versus your lap time. And I think that is pretty neat at the amateur level, but definitely it's a different race when you get to these endurance car races with GT3 cars.
One of the things I've always wondered, and CJ, maybe this is a question that you'd be able to answer, is I've always wondered about the brakes on these GT3 cars, because we know they're extremely good, and in longer 24-hour races, at some point you'll change them, but in a shorter race, a 40-minute race, a 90-minute race, do you notice them going away at all, or are they just as good 40 minutes in as they are at minute 0?
I actually noticed the tires going away, and therefore you have less braking capability because of grip, but the brakes themselves are there the whole time. And quite honestly, you can rely on them too much and overbrake throughout a 40-minute race. I've never really had an issue. In the endurance racing, like at Spa 24, they actually have a mandatory 4-minute pit stop. And therefore it allows you to do brake changes. The team we were running with, SPS Performance, was able to do the complete service on the car, all 4, the rotors, the calipers, the lines, and everything on all 4 sides. All the maintenance that they want to do, they actually add oil, change a few things and stuff like that as well. And they can do that in 2 minutes, such that they can have the rest of the time to transit the car. They actually put the car up on skates and pull it into the garage and do all that, and put it back out there so that the car is setting, ready to go, fuel, tires, brand new brakes all the way around, ready to go. And they normally, they look for a full course yellow to do that, but they have to have the minimum 4-minute stop, and they're able to do that. In our case, normally it's around the 14 or 15 hours. So they're going on brakes on the car for 15 hours of running, this, large, fast course for that long. The brake pads are very thick.
Kevin, your Honda Civic Type R, how often do you replace brake pads on that car?
Yeah, I mean, it's not so unlike what CJ was describing earlier for his 40-minute races. It's typically the brakes don't go away at all. It's more the tires are kind of getting worn through the race, and you can't necessarily brake as late at the end as you can at the beginning, because the tires don't have the grip on the road anymore. So it's more kind of managing the tires. And as far as kind of changing the brakes from race to race, depends on the tracks just a little bit. Some of the tracks, because of the high-speed brake zones or the amount of energy over time, like the kind of brake zones, how rapid the time between brake zones, you can kind of keep that heat in the brake pad, and they might start to wear a little bit at an angle, and that starts to get the brake feeling a little bit different than new pads. And once it starts to do that, I try to replace them just to make sure I get that really confident, firm brake pedal at some of these tracks, because it's so important to always brake as late as you can in the touring car specifically, because you just open yourself up for a pass if you don't do that.
The reason why I bring up the brakes is just to put in context for people's road cars. It would take you maybe 2 laps at these tracks to get your brakes to the point where you're boiling brake fluid and you're brake pads are so hot that you're going to start losing performance in a lap or two. And I've experienced that in my own car at a racetrack before.
Empty pit stall is not what you want to see in an 8-hour race. Obviously, this so soon in the race. I was able to take a look at the onboard of Russell Ward, the Windward Racing 33. They were hit from the left-hand side of Errol Vogel. That is what will take this car out for the rest of the race. But we have to talk about, we were talking about how there's the race within this weekend. Russell Ward was still competing for championship points in the Fanatec GT World Challenge America. I was able to effort some information from race control. They do believe that car made it to 70%, but just barely. If that holds true, Russell Ward will finish this championship third in the points.
So races within a race. Thanks, Amanda. And we continue to run with 5 hours and 37 minutes to go. And that's one of the aspects of multi-class racing in general. We've got, those two cars were of the same type of car, but Kevin, we've also got GT4 and GT3 competing together. They're in a separate race within the race. So if a GT4 car has contact with a GT3, tough luck. That's just the way it is sometimes, huh?
Yeah, that's right. And really, when you're out on track, you have to be very aware of who you're around and what kind of car is either you're catching or someone might be catching you. And often, because the mirrors aren't so big, it's hard to tell in the rear view. So you really rely on the team over the radio to give you a little bit of a heads up if a car is kind of catching you behind, and to let you know what car that is and whether it's for class position or not. And when you're looking forward, you really do a lot of kind of prediction. If you're a GT3 car and you're catching a GT4 car, you're going to catch it reasonably quick, and you try to you don't want to catch it in the wrong place because it's going to hurt your lap time pretty significantly. So you want to maybe give up a little bit of time in some section of track so that you catch them in a place where overall you lose less time to pass them.
And CJ, at Nashville, I think we saw that the GT3 and GT4 cars at some of the tighter tracks don't really have an opportunity to spread out very much. And a GT3 and GT4 cars on a slow track are actually pretty similar in pace.
So yeah, you get into some of the tighter circuits and things like that. The advantages that a GT3 car don't become all that evident. Because obviously a lot of downforce when you're going very slow isn't a lot of downforce. It's just a lot of drag and a lot of extra, wings that you're carrying around. The other thing is that, quite honestly, if it's a tight circuit, the GT3 car couldn't get around if they wanted to, because you got one in, at Nashville you had 1 1/4 cars on that back turnaround section. So you couldn't go through if you wanted to. So that is one of the things. And actually here there's, a few spots, the S's on the backside of the track and stuff like that traditionally you can try to go too wide through there, but it's a little bit of argy-bargy by the time you get done. Elias Sabo in GT2 car and I did it a couple times yesterday, and we thought better of it after the first couple times because I didn't want to wreck the car that I half own as well as the one I was driving. But it is one of those things that in multi-class racing you have to be very aware of the speed and capabilities of the car in front of you. Don't put yourself into a position where that car cannot make a turn because you dive down inside of them and run them off the track, because in the process you may take yourself off, and at the same time you get a big penalty anyway. So having driven some of the slower class cars and knowing what they can do helps you to be a faster GT3 driver in this case.
There's top speeds from the AWS Race Vision, 157 for Starkweather and the number 111 BMW M4. So that's about a 12-mile-an-hour difference we're seeing in top speed between GT3 and GT4. Question for both of you. This is just my genuine curiosity. Listening and watching the stewards communicate with the drivers. What happens when a team representative is asked to go to the stewards? What happens? Is that like going to the principal's office?
I want to ask you a question. Have you ever been to the principal's office?
Yes.
That's exactly what it is.
It's let's say it's never. The stewards are never congratulating you on something that you've done.
It's not Roger Penske giving you an IndyCar ride?
No,
or
you're not. You're not getting some sort of hat, or you didn't win a drawing. It's never a good thing.
I always wondered that, because sometimes it's drivers and teams that I haven't seen involved with anything directly, and I'm wondering where are they going? What are they doing up there? Throwing a bash or a party I wasn't invited to.
So yeah, the discussions normally go around. You know, depending on if it's the driver, if it's a team representative, team representatives unfortunately get to have a little bit of normalcy of actually going and talking to stewards, sometimes just ahead of time before anything does happen. So it's normally a rather quiet discussion, depending on what has occurred. Yeah, and that's one of the things that obviously, what is the occurrence? And normally during these types of races, they're not asking for the driver as well, because many times the driver's busy.
On track.
But they'll have a team representative come and explain what's going on. Sometimes, you know, in shorter races, they'll actually, you know, ask for the video and things like that. But in this during these events, normally it's okay, explain what went down. And oh yeah, by the way, here's your piece of paper that's your penalty, and you know they put it over the net, and normally have a drive-through penalty or a don't do that again. This is your one warning. You know, if you've been good about not doing things in the past, you might get a warning. But there's been some things on track already that I've seen. They're really got their elbows out. I mean, the Ferrari here that's on screen right now really kind of pushed its way through in turn 12. You know, the Audi that was following found some muddy dirt on the backside of that. But I think that they're all going for everything that they can get. That's for sure.
Yeah, see the pit stop for the number 68 car is under review, and the incident between the 71 and 25 is under review. And it sounds like there was some retaliation from the 20 to the 111 after their earlier incident. So it is a free-for-all out there today, looks like. So it's definitely aggressive. And the thing is you raise the stakes in an event like this, Kevin. You make this an important round. It's going to make everyone just a little bit more desperate to win at an event like this. So I think you're probably going to be willing to do something you wouldn't normally do, as that 71 car slots up the inside of the TR3 Lambo.
Yeah, I mean, when the stakes are high, like if you're, especially the guys who are kind of running the 3-hour race, there might be some points implications to their finishing position. There's a lot on the line, and whenever it really matters to be one car ahead, you're going to do some things that maybe are a little bit riskier than the very beginning of the season, or such as that. And I think some of that we're seeing, but we're seeing a lot from some of the European cars that have came over. So I think it really goes to show how much they want to win this race. They don't want to let anyone have an advantage for any amount of time. They want to be the one with the advantage.
Well, the other thing to factor into this is that the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli is really a manufacturer's championship. This 70 car just had a real rough day. This is about the third or fourth time.
He was lightning fast yesterday in the GTA race. I mean, he was in a class of his own, but the car itself, I think, might be cursed or something, because, wow, that was not his fault.
No.
That Audi just came right in on him.
Yeah, well, again, it started with him avoiding a crash this morning on the opening lap, or the second lap, I believe, with the 88 spinning. The 70 went to miss him, found his way into the gravel trap, got dug out of the gravel trap, sped back up to catch the pack. There must have been gravel in the brakes, because he went to the brakes, locked up, drove right back into the gravel trap. Yeah. So it has been a struggle of a day. But going back to the Intercontinental GT Challenge, this is really a manufacturer's title. And the manufacturers will essentially nominate 4 teams with their manufacturer to run for points, and only the top 2 will score. So not only is there a team and driver title on the line to win this event, also the manufacturers are heavily incentivizing you to go out there and win the thing. And if you got to lean on each other a little bit, that's, you know, some drivers might consider that just the cost of cost to play. But I think when you're on the receiving end of it, it's going to feel like you would wish it wasn't that way, I'm sure, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I never like to see a lot of rubbing and beating and banging on track. I like to see the really close, hard, clean racing where you leave just enough room to make someone second guess their move, but if they go for it, there's enough room for them to give it a go. And I think here it's definitely the mindset for some of the pro guys in this series is a little bit different, because they're basically trying to prove that they're the best, and they're competing against other guys that have the same mindset. So it's a really competitive kind of driver that's in here. That's really they have to be faster than everybody to prove that they're a true pro out there.
Oh, there's a big dive for Winkelhock, again running second right now in that 25. Fuoco leads in the 71, and we started this race with 39. We've got, it looks like, about 36 of them still running, which is good to see. Aaron Vogel in the Mercedes AMG for CrowdStrike Racing DXTT. Looks like she's actually just dropped down, so scratch that. Jan Halen jumps up a spot. But regardless, with all that said and done, we're 5.5 hours away from throwing the checkered flag on this event. We're about 2.5 hours in. CJ, I want to talk a little bit more about the GT3 cars and your experience in them. Last year you were driving a front-wheel drive TCR car. Big difference in terms of the horsepower, the drivetrain. What's that transition been like for you, and how challenging has that been?
The first drive in the GT3 car was quite shocking. It's the first race car I've driven that was physically demanding. The G-forces that a GT3 car makes you think that doing neck muscle exercises is a great idea, because literally you're pulling 2.5 Gs through some of these turns, and you really need to keep your head up. It was a bit of a transition, but quite honestly, the Mercedes AMG GT3 car is very capable, and I've grown to. It's almost like I can't go back to anything else. The car is just amazing. The amount of grip, the amount of aero that it has. I'm under driving the car because it can turn so much better than I think it can. And I just need to get, my body used to being able to do that. I was talking with a fellow TCR driver from last year, Scott Smithson, who's going to be out in the 63 car here a little bit later. And he's only has a little bit of seat time in a GT3 car, and he's like, he's going as fast as he was in the TCR car in some places, and he needs to be going, a lot faster through some of these turns. And as we walked through that, and he worked with Ryan Dalziel on some of the data, he started to realize how much grip that car actually has. It's been a short transition, but I think the future for me from a GT3 perspective, and a little bit of GT2 time, since I have a stake in that the one Audi that we have around, is what I choose to go forward. And I know one of these days we're going to get Kevin out there in one as well. He's done quite well on the sim rig in a GT3 car. We need to get him in a real one during one of our tests. Give him a shot so that he can come back with a sore neck as well.
I second that. I was just actually going to come back to you. You were in a TCA car last year. You won the championship in that car. That is, for all intents and purposes, a fairly stock car other than suspension brakes and safety equipment. This year stepping up to the TC class, which is a significant jump in pace. What's that transition been like?
Well, it's still a basically street car. It still has the suspension modified and the brakes, and but it makes more power, and it has wider tires, but it's a little bit heavier, and interestingly enough, the corner speeds and the lateral grip of the car isn't very different because of the added weight. The added weight and the wider tires kind of compensate for each other, and the apex speed is almost the same between the TC and the TCA car. The biggest difference really comes into the braking and the acceleration of the car. So there's about 100 horsepower difference between the two cars, and that's definitely noticeable on the straightaways. There were often times last year driving the TCA car when there was a long break between the races, I would go full throttle and second guess myself because I thought there was a problem with the engine because the acceleration was a little bit less than exciting. But that's one thing that makes that racing in that class so close, because the power isn't the thing that's really separating the drivers on track. It's really what you do in the corners and how early can you get the full throttle. And really, the TC car is a lot of the same concept. It's just now you have enough power that you can really make the front tires on a front-wheel drive car wear throughout the race. You have to have a little bit of foresight into your strategy so that you have a little bit of tire to race with at the end of the races.
And I think it's also interesting to start at the TCA level, because you mentioned the engine not having a whole lot of power. Well, makes you into a momentum driver, right? You have to carry that speed through the corners, and that's a skill that really translates upward as well. I mean, you're not really doing anything different in the TC car, but you're just going faster now. So I think that's a really interesting way to move up and forward, and Honda's got that ladder. And at some point, you'll have to jump in the Mercedes and give GT3 a go, because that momentum style driving, I think, will pay off at all levels of motorsport, not just TC.
Yeah, that's right. And really the trick to that is you always have to brake as late as you can, and it's really hard when you do that not to brake too long, and being able to kind of get off the brake and stop braking so that you can carry speed through the apex. And it's really the timing and the amount that you release those brakes that it really affects how much front grip you have as you get through the middle of the turn. And then because the TCA car is so low power, once you're past the middle of the turn, you really might as well have a switch on the throttle, because it's all or nothing.
CJ, you mentioned a little while ago Kevin's sim racing experience. That's something that I want to cycle back to, because we're going to have Diesel from Operation Motorsport in here a little later. We're going to talk about their sim racing program, but we also got one with SRO America, the SRO America Esports Championship. Sim racing in general, a lot of drivers, I talked to Colin Mullen the other day, he said he had been on the sim. A lot of drivers have sort of turned to using sim racing or sim driving as a way to kind of prep themselves for an event. Is that something that's been a part of your practice, or is it more just a hangout?
No, absolutely. So I not so much racing, but using the sim in order to practice and to refine lines on course. I did a lot of sim testing for the race weekend here. The little gotcha that I had is I didn't read that they changed the course, and I was running last year's version with the chicane rather than the inner loop. So I wasn't so great through that section for the first time I was out there, but I figured it out. But I haven't been much on the actual sim racing itself, but I do have a sim rig and use it for basically whatever track I'm going to next. That's the one that I'm in between. I'm testing at on the sim whenever I get time. I have a busy work schedule, and sometimes the headset that I have on is not the one from the sim rig. It's actually the conference call or whatever that I'm on, and I'm trying to concentrate and be able to do both, and try to figure out how to be able to be fast while being distracted with whatever, I shouldn't say I'm distracted by work, but there's some of these calls that I don't necessarily need to be 100% involved until they say my name, that is. And as part of that, it actually helps me on the track, because I can keep concentration even though I have the crew chief or whatever, the engineer or spotter giving me information, and I can still understand and grok what they're saying, while at the same time not losing the focus of what I need to be, where my points are, where I'm braking, where I'm accelerating, from that standpoint, and not get distracted by the noise wherever it's coming from.
And Kevin, you have done a bunch of sim racing, not only in the past, but also recently. You placed podium for your team in the 12-hour event at Bathurst for the SRO Esports Championship. Is that just sort of a release for you, or is that something that you also use to practice and train as well?
Well, I mean, probably a few years ago, my approach was very similar to CJ's, where I didn't do a lot of racing. I just kind of used the sim to prepare for the next track. But more recently, especially when the kind of pandemic occurred last season, and SRO created the GT Rivals series with ACC, I think CrowdStrike saw a pretty good opportunity to be involved with that, and I wanted to help. And I started practicing a lot, and honestly had no time in that particular sim, and needed to learn to drive it. And we had some success at GT Rivals, and later on the kind of esports endurance series for SRO was created, and we were able to kind of pull together different members of the kind of CrowdStrike organization, and actually create a 3-driver team for Bathurst. And we spent about a week and a half kind of practicing together and trying to set the car up, because the competition's very, very tough in that series. And Bathurst is an incredibly difficult track because of the walls, the proximity of the walls to the racing line. So we kind of came up with a strategy of trying to stay out of trouble. It sounds so simple, but really trying to not be involved in any accidents, whether it's something that we caused by clipping walls, but also just kind of really being intelligent about what battles we kind of put ourselves in. And in the end, we were one of the few, I think maybe only 2 teams that ran the fewest number of pit stops that you can run over the course of 12 hours. And in the last hour, that's what kept us on the podium overall. So it was a really cool accomplishment for guys that I've never actually met. We've only ever talked online, and we ran a sim race together, and man, it's a huge accomplishment.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of cool things about endurance racing in a sim because there's a lot of debris out there at the exit of 6. You're not there's more smoke in the foreground here. If we can get that shot panned out, looks like kind of a blue smoke, like it'd almost be like from oil or something.
Yeah, probably tire lockup, but I didn't see where it came from. They had whatever had caused it was gone.
Well,
looks like a BMW to me.
Yeah, could be. That's for sure. But but sim racing in general, I mean, endurance racing specifically, you don't get that seat of the pants feel, but you still get the exhaustion that you'd experience, sitting through a 12-hour event and working with your team. The strategy is the same as you would experience in the real world. So there's a lot of things you can carry over, which is very interesting. Now, this track in particular, Indianapolis, I don't think that there is a sim that I know Operation Motorsports uses iRacing and SRO uses a Assetto Corsa Competizione. Neither of those two have this particular layout of Indianapolis, so that complicates things a little bit more.
Well, this is listed as a hybrid setup. Unfortunately, our friends over in the NASCAR Cup Series came here and literally tore up the chicane, the metal-based units that they use to create that.
Oh, and it's a big day for them here as well, with the 8-hour being presented by AWS as well. They have sent to us Madupe Comlington. She is the Vice President of Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity. And Madupe, it's your first time here in Indianapolis. What are you making of the event?
Oh my goodness, what an amazing experience this has been. AWS is proud to be the technology provider for the Indy 8 Motorsport, and I cannot put into words how thrilling and exhilarating this has been. This weekend, we participated in women in diversity and leadership panel discussions here. And so we're just so honored to be able to support the motorsport industry on this journey.
When you talk about diversity in motorsport, guys, as you guys talked about Ashton and Taylor, there are 4 women competing on this grid today here at the Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS.
Actually got a chance to talk with her earlier today, which was really cool, so we had her on for a little while. But CJ, going back to what you were mentioning about the NASCAR cars tearing up the chicane curbing, the splitters on those front bumpers of those NASCAR Cup cars were so low, and they were attacking the curbing so aggressively, they actually dug the curbing up and ripped it out of the pavement, and that made a whole mess of the track.
Yeah, that on top of, there were complaints from the 8-hour last year, and drivers complain, that's what we do, but there were complaints last year. From the standpoint of cars that, especially GT4 cars, that couldn't go flat out straight through the chicane were getting hit from behind. And actually, I think one of our front runners actually, I believe it was one of the Bentleys, actually smashed into a GT4 car because the GT4 car got loose going through there. The GT3 car was flat out, clobbered them. So there was some discussion that maybe we weren't going to run that configuration anyway. But after NASCAR completely, tore up that whole section, I think the decision was made to run the hybrid Formula One circuit, which is most regularly used by none of the professional, ranks anymore. But the SCCA National Runoffs normally runs this inner loop that we have now rather than the chicane. But they traditionally do turn 7, which is at the end of the Holman Straight. There's normally a sweeping turn rather than a tight, hard left, so we actually have to do a good bit more braking and slowing down to 40, 50 miles an hour in that range through there, where the SCCA, when they were running, they were able to kind of carry speed through that whole section. So a little bit of a different layout, but at the same time, I can understand why. One of the things that the professional sports leagues normally didn't run this inner loop for is because of all the extra gravel that it adds. As you make that right-hand turn and loop through, if you go off, you're in that kitty litter, and obviously the last thing we want to do is have a show, because that's what racing really should be for the spectators, where it's a lot of yellow flags because people are stuck in kitty litter. So far, knock on wood, we've been okay. You know, we've had the 70 car that seems to like the kitty litter a bit, but it seems like they might have gotten that fixed up, and hopefully we can stay out of the full course yellows due to cars going off in the gravel traps.
Another interesting thing that Kevin mentioned to me when we were talking about the layout on, I think it was on Thursday, is those corners, they're flat, sort of tight radii corners. And in a front-wheel drive car, Kevin, that can sometimes be a limiting factor to your front-end grip while you're asking the car to accelerate and turn at the same time.
Right, and it's fine whenever you have these brand new tires on because they feel like really just black magic. But once you make a few laps and the tires start to get really hot, these really long sustained turns end up overheating the tires, and that kind of prevents you from being able to turn and accelerate at the same time. So you have a lot of degradation. So it was definitely a challenge when we got out on track for the first time in practice to figure out a way to make the car kind of work through those turns. And to be honest, because of the rain that we got eventually, we didn't get a lot of dry time. So once we got to race 2 and had to kind of pick a setup that was going to be a clearly dry race, I just had to make a little bit of an educated guess based on what we learned in practice and just cross fingers and hope it worked. And it's kind of funny. We were able to pull out a gap during the race, but the car honestly didn't feel that good. But fortunately, my car must have felt a little better than everybody else's.
Yeah, it was a fun race to watch for sure, as was Friday's race, the one that you came up just shy in, but it was a blast to watch you slide that car around. George Kurtz just climbed back in the 0-4 car. Now they're a handful of laps down from that earlier incident, but there's a lot of cars multiple laps down to this point in the race. As it stands, there are only the down to 20th and beyond is 5 laps or more down, so pretty big deltas this year. I don't remember it being that significant last year.
No, this has been. Last year we did have a race that started in the rain and dried out throughout the day. But in this case, I think everybody with the cool, extra horsepower that cool air gives you, and the feeling of the car being extra grip. I think what we have here is a lot of drivers that are running full sprint races for 8 hours. And unfortunately, we've had a lot of contacts, with that contact comes a lot of damage. And unfortunately, have a lot of cars that have had, mechanicals as well. Like in the case of George's car, no fault of his own, mechanical that has dropped him down 7 or 8 laps.
So, other thing to note, the leader in GT4, that's currently John Jesbray in the number 68 Smooth Racing Toyota Supra. It sounds as if they have had short fueling today so far, and it's still under investigation. It's been under review for a while and for several times. But there are minimum pit stop times, and it sounds like they've stopped short twice, totaling about 50 seconds short. Now, that is essentially the difference between them being first and running where they were mid-pack in GT4. It's interesting to note because that team is relatively new, Kevin, so there's a lot of things to learn. I think this is the first endurance race they've ever done as a team, so that's certainly going to throw some factors into the mix, huh?
Right, and believe it or not, most of these teams are not using stopwatches to try to measure their pit time, and it may just come down to whatever equipment that they're using isn't calibrated very well, and it really could come down to the experience of just being in a race where the time really matters, and maybe you're just missing something, or maybe even just a misunderstanding of the rules a little bit. So there's lots of different variables, and maybe even they understand the rules better than we do. There's always a little bit of a lot of variables out there.
As it stands, we have 3 drivers on the lead lap at the moment. Pit stops are underway. There's the 20 Wright Motorsports Porsche back out. That car is 23 laps down because of some damage sustained earlier in the race. So lots of action at the moment with penalties and incidents. But
reports of retaliation from that car on the 111, which 111 is a GT4 car, so taking a GT3 car to a GT4 car, probably not what I'd want to do. GT3 cars are primarily carbon fiber bodied, lots of wings and things on them, canards and others. Hitting a steel-bodied, GT4 car normally isn't a good choice.
Probably not. I was trying to go back and see if there was any other stories to update. Sounds like the collision between the McLaren and the Audi was actually assigned to the McLaren. I think the 70 was a handful of laps down and was under blue flag. And I guess it was deemed that he didn't back out of that or was put himself in harm's way there. So that penalty has already been taken care of.
That's an interesting wing.
Yep.
Because looking to the naked eye, it looked like the Audi chopped his nose off.
Yep. It certainly looked like that to me. But
there is the blue flag,
which is not compulsory. You don't have to pull over.
Absolutely, it's not pull over, but be aware, and they do expect the drivers to give way. That's not to get out of the way, but to if you're side by side, you give up the quarter second it takes in order for the other car to go by is what is expected. It's not compulsory, but that's what's expected. And if you don't do it, guess what you get? You get
like
exactly what you get. Exactly what they got on that one.
Yep. And no update on the retaliation situation. They had asked what turn it was in, but and they were told turn 12, but we have not seen a replay or heard more about that since then. So
yeah, I think race control, as well as even our video crew, is rather busy trying to figure out all of the things that have gone on. I texted back to the team to even see kind of an update on what went on specifically, potentially between our team cars, just to kind of get the lowdown on what's going on in that regard, in how we're coming with Aaron's car. But so far they haven't got back to me. I think they're kind of busy too.
Yeah, well, the thing is compare this to last year. We had 21 or 22 cars last year. We had 39 start this year, so almost double the amount of cars. So that ratchets up the intensity. It really brings a lot more to the table in terms of things that you have to investigate as stewards, things you have to follow as camera crew. There's a lot going on right now. Here's
when
Amanda.
Antonio Fuoco was in that car, he said, well, that was fun when he talked about his stint. But what's making the Ferrari so competitive here today?
I think we found a good balance with the car. We had some fun during the first 3 hours, but we know the race is still long. We have still 5 hours to go, but at the moment we are on good position. We just need to keep pushing. We know here it's quite difficult with the GT4 to overtake, so we just need to try to arrive until the end. We have a good pace, we have a good car, so we cross the finger and we hope until the end.
Rivero jumped into the car. Was there anything that you were able to share with him during that transition?
Well, the car honestly was really good. Even with my teammate, we found a good balance during the whole weekend. So, as I said, the race is still long, so we need to keep pushing, and we'll see at the end.
So just about 5 hours and 5 minutes remaining in this 8-hour event. So closing in on the third hour completed. And mentioned it's been a wild one today, that's for sure. But a couple other things to note about today's event is the weather has been about the nicest it's been all weekend. It's about 16 degrees Celsius out in the air right now, and because I don't know the conversion, I'm going to Google it right here on my monitor. That tells me it's about 60 degrees out, which is nice and cool. In the race car, temperature-wise, what's it like? I know that a lot of times it's hot in race cars, but this weekend it was relatively cool outside. How does that translate inside the car for both of you? Kevin, we'll start with you in the TC car.
Well, my experience in the TC car is generally we run with the windows down, and the inside of the car is going to be about kind of 30 degrees higher than whatever ambient is. So on a weekend like this where we're racing in 60 degrees, it's actually not so bad inside the car. It'll probably, I guess at 60 degrees it'll be maybe probably 90 degrees or so in the car, and it's definitely warm and you're hot, but when you're driving and focused on your driving, you don't notice it so much. But whenever we're at a track like Sebring at our previous event where it's 88 degrees outside and it ends up being 120 degrees in the car, that's definitely a little bit fatiguing, and you have to pay a lot more attention to your hydration, both before and after the race to make sure that it doesn't affect you on track.
And for CJ, you in the GT3 car.
GT3 car is a little bit different. My particular car has, some of the GT3 cars have air conditioning. I have none of that. And actually, we've struggled this season with a dirt issue in the air system. So it'll actually blow dirt up into my eyes because the vent actually comes straight at your helmet. So I've been running with the windows obviously are fixed so they don't go down. I've been running with that vent closed for the whole season, and the car is essentially I'm doing sauna training, especially like this weekend because we had all the rain, so we had a lot of humidity in the air. So inside the car, it just got really I got out of the car yesterday, and they were like, "How was it?" I was like, "You guys run one hell of a sauna." But the hydration that Kevin talks about, that's one of the things I've been this season really focused on, and have been able to weather it and be able to go through. But we're looking at with the windows down, you get a little bit of air movement. I've got none, and it's in the 125 to 135 range. At Nashville, it was sweltering. Yeah. We were in the car a really long time in Nashville because there was about a half an hour getting from the grid or getting up to the grid through all of there were so many spectators. So before you even raced, you were already in the car sweating to death for 30 minutes or so. So it's GT3 is a little different. Next year I think they need to give me some AC or something like that because I'm getting a little bit older. One of these days I'm going to wilt out there.
Well, we got a couple more minutes with you guys before we send you on your way, and Kevin will be joining us again, I think, later today at around 5 p.m. for the final hour of the race. But going back to this multi-class, inter-class battles, we've got GT3 and GT4, but now the complications arise with everyone really essentially being on different laps at this point. There's going to be a lot of blue flags flying. We were just talking about how they're not compulsory. But, there's got to be a certain level. If you're a lap or two behind a driver in front of you, you're not going to even consider letting them by because you're still competing. So there's a fine line there between being respectful to drivers that are ahead of you, but also knowing your worth to continue racing and try to catch back up.
For the most part, you're out there, you're going to continue racing. The blue flags are nice, but they just let you know that they think that you should let somebody by you, but you're not going to. You're just going to keep on going. But if they do get a run in their side-by-side or whatever, you let them go because, that's what the rules say. But other than that, you're staying online and really shy of just making sure that you're not intentionally blocking them or whatever. You're on your own race, running your own thing. And I mean, even yesterday, Elias Sabo and I were going at it like crazy, and Brendan Arieb in his 70 Inception McLaren came flying up to us. I didn't give him any mind. I was focused on my race. If he's so fast, he should be able to get by us anyway. And he did. At least he got by me, and then I was going to try to use him going through by Elias to follow in behind. And Elias shut the door on him because he knew that's what I was trying to do, and made his way to the checker flag. So it's an interesting thing, multi-class racing. I mean, the flaggers right now pretty much could just put up the blue flag and just hold it out there.
Yep.
And they probably get just as much attention paid by doing that as they do by picking when they were, throwing the flag.
Yep. And Kevin, for you in the TC category, you've got one class that's faster and one class that's slower than the TC class. But for the TCX class, which is ahead of you, they don't typically get all the way around to you and lap you typically, but TCA you have to deal with, right?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different scenarios. I mean, specifically with Friday's race, with it being wet, believe it or not, we were quicker for the first half of the race than a lot of the TCX cars, and I was probably second overall or third overall for the majority of the race, and some of those cars were starting to come back through at the end, and at the time I was still leading and saw them coming, and honestly tried to keep that car in between me and my closest competitors because it's almost a cushion. So I wasn't necessarily defending, but I was specifically making it not easy for that car to pass because it basically protects me a little bit. So there's some cases even you can use the faster car to give you a little bit of a buffer, and specifically with when we're catching some of the slower TCA cars, it really comes down to trying to know where their speed is. Like they're gonna. I know they're relatively similar in the middle of the corner, but they're gonna accelerate out of the corner a lot differently. So you don't want to be right on their bumper at the apex, because when you hit the throttle, you're just gonna run right into them. So if you give a little bit of space on the entry of the turn, then you can get on the throttle at your normal place and just use your momentum to go right by. And you sacrifice a little bit of lap time, but not as much as if you drive right up to them and then wait for them to get out of the way.
Certainly some analyzing of your competitor's performance. Now, CJ, that's what you're doing yesterday with Elias Sabo in the GT2 car. You have to kind of analyze how that car is different, right? Because the GT2 is a rocket ship in a straight line, but doesn't quite have the legs in the corner.
The whole race was exactly that, is to looking where his strengths were versus mine and doing exactly as Kevin talked about. If I stayed right on his bumper and did as he did, he'd just pull away from me, because in the straight line he had more power. So I needed to set up turns well in advance, get enough of a gap off of him so that I wasn't right on his bumper where I couldn't go by. Coming up onto the front straightaway, I just had to square it up so that I was further out and would run a shallower line through there, so that I could be to his right at full speed in full song, carrying as much momentum, doing like you would say in a Miata or a momentum car, carrying as much speed as I could while he was muscling his way through the turn. And normally, on a few of those, I'd get up alongside of him and we'd be chasing down, and his power would kick in and he'd go by, and I try to outbrake him going deep into turn one. So it was quite the battle, and each and every turn we had that kind of thing going on. There was places that I was so much faster that there was no room to go either side. So I'd have to back off a little bit and try to line up for the next time that I had to run somewhere that I could go.
Well, as you guys are talking through all the logistics of who's in and who's out, well, the 6th Lamborghini did race in the North American race here today. Corey Lewis is one of those pilots, but also your birthday today. So is this 8 hours of fun for you?
Absolutely. Any day at a racetrack, especially on your birthday, that's a blessing, right? Loving every second in the car, especially here in Indianapolis. It's a homecoming for me. It's my first true professional race, 2014. So to come back here on my birthday, it's awesome. A little bit of setback with a tire puncture early on, so we're scrapping back. So we got a long way to go yet, but Giovanni's in the car now. We'll do a double, and Marco's in next, and we'll keep going through the rotation. But overall, it's a great day and beautiful weather.
Well, I'm going to add the other car that's also in K-Pax. We have Jordan Pepper. They're not entered into the North American race, but now that's behind us. We're into the rest of the 8-hour race. But Jordan, just a year that you had in this season. When you look at the race here in Indianapolis, how's the Lamborghini performing so far?
Yeah, we got really lucky. Well, unlucky, then lucky at the same time. I picked up a puncture after the first full course yellow. We got really lucky with another one to get us back into contention. And we've just gone to the front by not making any mistakes. A lot of people are getting drive-throughs, a lot of contacts happening, so we just got to keep our heads down. The Ferraris look unbelievably strong. You hear them whinge a lot about BOP a week ago, and then they arrive here and they're flying up front. So let's see what happens. It's a long race, 5 hours to go. We got a good package. Our car is the best we can possibly produce. So if we just focus on ourselves, no mistakes, maybe we have a shot at the win, maybe a podium. Let's see what happens.
Well, as Jordan talks about the strength of the Ferraris, Andrea, where can the Lamborghini contend with that here in Indianapolis?
Well, I mean, it's going to be tough. As Jordan said, they are showing a very good pace. So I'm not sure we will be able really to fight in terms of speed, but it's a long race, so a lot of things with strategy and so on. So we're going to try hard for sure, even if we don't have really the same pace, but definitely we're going to put all ourselves for it.
Well, it's an incredible year sharing the championship with you guys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So with just under 5 hours remaining here in the Indianapolis 8-hour for the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli, we'll wrap things up here with CJ Moses and Kevin Bohm for now. Kevin will join us a little bit later today, but guys, thanks for joining us. You're good. I muted it. But they keep throwing the ads like right when we're about to do things, but we're wrapping up here. Kevin, thanks for joining me. I'll see you a little bit later. CJ, thanks for coming.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yep, absolutely. Always a pleasure.
Back to the front, the overall leader continues to be the Ferrari. Alessio Rovera right now a lead of just under 9 seconds, running very comparable times with the sister car that runs seconds in class as well as overall. And then Mirko Bortolotti in the top Lamborghini for K-Pax Racing, third in the overall standings. Marcus Winkelhock and Raffaele Marciello completing the top 5 with under 5 hours remaining here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
The 3-car feel they're close. They just texted with the team and they said we're getting close to it, and we just spoke to 2 of the drivers who are going to be running that 3-car here today. Bortolotti behind the wheel now, so you just got to execute. They just got to stay in the game, stay close enough, and you never know what can happen. But certainly this Ferrari, in terms of outright pace, particularly early in the stint, is very strong. A lot of the Audis have had trouble, so a lot of attrition so far early in this race.
Bortolotti has been pretty darn close to matching the pace, if not exceeding the pace of the 2 cars ahead, but is 17 seconds down the road. It might be the case of needing a full course yellow safety car in order to erase that gap and truly go and start the fight up once again. And after a disrupted and disjointed start to the race, Bob, we've settled into a nice rhythm here with an extended green flag run.
Yeah, we have. It was a frantic first 2 hours, then things settled down, and for reasons that Calvin described earlier, that had an impact on the championship when Russell Ward maybe was able to go the 70% distance to claim 3rd place in his championship, but we haven't had that confirmed yet. But yes, the race has settled into a rhythm now, like a good race driver will when he's been in the car for a while, or she, and it's been an eventful day. This is fun.
It has been, and we're not even halfway through yet. Still a lot yet to unfold in the racing capital of the world here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's Ferrari 1-2, then Lamborghini, Audi, Mercedes, McLaren. Love the diversity of race cars at the front of this field. 39 total cars took the start, and it's a couple of Ferraris that pace the field with just under 5 hours remaining.
About motorsports, it's hard to win if you're just a driver. You can be the best driver in the world, it really doesn't matter. You have to have a great team behind you. You have to have the car set up correctly. You've got to be with a great manufacturer like Mercedes, and you have to put it all together, and you have to work as a team. You go into a pit stop, if any number of folks don't do their job or something happens, just with a tire change, you can lose the race. So it is like that in CrowdStrike. We spend a lot of time on teamwork and working with our customers, but working with the CrowdStrikers internally to make sure that we're operating at peak performance. We know what our goals are, we're focused, and we practice and we execute, and we practice like we're going to race, both in the real world and on the racetrack.
In the last half of a brutal race, you dip into pit lane for fresh tires just behind the race leader, hoping your team can buy you an extra split second to make a run at first. It's in those moments that the true physics of competition become crystal clear. Your team is all that matters. CrowdStrike has made that philosophy a reality in its product. The name itself recalls the power of teamwork, the power of the crowd. Know that while the CrowdStrike car carries only one driver, they are carried by a team.
Pressure here and not much visibility running that close behind the Mercedes just up the road.
Position, I believe, the 04 jumping out ahead of the TR3 Lamborghini, so that's a change in pit lane.
Here we go. Third race of the Fanatec GT World Challenge America presented by AWS. Season and
Altuve trying to defend there from Colin Brand. Deep into the break zone for turn 5. Caldarelli deep to the inside.
George Kurtz on the move. He gets it done as well.
Awesome opening lap here on the restart for George Kurtz.
A former GT4 champion in the Pirelli World Challenge days.
You know, we win as a team, and you know, we just keep working as a team. It's going really well. Really happy.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Back live at the Indianapolis 8 Hours, powered by AWS for the second of 3 rounds in the 2021 Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. I'm Kyle Heyer. Thanks for joining us on this wonderful Sunday afternoon. We just heard from CJ Moses and Kevin Bohm. We'll hear again from Kevin Bohm at 5 o'clock, so just about 4 hours from now. We'll have Diesel Lauder joining us in about 2 hours for a brief interview from Operation Motorsport. For the rest of the day, it's me, myself, and I, Kyle Heyer, carrying the rest of the broadcast. There's John Jesbray in the Smooge Racing number 68. There's been some dramas here. The 68 short-filled and on a pit stop and got a drive-through penalty, so has dropped out of the lead and into second in the GT4 class. There are still some pending dramas potentially for that number 68 car because he stopped short twice. So update on the overall leaders. It's Rivera, the number 71, and the number 51. The 2 AF Corsa Ferraris are the fastest and quickest at the moment. Bortolotti in the number 3 K-Pax Racing Lamborghini. That car has been charging forward and as of late has been close to the pace of the front two, but Winkelhock in the number 25 and Marciello in the number 89 are the rest of the top 5. Hearing that the number 19 car, the DXDT Racing Mercedes, has been retired because of damage sustained earlier in the race. That's unfortunate to hear. So a little bit later this afternoon, we'll have a brief intermission. You just heard Bob Varsha, Calvin Fish, and Ryan Marine. Those 3 are doing the main TV broadcast. We'll have them stitched in here for a little bit in a little while. Wow, there's some action there. The 20 and the 32 going at it. That's a little racy. The 20 car is down a long ways after receiving some major crash damage. Max Root behind the wheel now. And the 25 currently driven by Marcus Winkelhock, who sits 4th in class. There are 6 drivers on the lead lap, and only 14 within 2 laps of the leader. We were chatting with CJ Moses about how wild this race has been. It's leading to a whole bunch of separation in the field. A lot of drivers are down multiple laps, which is strange at this point in the race. So again, 3 main classes in, well, make that 4 in our GT3 category. We've got the overall, we've got the Silver Cup, the Pro-Am and the Am in GT3. Then, of course, GT4 is just straight up GT4. But there's the look at the number 77. Currently being driven by Harrison, Ashton Harrison, Matt McMurray, and Mario Farnbacher behind the wheel of that number 77 Compass Racing car. And 45 minutes away from the halfway point here at Indianapolis. In this 8-hour event, we've had our fair share of dramas today, which we talked about with Kevin and CJ.
big thanks again to CrowdStrike, AWS, and SRO America for putting on this event. There's a look at the number 98. That was being driven by Al Carter, Paul Sparta, and Connor Daly. That car 28 laps down to the overall race leader at the moment. But it's been an AF Corsa show. The two Ferraris, the 71 and the 51, have been the dominant forces today. But bring in that 3 car. Bortolotti in the K-Pax Racing Lamborghini. That is the championship leader in the Fanatec GT World Challenge America powered by AWS. And Bortolotti is in the mix now, running 3rd overall and closing on those leaders. Is currently on lap number 111. Eliseo Rivera for AF Corsa. Out front right now, the 71 is the car with the yellow mirrors. The 51 has the same livery, just with black painted mirrors. Those two Ferraris are on top of the order. 4 different manufacturers in the top 5, 2 Italian. 3 different manufacturers in the top 5. Make that 4, sorry. 2 Italian and a couple of German manufacturers as well. And a drive-through penalty for a pit stop infringement for the number 82. And that car is Nick Galante in 11th in GT4. Their day already not going great. It will get worse from here on out. There's the number 63. Is that Razzle Dazzle behind the wheel? It's still David Askew. Currently in 15th, but 3rd in the Pro-Am order. So keep our eyes on the 63, running very well in class. It's currently a Pro-Am podium for one of the 3 CrowdStrike Racing, DXCT Racing, Mercedes AMGs. So this deep in a race now, here is the 2nd place car. There's the 51, Nicholas Nielsen still behind the wheel, chasing the 75. This is getting a little racy in front of him. That's a little dicey there, the 04 potentially leaning on the fenders. That's George Kurtz behind the wheel. We'll trade a little bit of paint. And Bortolotti, that's dicey behind the number 7 Porsche Cayman. Sam Owen behind the wheel. There's a little Duke and dive there. Crossover, cross under. And now down towards turn number 7, down the Ullman straight. There's Marcus Winkelhock running in 4th in the Audi Sport Team Santa-Loc. And the 89, Marciello leader in the car right now. This car led earlier in the race, was shuffled out, now runs down in 5th, but whoop, taking up some dirt on corner exit of turn 6, and there's some debris laying over there as well, so somebody has left some parts of carbon or otherwise over that direction. If you've just joined us, about 20 minutes ago, we had CJ Moses and Kevin Bohm on for about an hour. So if you scroll back about 20 minutes, you just catch the tail end of that interview. We'll have Kevin Bohm again at 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern. And at 3:30 Eastern, we're going to have Diesel Lauder from Operation Motorsports. We'll chat with him for a little while as well. We started the day with 3 of our CrowdStrike Racing, DXCT Racing Mercedes, and we have now whittled it down to 2 as the 19 has since retired. So the 63 and the 04 are the remaining arrows in the quiver for CrowdStrike and AWS. David Askew was talking to me earlier in the week and was mentioning how he heard the transmission making some strange noises, sort of a whining sound. And he basically told me that if the car is making that sound, that transmission's on the way out. But it's been okay so far. Whatever sound it's making hasn't been catastrophic to the transmission, and it continues to run with pretty reasonable lap times. There's the 99, Stoltz behind the wheel now. This yellow and gray Mercedes has been up in the mix. It battled for second with Nielsen for a long time, and now those roles have since reversed. That car down the order in ninth on an upward climb now. And there's the 70 Inception Racing McLaren 720, which had a bad day from the start, but they have clawed their way forward. They are now 6th in Pro-Am and 20th overall with Milroy driving now. It has been quite the climb, but they have made it back inside the top 20. It took him a couple hours to get there, though. There's that number 3 car, the car that has currently scored 3rd overall. Bortolotti for K-Pax Racing. They used to run the Bentley Continental GT3s and have switched since to the Lamborghini Huracan. So from a front-engined rear-wheel drive beast to a very sleek mid-engined rear-wheel drive sports car.
Today's coverage is brought to you in partnership with Optima, Motul, and Skip Barber.
There's another look at the 99 Luca Stoltz, running 8th overall. Actually make that 9th overall. The Silver Cup Audi, the number 26, is just ahead. It's the blue and white car that you have in your shot there. So with all the dramas in GT4, it appears that Jez Bray in the number 68 Smooge Racing car has moved back into the lead in GT4. So that is surprising, given that they had served a drive-through penalty and now still come out on top. So they are really laying down the mail here this weekend, but pit stop drama is potentially throwing a wrench into the mix. Cars thundering down the front straightaway, the opposite direction for what they would typically run here at Indianapolis. Again, the 2.5-mile oval runs counterclockwise while the road course runs in a clockwise formation. And it makes fantastic noises, reverberations off of the grandstands that hold 300,000 people. This track constructed back in 1909. The road course, a much later addition. And it hasn't seen much in the way of sports car racing in the past couple of decades. It's seen Formula One at times and a couple other sports car racing series, but not on a regular stop on the calendar. And that's what seems to be different about this Indianapolis 8-hour. The second year in a row this event has happened, albeit with a layout change and a doubling of the field size. This event marks a second consecutive running of the Indianapolis 8-hour. This event used to be held at Laguna Seca out in California in Monterey. Ben Keating has jumped in the 04. Last year we got the opportunity to talk to Ben Keating before he jumped in the car, and he was fully in race car driver mode, was already arguing a penalty that they had gotten last season. What a character. Ben Keating is a fantastic guy to talk to, and wish we could have the opportunity to chat with him this year, but it doesn't look like we'll get that chance. So 34 minutes away from the halfway point of this 8-hour race. Each team paired with 3 drivers. And the drivers will switch and move on accordingly. Should note also that the 88 of Jason Harward and the 91 of Kozarov and Burton have pulled off the racetrack. Their race is complete. They were only competing in the first 3 hours, which was the final round of the Fanatec GT World Challenge America powered by AWS. Again, a race within a race here. So our races are typically 90 minutes here in North America. But for this last 8-hour event, instead of having our 2 90-minute races, we are running 1 3-hour race inside of our 8-hour enduro. But almost all the teams have elected to run the full distance and compete not only in the 3-hour normal event, but also the 8-hour full distance, which has already concluded here. So there's a look at the race leader, Rivera, in the 71 to the inside of Jerome Bleekemolen in turn number 11. And what a pace they have set today, this AF Corsa team. 2 twin cars running first and second. They are putting on a clinic right now with 4.5 hours to go. Into turn 1, that's very tight. The 20 of Jan Halen has to escape. There's the 26 and 99. That is a battle for position, and the 99 gets squeezed. That's for 8th place. Stoltz trying to move forward and grab a spot away from Panis in the 26. That's the blue and white Audi. That is a battle for track position. Audi versus Mercedes, 2 German brands pitted against each other. Reminder that the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli is a manufacturer's title. So the whole idea is that manufacturers elect specific cars from their lineup to score points. And the top 2 of the 4 that they are allowed to select are the ones that will score points in the Intercontinental GT Challenge and count towards the Manufacturers' Championship. That was very dicey, and the 99 gets it done 3 wide to the outside of the 98 BMW M4. Comes the 71, the race leader, to put down the 26 a second lap and gets the pass done. So we'll put Panis down 1 more lap, and it'll be a 2-lap advantage that the leader has over 9th place. Checking in, the number 63 of David Askew continues to run 3rd and on the podium in the Pro-Am class. There's the 20 losing a spot, at least position on the racetrack, to the 99. And just behind is the 51 car of Nicholas Nielsen. Great battles here. 34 car to the inside of the 99. That is not for position. The 34 of Kyle Washington is down a lap. on the brakes into turn 1. Oh, that's the second place car getting crossed up there just a little bit. Or is that the leader, actually? That is the race leader, the 71. In the midst of this, I thought that was the second place car, the 51 of Nielsen, but it's not. It's our race leader, Rivera, deep in traffic. Big slide from the Porsche ahead. And the time getting cost here isn't the big deal. It's the fact that he's intertwined in lap down battles that is a concern for the longevity of this car. If it were to get tagged, you can see in the way top of the screen the 51 car running in second at the moment. We will step away for a moment, be back with more race coverage after this.
Since it opened in 1968, Sonoma Raceway has challenged many of the world's best road racers. 32 years ago, it hosted the first ever World Challenge event, and this weekend it is the site of round 1 of the Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS.
A hacking attack on a water treatment plant is raising big questions about the vulnerability.
So if we think about adversaries, we have them in the world, the physical world, and the electronic world, as well as the racetrack. And we spend a lot of time, obviously, with folks in the paddock and on track. And you know, there's a lot of hardcore competitors out here, and they're full on the track, and lots of them are friends afterwards. And you know, that's a great thing about this series in SRO. If we think about cybersecurity, they tend to be foe and stay foe. A lot of nation-state actors that are out there across any number of countries. If we look at e-crime, look at hacktivism, it's all problematic for many customers that are out there, and that's why CrowdStrike is focused so hard on preventing breaches for all of our customers.
In the final laps of a grueling race, where each pass was hard fought, that razor-thin margin between collision and escape was ever present, and every last hour of track study has steered us here, into the lead, where a victory, if won, will be ours, together.
Checkered flag awaits. George Kurtz sweeps the weekend at Sonoma.
We knew we had to speed this weekend. Actually, had to work through some challenges, highs and lows, as we talked about.
We talked to you prior to the broadcast just how gratifying the win was yesterday. What will you take from this weekend?
Well, if you put the work in and you put your head down, you can accomplish what you want. Get the win, and it's great for the team, and we look forward to the GT race.
When the car on fresh tires is flashing their grille in the mirror, they are assaulting the choreography of each pit stop, rehearsed like a ballet, thousands of times. Teams of engineers meticulously balancing each car down to the gram. The analysts, up into the early hours of the morning, threat hunting in the network that accesses all of our most precious track data and IPs. Our drivers, studying all lines, every turn on each track, we hold off their late attack. We thread the needle. We cross under the checkered flag. We race together. And whether you know it or not, you're part of this race.
Another team, if you go to their tent, the cars are so well prepared. You can see every attention to detail is focused on it. Right now, it is paying dividends with Colin Brown out in front of Jan Halen.
Victory will be achieved through the power of leadership. We win. CrowdStrike. Win as one.
Still watching a battle for position with the 99 of Stoltz in command over the 51, who is flashing those, that's the 71 rather, the race leader, Valesio Rivera, who is flashing those lights. I just overheard Calvin and Ryan talking about flashing the headlights. What does that do? Well, it's just an annoyance for your competitor, but it really won't be very visible, especially with the skinny headlights on that Ferrari. It's really just to make you feel better as a driver that you're doing something to intimidate or attack the driver in front of you before you get there. And hopefully he'll look up in the mirror, see you're there, then make a mistake, but that's sort of wishful thinking at times like this. Into turn one for the 124th time for Rivera. Has a 9-second lead over Nielsen, the teammate in the number 51 Ferrari. But the traffic is going to get very thick. There's the 119 going another lap down. That is currently being driven by Guy Cosmo. And here is the pass that they wanted to make. There is some contact and some carbon bits flying. The 99 and Stoltz trying to stay just one lap down and not go a second. And here comes the race leader to the outside. Will he give it up? He'll have to. The 71 slots through, and Stoltz goes another lap down to Rivera. Oh, that's dicey. The 8 car, the Audi, squeezing that race leader into turn number 11. Stoltz follows through into the slipstream on the front straightaway. That lead car will punch a hole in the air, and the trailing car behind will just follow in the low pressure area and not have nearly as much air to push out of the way. Air is extremely grabby on a race car, creates a lot of drag. So if there's no air in front of you, that's better. You're basically driving into a vacuum when you're following another car, which is great on the straightaways, not so great in the corners because of the reduced efficacy of all the bits and bobs that these cars use aerodynamically. But AF Corsa has been the dominant force in the middle portion of this race as we close into the halfway point. There's Nicholas Nielsen. This is the pole-sitting car. And in heaps of traffic at the moment, trying to pick their way through. Lots of drivers talk about how much you can abuse the curbing, the white and blue concrete striped things on the sides of the racetrack, essentially rumble strips like you'd find in the highway. And they're pretty flat around here. There are a couple sharp ones that are pretty tall, but for the most part, you can really get all over them in a GT3 or GT4 car at this track and utilize them to help the car rotate. You jump them, kind of straddle them. They're just an extension of the racetrack that's meant to denote the edge of the track where the grass would start and hopefully keep cars off the grass. But what it really does is just widens the surface a little bit more. The old race car driver adage, if it's paved, I'm going to use it. And that's what drivers are doing here at Indianapolis.
Here's the battle. There's the number 98 Smooge Racing car. Continues to lead in GT4 with John Jesbray behind the wheel. And a couple laps behind is Jerome Bleekemolen in the number 54 Porsche. That is the second place car in GT4. And the 20 car, the 20 Wright Motorsports Porsche getting all crossed up with some of this GT4 traffic. In behind is the number 66. That is the TRG Porsche Cayman Club Sport. Now that is being driven this weekend by Derek DeBoer, as well as I think Andy Lally is in that car. Trying to find it on the entry list so I can read out the correct names, but I cannot seem to find the 66. Whoa, trouble. That's the second place car. The 51 spins, and the 68, that's the class leader in GT4, also involved. And some dramas here in turn number 11. The second place GT3 car and the leader in GT4 have it coming together.
Today's coverage is brought to you in partnership with Mercedes-AMG, Porsche, and 511.
So dramas for the second place car in GT3. Nicholas Nielsen for AF Corsa, looping it in the final chicane, and potentially contact with the leading car in the GT4 class, the Toyota Supra of John Jesbray. Hopefully go back here and see a replay in a moment. Here is a look. Jesbray on the inside in the Supra. It's hard to tell from that angle who was at fault. It looks like Jesbray might have just went a little wide and clipped the rear of the 51. Now, the reason why that could be significant is it may draw a penalty for the leader in GT4. That would certainly turn the GT4 fight on its head again. There is the leader. That's the similar looking car, currently driven by Alessio Rivera for AF Corsa, leading this race now by a more significant margin with troubles for the team. And for a little while, we're going to intersplice commentary from the TV broadcast. It'll be Calvin Fish, Ryan Marine, and Bob Varsha.
Through turn 10, nevertheless, the lead continues to expand with a little help from a spin in the second place car. Now up to nearly 20 seconds between first and second, and that also brings Mirko Bortolotti and K-Pax Racing that much closer to second place in the overall running order. 4.25 hours remaining in the Indianapolis 8-hour. What a frightening moment it must have been for Nicholas Nielsen. He's had a lap or two to feel out the race car. At this point, Calvin, you think he knows whether or not there's any damage?
Yeah, he would know. You know pretty quickly. It may take the full circuit to do it, to get in every particular type of corners and load it up and see what happens. Here's another look at it. Sees Jesbray down to the inside. And he's kind of down on the curb there. You see the 66 car tucked to the inside when he sees that incident ahead of him. So maybe Jesbray could have given it up a little bit more and maybe not rolled as much speed or been in the track position, but I think that's just a racing incident. I'd be surprised if he gets a call on that one.
Well, the stewards are reviewing it, as is customary when there is contact of that nature. But
For what it's worth, both cars able to continue on, not too much delayed, despite the dramatic visuals rather that we saw a few moments ago.
They make these GT3 cars tough. You have to survive. You don't want the ultimate race car that's so, highly strung that any touch will break something. Lightweight is the way to go, but in some instances you just have to beef these cars up so that they can survive a bit of a hit and continue.
What a gift it was to this car that runs third, Mirko Bortolotti, K-Pax Racing Lamborghini. Been running really good lap times, very similar to the two Ferraris ahead of him. That spin now brings him within 16 seconds of Nielsen when it was a much bigger deficit early. And remember, this car has had to overcome some issues. They pitted off sequence early with a puncture in this race, and it's been a comeback drive ever since. And while the field has winnowed down due to attrition, they've kept their nose clean and have come to the front.
Executed nicely, and it's all about staying in the game, keeping your head in it. Don't panic. I mean, they were lucky that Jordan made that stop and stayed on the lead lap, and then there was a subsequent yellow, which they were able to take advantage of and get back up the order. They feel they're close with this Lamborghini. Doesn't have the outright pace of the Ferrari. I think if there's a shootout at the end, like a 1 hour sprint to the finish with everyone stacked up, I'm not sure their car's quite sharp enough in terms of the speed to do anything about the Ferraris, but let's wait and see who's surviving till that last hour. There's been a lot of attrition here today, as we expected. Big field, 2/3 of the field GT3 cars at 26, 13 GT4 cars. Oh, here's Jesbre. Maybe he's had another issue. Or maybe he's feeling something from that hit. Maybe it's related something to that front suspension he's trying to feel out. It's been a few laps ago since he clipped the Ferrari.
What side of the car would have made contact with the Ferrari?
The right front.
Okay, let's look at it as it comes by.
Yeah, I think there's something amiss there.
Look, it looks like it's cambered in a little bit at the top.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell. You see the Pirelli riding on the side of the sidewall kind of gives you a kind of a wobbly effect at a certain angle, but he's feeling something out, so I'm not sure if he went for a ride and just trying to... It doesn't look that stable, does it? So I'm not sure if he had that clip and then the car was okay and then something has fatigued since that time.
Clearly not on the pace. Valley coming through, and he makes way. That is the GT4 leader at the moment.
In trouble. So running second right now is Sebastian Bleekemolen aboard the number 54 Black Swan Racing Cayman, and then you got Jason Hart aboard another Porsche for Nola Sport, and then Andrew Davis currently running fourth. So Jesbre's going to head for the pits right now and figure out what's going on with that race car.
Hope to get an update from the Smooge Racing team. Difficult for them after a really brilliant start to this race. Again, had to start at the back despite qualifying on pole. Minor technical infringement discovered post-qualifying, and didn't take them long. They raced their way straight to the front and were in control prior to that issue. Now the question is, this is the answer to the question. There is something amiss. That is the hard right turn you don't want to be making on this Indy road course, right down Gasoline Alley back towards the garages.
Is there fluid coming out the back of that car?
There's got to be something more amiss. They'd check that out on pit lane and try and do a quick fix. So I got a feeling there's something more terminal or something more major they're seeing on the telemetry versus something that John's just feeling from a suspension.
The gray, white, and green Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport Black Swan Racing. Bleekemolen, this is Sebastian Bleekemolen, now inherits the GT4 class lead with the issues to the erstwhile leader, Smooge Racing. Shaping up to be a good day if this trend holds for the final 4 hours and 9 minutes, which is not a foregone conclusion by any stretch for the Tim Pappas owned and driven team. And then the brothers Bleekemolen, who I think will be doing the lion's share of the driving as we get deeper into this race. Sebastian, not a newcomer to North American shores, but doesn't do a ton of racing here. Most of his racing in recent years has been in Clio Cup competition in Europe, but running in the NASCAR European Series this year and doing quite well.
Word from the pit lane is steering issues on Cheesebrate's car after that contact with Nicholas Nielsen.
A tough break for John Jesbray, Kevin Conway, and Jack Hawksworth, but it brings Black Swan Racing to the front, and now it's another Porsche giving chase. Over a minute behind, though. That's where Jason Hart runs for NOLA Sport at the front of the field. Alessio Rivera continues to lead his teammate Nicholas Nielsen. Then it's Mirko Bortolotti, the K-Pax Racing driver, holding down the final podium spot. Incident between 51 and 68 is under review. The message that just popped up from race control. 51 is the second place car of Nielsen.
Could be a moot point at this stage, even if they laid blame on the 68 with them back in the paddock area. But I think it was a racing incident. I mean, I don't think you can really lay that one on Jesbray.
That's right. That was that incident that we think might have had the caused the damage to Jesbray's car. And as we talk about this, some of the front runners in GT3 have come to the pit lane now. This is a car just outside of the top 5. Crucial Motorsports. Rob Bell getting out. It'll be a driver change there. Either Paul Holton or Ben Barnicoat getting in. Also, Aurelian Panis pitting for the Santaloc team. Lucas Stoltz pits as well from 9th place in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. And K-Pax Racing has made the call to the pits as well, with Mirko Bortolotti, third-placed car, is in the pit lane. How long will AF Corsa continue to push these stints for Rivera and Nielsen? Not long. In the case of Rivera, at least, is the answer.
Well,
back with CrowdStrike Racing specific coverage for the Indianapolis 8-hour, powered by AWS. In comes the race leader, the number 71 Ferrari of Alessio Rivera. Out will come Rivera, driver swap. And in will jump one of the teammates. It will either be Antonio Fuoco or Callum Ilott, which I would guess would be Ilott after he had jumped in early in the race. We've seen everybody in there except Ilott jumping back in after the initial stint. So we'll see who jumps in now with just about half this race remaining. 4 hours and 6 minutes remain in the Indianapolis 8-hour. Tires going on, fresh set of Pirelli rubber. And the incident between, as you heard Ryan and Calvin say, the incident between the number 51 and number 68 is under review. And we will update you when we know what happens to those to the cars. This number 68 sort of self-penalized out of the race for the time being. 71 is free and away. Other cars on pit lane now. That number 3 K-Pax Lamborghini. Give it a restart, and it'll be in the mix. I don't know if they're going to have the power or energy to build and catch those lead Ferraris. But if we were to get a full course caution, which has been a while since we've gotten one, don't count out the K-Pax car. They have been rock solid all season in Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. And today is no different. They're up in podium contention overall and have one team to beat to win the event here at Indy. Update on the CrowdStrike cars if you just joined us. The number 63 is the highest running of the DXDT Racing squad. It has currently scored 18th and 4th in Pro-Am. The number 19 has been withdrawn. The 04 car with Ben Keating behind the wheel is currently 10 laps down overall, but in 7th in Pro-Am. So still a long way to go. 4 hours left to let positions come around. So Nielsen's going to jump out of the Ferrari, and perhaps Pierre Guidi going to jump back in. And we'll update you when they come back through. Who has jumped in the 71? It appears that it's Fuoco who's jumped back in. So they're saving Ilott later in the event. I think we'll see Ilott jump back in. And there he is, Antonio Fuoco, in the number 71, who should reassume the race lead here momentarily. And just behind, you see the McLaren 720S. That is the number 59. And currently in the car is Rob Bell. That car was up inside the top 10 early, fighting tooth and nail for positions. Has been sort of stuck around 7th today. So here comes Fuoco down the front straightaway to take the lead back. And will lead overall here just as we approach the halfway point. Juncadella is back in the 89 Mercedes. That is the yellow and gray car on the right-hand side of your screen. And Jordan Pepper remains in the K-Pax Lamborghini for the time being. There is Jordan Pepper from K-Pax up onto the banking and onto the front straightaway here in Indianapolis. This racetrack constructed in 1909, originally entirely made out of bricks. Every inch of the speedway was paved with bricks. There's a great look at the AWS race vision, which we talked about with CJ Moses earlier. And Giacomo Altue, 168.3 remains the top speed. But how about that? 4 different brands exactly the same in straightaway speed. The Porsche, the Ferrari, the Audi, and the Lamborghini. Exactly the same. 167.1. Give Altue the advantage overall, but the next 4 right on top of each other. Fantastic. And we heard Kevin Bowman, CJ Moses talk slightly earlier about the differences between a GT3 car and a normal road car, and the difference is essentially everything. They share a look with a modern supercar, and they share some chassis components, but for the most part, they are purpose-built race cars with roll cages, lots of carbon fiber bodywork, very expensive upgraded electronics, and crazy aerodynamic components on them. Very different from what you'd see on the road, but still retaining that familiar silhouette of a Lamborghini Huracan, a Mercedes AMG, and a Ferrari 48 and more. Kevin Bohm's TC Honda Civic, in contrast, is very similar to the road car in many ways, as well as his championship-winning TCA car from last season. TCA in the TC America Championship is essentially stock cars with upgraded safety, suspension, and brakes. So really cool to see that class continue to thrive in TC America, powered by Skip Barber Racing School. There's a look at the Compass Racing Acura NSX GT3. That's the bright orange car. And there's the red car. That's your overall race leader, Antonio Fuoco. And going back to the differences between the different makes, models, and manufacturers, in sound alone, you'd expect the Mercedes and the Lamborghini to be the fastest. But in reality, they all have their own advantages, and the Ferrari today continues to be one of the best. Antonio Fuoco leads the 51, and Ledogar is back in the 51 car now after Nielsen was in for a while. Jordan Pepper runs 3rd, Haas in 4th, and Juncadella in 5th in the number 89 Mercedes AMG. So halfway complete here. 4 hours remain in the 8-hour Indianapolis 8-hour event. This is the final race of the season. The 2022 schedule for SRO America takes the series to a new racetrack, Ozarks International Raceway, in the Ozarks region of the Midwest. and returns to some familiar favorites: Watkins Glen, Road America, VIR, Sonoma, and more. But with the addition of that new Ozarks track, there is a lot to look forward to in the 2022 SRO America season. We expect next year that CJ Moses will be back at some capacity racing, as will George Kurtz and Colin Brown. We also expect David Askew to be back, so full team force heading forward into next year. And potentially more things to announce. Kevin Bohm still unsure what next year holds.
Hanging out at Compass Racing, and it was a great season for them in the Fanatec GT World Challenge powered by AWS. Gets the overall win here today, making it 3 wins on the season, but powered by Ashton Harrison. And when you look back at the drive that you had, you become the first female in SRO America with an overall win. Yeah. What led that performance today?
Wow, so I'm just thankful for this opportunity. This is my first ever GT3 race, and I'm so thankful to Honda and Compass, Harrison Contracting for supporting me to come out and do this. But it's been so great working with Compass. They've been really helpful with this learning curve from my other series. So it's been a great weekend. I mean, we've had some bumpy weather at the beginning, but limited laps, so we pulled it together, and I think we're doing pretty good.
Had a couple stints here today already. What do you continue to learn about the racetrack here in Indianapolis?
So thankfully I've been here before with MX5 Cup, so a totally different car obviously. So there was a learning curve with aero and some horsepower, but Honda has made it so great for the HPD Academy graduates to learn each time they're out on track, and I've been able to do that, and then putting that to work here with Compass has been great. The track itself, it's a beautiful day, so thankfully it's pretty consistent right now, but I'm looking forward to the next 4 hours. I think we have a shot of winning it.
Congratulations on the final one of the season.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
There's that 77 car, Mario Farnbacher behind the wheel now, taking over from Ashton Harrison. Farnbacher has a long history of competing in the Acura and Honda platforms in sports car racing. 77 currently scored 12th overall and 3rd on podium in the Silver Cup class. Leading in Pro-Am is Kenny Hobble in the number 75 Mercedes for Sun Energy One Racing. Leading overall, of course, is Antonio Fuoco, the driver you're looking at on screen. And leading in GT4 is Blika Molin in the number 54 Porsche Cayman. Loving the sounds of the turbos on those Ferraris as they spool up. And a turbocharger essentially takes exhaust gases out of the engine to spin a turbine, which then compresses air to put back in the engine to burn more fuel and explode more air and to make more power. So a turbocharger essentially uses the exhaust, which is typically a waste product, and reuses it. So it's sort of car exhaust recycling to make more power. And a handful of these GT3 and GT4 cars use turbochargers to make additional power. The Acura and the Ferrari are 2 examples, whereas the Lamborghini and Audi, as well as the Mercedes, do not use that technology. They are what would be called naturally aspirated. They just suck in the air from around them, and that's what they're using in the combustion chamber. There's Blika Molin in the number 54. That's that Black Swan Racing car. The other Blika Molin, there's Jerome and Sebastian behind the wheel of that car. 2 of the 3 drivers are Blika Molins, with Sebastian in command right now. So what began as a pretty wild race earlier today has since calmed way down, and there has not been a lot of dramas as of late. Sounds like there's some more trouble with a couple more pit lane regarding things. The pit board that says 50 kilometers an hour has been moved or shuffled off to where it's difficult for drivers to see it. It's not drivers right on the entry to the pits, and it was said it would be moved onto the next full course yellow. So in the number 93, we talked about the 77 Compass car, but the 93 is also out there contesting in the Acura NSX GT3. Jacob Abel behind the wheel now, and Abel, again, one of the competitors in the Honda Performance Development GT3 Driver Academy, where they're taught and coached on how to drive these GT3 spec machines. Abel, a fascinating and quick learner. And there's the 119 hitting pit lane now. Guy Cosmo running in second in GT4, so this is where our battle will begin to formulate. This car is about 2 laps down from the GT4 race leader, but Tom Dyer and Sean Quinlan sharing it with Cosmo, who jumps in, typically runs the Mercedes platform in GT4, but running the BMW here today. Slow car, Jason, or the 2 car, is that Jason Bell behind the wheel? It is Jason Bell. And this car has some problems and is very, very slow on the racetrack. You got to do the old Control-Alt-Delete to get it restarted. There it is. See the headlights pop back on. So certainly cycling some power, but a miss. Something is wrong for our 5th place driver in GT4. We have not had a full course yellow in a long time. This would bring a lot of the field back together and give them an opportunity to sort of reset their race just past the halfway mark. And yes, it looks like Bell is not going to be able to get that car to fire, so he will roll to a stop, and this will almost certainly draw a full course yellow and slow the field to a crawl and really change the outlook of how this race is going to play out and give a lot of teams the advantage of catching back up to those race leaders. And there it is, full course yellow. I see it in the background. There's yellow flags waving. Well, I didn't see the full course yet, but there are definitely yellows waving. There it is, full course yellow. Caution is out for the 4th time today. And the field will slow to a stall here as we gear everybody back up for a restart. Is the 2 of Jason Bell, who has come to a stop without power at the exit of turn number 4.
So again, not exactly sure what kind of impact this is going to have.
And asking for a tow on the SRO app, so they're going to need some help. And with that caution, it's going to create a bit of differing strategies here. With 3 hours and 50 minutes, you can break this up into essentially 3 pit stops. One at 2 hours and 50, one at 1 hours and 50, and one with about 50 minutes to an hour left. So if you're going to come to pit road now, there's the 2nd place car, the 51 AF Corsa. They will roll to a stop. So with the caution sequence initiated, I'm going to take a break for a couple minutes, run and take care of some things. For the meantime, have Calvin Fish, Ryan Marine, and Bob Varsha cover the race. I'll be back in a few.
Perspective for the 71. Meanwhile, 51 trying to leave the pits. Everyone should be going the same speed, 50 kilometers per hour. He's got the classic BMW fast track racing machine just ahead. Somehow it looked like that Ferrari was maybe maybe just inching up on it a little bit.
Looked like he was in the back seat for a minute.
Yeah.
Oh boy, that is painful.
Now, this will be interesting to see how this reshuffles the deck. This is why we saw earlier Lucas Stoltz fighting so hard to stay on the lead lap, because Christopher Mies was in a very similar position, close to dropping a lap to Fuoco. Instead, safety car comes out for Jason Bell's stopped Aston Martin. Picks up the overall leader, Fuoco, and Mies can hustle around the racetrack and effectively catch back up. Yes, there will be traffic in between, but the peril of dropping a lap is lessened significantly. Another pit caller here. It's the Compass Racing car. No, this is the McLaren. Pitting out of 8th, Paul Holton driving. Also, the GT4 leaders come to the pits.
Got an interesting note from the officials. The incident in turn 13 between an unknown car and 61, it's the AM-class Ferrari, is under investigation.
Don't usually see an unknown car listed, but it must be going back through the replays to try and figure out what caused the drama, whatever that happened to be.
Yeah, those calls typically come in from the corner workers, and I would think they'd have gotten the car numbers. Interesting.
It is. Crucial pit stops here. And very interesting to see how the strategy plays out, with Ferrari effectively splitting their strategy call. They kept Fuoco out once again. I'm not sure how deep into the stint they were, but maybe it's at a point where you make the pit call here for strategic purpose, not necessarily because it's on schedule. Could explain why some that were not factoring in at the front elected to make the stop. Let's get an update from Amanda, who's down in the pits.
Well, this comes on that number 2 Aston Martin from GMG Racing. It's a battery issue that's also affecting the electronics. They're going to pull out the second chassis and re-enter into this race as they go forward.
Really? I was not aware you could do that. I wonder if maybe they could go and pick up a spare part from the spare chassis.
All of the spare parts.
Right. I suspect that is the case, because unless I'm totally off base here, you have to race the chassis that you qualified.
Maybe that's where the battery is. Get it out of the backup.
Yeah, that would make some sense. So let's go with that. Okay, this is the car you, no, this is not the car you called out. You talked about the sister car making the call to the pit lane. So that has elevated the 51 car pitting has elevated K-Pax Racing up to 2nd now, which is the highest place they have been. Still a few lapped cars in between Jordan Pepper and Fuoco, the overall leader, but it is interesting to see the cream rising to the top. This K-Pax Racing team, established on the international stage after going and racing a GT World Challenge Europe 1 year ago, now back stateside and has their top car up into 2nd. Safety car peels off. We are back to green, and Fuoco makes good his escape.
Shot from a cannon.
Now it helps he had a GT4 car behind, and as Calvin has said, you cannot pass on a restart till the start-finish line. This is a side-by-side battle for 2nd, I think, in silver. These two have been split from their leader in class by the safety car, if I'm not mistaken. But that's Farnbacher dueling with Jacob Abel, and Farnbacher timed that restart nicely. He grabbed the runner-up spot in class. Crap Bamboo Racing, number 99, Lucas Stoltz, down a lap, but still looking awfully strong, trying to claw his way past that silver class car that runs 10th in the overall order. Able to do so around the outside in turn 6.
Yeah, I think Lucas Stoltz has relit the fire after that long battle to try to keep the race leader behind him and going a lap down. Appears to be back up to speed.
And when it all shook out, 6 cars remain on the lead lap. Christopher Mies is at the back of it. Must have made a late pit stop or something. Or maybe is just legitimately that far behind because of the length of the train. He's listed nearly a minute back. Yes, there was a pit stop there, so that explains that. So they top off late. And that might open up some strategy options for them as we get deeper into the race. Now that was in the window of the short stop regulations, so it might have been just a splash, might have been a pass-through to reset the drive time. That makes more sense because they did it in just about 53 seconds. So they were at the back of the train anyway, reset that drive time. That then opens up some strategy flexibility. And for those uninitiated, I guess it's worth explaining the way things work. The longest you can go on a stint is 65 minutes. Now you can reset that stint time by just passing through the pit lane as Meese and company did. So basically he gets a full 65 minutes to work with, whereas those that pitted earlier in that pit sequence or these cars that did not pit at all are much closer to being forced to pit lane per those regulations. Hope that was clear.
That was well explained.
We do our best parse through it all. Scary moment there for the 25 car. This is an Audi running third now in the overall order. Christopher Haase behind the wheel took a peek up the inside of the car that had previously been driven by Kenny Habul. The Sun Energy 1 brightly colored race car up ahead.
Yeah, Haase's working hard to try to get by, dropping wheels off here and there. And he had the headlights in his mirror from that Porsche just behind.
And that still is Habul, by the way, driving. Leader in the Pro-Am class, 12th in the overall running order. That car, by the way, as Haase looks up the inside, then backs out of it, it's being run by a North American team, Gradient Racing. They ran this car here last year and have helped Kenny in several of his North American starts in recent years. Lots of experience, but they've been working primarily on Acuras in recent years, except for the times that they've been linked up with Sun Energy 1 and their Mercedes. Haase will want to make quick work of Kenny if at all possible. Here into the braking zone of turn 1, he does so. That will allow him then to start chasing down second place running Jordan Pepper. It's 12 seconds first to second, Cuoco to Pepper. Then Haase in the Audi we're looking at right here at the front of the shot. Haase running third, 15 seconds behind the leader, just 3 seconds though behind Pepper, Jugadea, Ledegar, and Meese, the only remaining cars in the lead lap rather, and that is the top 6 overall.
Back with CrowdStrike Racing coverage for the Indianapolis 8-hour. Kyle Heyer here bringing you the last 3 hours and 41 minutes of coverage from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Just after the restart and more trouble. This time it's the NOLA Sport Porsche as well as the Earl Bamber Motorsport Porsche. And this is going to be another full course yellow because that Porsche is buried in the gravel. So the day started with a variety of different spins and clashes, but this one, the most recent, the NOLA Sport car already looped. And I guess the EBM Porsche comes in later. You almost wonder, is there some fluid on the track, or was that the incident start much earlier? Very bizarre. But the caution will have to come out once more. And as soon as it does, it will likely be a quickie caution just to dig that car out of the gravel. And we'll step away with more CrowdStrike Racing content. In about an hour, it'll be Diesel Lauder from Operation Motorsport joining us for a short interview, and then it'll be Kevin Bohm at 5 p.m. taking us to the end with CrowdStrike Racing coverage of the Indianapolis 8-hour. So just waiting for that yellow to fly because it almost certainly will for the car trapped in the gravel over at the exit of turn number 3. With Fuoco leading now by a significant margin. Car 51, stop and hold for 30 seconds for incident responsibility. There is some big dramas there as we get a full course yellow now for that NOLA Sport Porsche. Well, that's a big deal for that 51. We'll update you on that and more when we come back in just a few minutes.
Hello, I'm CJ Moses, the Deputy Chief Information Security Officer for Amazon Web Services. Coming on as title sponsor with the SRO has allowed us to create new innovation, to use our technologies in ways they've never been used before. The cloud is very capable. All of these 195 services that we offer provide vast different capabilities, but customers come up with even better ways to use it than we ever thought of. In the case of the SRO, we're going to be bringing better experiences through to the TV itself, second screen experiences where we're going to be doing a lot of predictive analytics and things like that. These are the types of things that we want to see our customers from AWS actually do, and by partnering with the SRO, we're introducing it to a whole new venue and to sports cars. We're bringing a lot of excitement to it as well. And when you have excited fans that are getting a better experience and we're able to showcase the technology that AWS has doing that, I think it's a win-win for SRO, for us, and for the fans that are actually engaged in the watching of the event.
Not come out.
So K-Pax Racing on this go-round has yet to stop, and that now cycles Jordan Pepper through to the overall lead. It was the sister car that made the pit call during the last safety car rather. The distinction being full course yellow has a slightly different meaning in the GT World Challenge Europe parlance. So trying to stick to the safety car nomenclature here. This is an interesting stack up at pit in. And is there some damage at the front of that Audi?
Wow.
Let's see if we got a replay of what happened here. Audi comes in hard. GT4 car woeing it up perhaps a bit earlier than anticipated. Audi tries to go by, and Porsche stops. Now, why would that be? And there's a look at the damage.
They hadn't gotten to the control line, so I guess Christopher Meese was allowed to try to make that overtake. But, yeah, as you saw.
And you shouldn't be able to do that there under safety car conditions also. So that's another aspect of this to keep in mind. This is another damaged Audi. Oh my, what promise this day started with for them. There's another replay. This is of something else. Not sure what that was about, but that's all right. We look here at the Audi stationary in the pit lane. I think they were trying to do these repairs to the point where it went past the 80-second maximum for the short stop, so that means they have to stay until they reach the 118-second minimum for a full service. This is the replay here, and again, you shouldn't be able to pass anybody at all under full course yellow.
Yeah.
But why is the EBM Giga Racing car stopped on the racetrack? Or on the pit lane entry, rather? And if somebody's having a problem, sure, you can make a pass. But the GT4 car was maintaining a decent amount of speed. I don't know. That's a strange one. This is the car that brought out the safety car and inadvertently led to all of this chaos. had been second in class in GT4, but looks like it's going to be a longer afternoon than Noah Sport would have hoped for. Again, Jordan Pepper has shuffled through to the lead. Then we got to go back to the 5th car in line in this shot. That's where Danny Juncadella currently runs in the ACA ASP Racing Mercedes. Go back a ways yet then to find the 2 Ferraris that have been the pace setter for much of this race, but now the strategy card has been played, and we've reshuffled the deck somewhat.
So with the full course yellow and some more dramas entering the pit lane, we now have 3 hours and 33 minutes remaining in the Indianapolis 8 hours. So just about 4.5 hours complete. And some more contact to deal with, this time on the pit lane entry. As everyone's stacked up, still unsure why the EBM Porsche had come to a stop. But regardless, some more damage for those teams to have to deal with. Pepper, Juncadella, Fuoco, Ledegar, and Haase, your top 5. Then it's Stoltz, Panis, Mies, Holton, and Abel, the rest of your top 10. There is Corey Lewis, birthday boy for the number 6 team. I believe this is our 5th safety car of the day. So that 51 had a stop and hold for 30 seconds for incident responsibility, and the number 63 also had to do a drive-through for incident responsibility in regards to an earlier incident on the racetrack. So it has been quite the day for a lot of teams out here, making a mess of the racetrack at certain times, but now with the rest of it cleaned up, we'll go and complete the last 3.5 hours of this race. Jordan Pepper in command. Juncadella, Fuoco, Ledegar, and Haase, the top 5. As we mentioned, in 1 hour, we're going to have Diesel Lauder from Operation Motorsport. We'll have him drop in to talk about the sim racing a little bit. Also what Operation Motorsport does, how they're involved with the sport. But otherwise, Kevin Boehm will jump in here at 5 p.m. and take us all the way to the end. So about 2.5 hours till we'll see Boehm again as well. He was here with CJ Moses earlier. If you're missing those interviews, you'd have to just get back earlier in the event to find Moses and Boehm. They were here for about an hour, approximately noon to 1. It is now 2:30 on the East Coast. We have until about 6 p.m. to contest this race. And this reset opportunity really helps the number 3. Jordan Pepper, now out front, has sort of caught the Ferraris of the 71 and the 51, Fuoco and Ledegar. They were the dominant force in the middle portion of this race, but now with these quick full course yellows bringing everyone back into the mix, we now have 8 drivers on the lead lap, which is far more than we had on the lead lap just about an hour ago. And give the advantage now to the number 3 K-Pax Lamborghini. That will certainly help them hold back the Ferrari team. And they're also buried not only in the order, they're back in 3rd and 4th, but they're buried in traffic. They're behind a whole bunch of other cars that are not on the lead lap. So that will also factor into how fast the 71 and 51 can claw their way back through the field in their bright red and yellow AF Corsa Ferraris. Track getting swept at turn number 4. A lot of carbon bits and pieces. It has been a mess over there today. And a couple teams talking very passionately about sports car racing, and it's been a passionate discussion in the steward's office, I'm sure, as well today. And the number 51 AF Corsa car has also just been hit again with a stop and go in 30. It sounds like the stop and go in 30 is for causing a collision and causing a retirement. So bunching the field back up for restart.
There's
Here's
been a lot of
Amanda.
action back and forth. I followed Nicholas Nielsen from one side to the other here in the Ferrari area on pit lane. Alessandro, as you assess the situation and the strategy of getting this team back on track, where do you begin?
To be honest, it's difficult even for me to understand what's going on. The guys in charge of the strategy is doing their job, so I trust in them, and I just do my job. When I go on the track, I try to be as quick as I can, and that's it. But at the moment, it's quite difficult to understand the situation because some car pitted, some car not. Now we should have also a penalty, so it will be a bit difficult. But 3 hours 30 still to go. The race is sharper every time with the safety car, so I think we have a chance.
You guys have been able to look at the replay. What do you think of the incident between the Ferrari and the Supra?
To be honest, I think so it was quite a racing incident. And then at the end, we lost time. The other car didn't lose anything. I think it was a bit too much for what I saw the rest of the race. A stop and go plus 30 seconds. I think we didn't deserve such a harsh penalty like this. And but anyway, we cannot do anything. And sometimes when you lead the championship, it's like this.
So expressing some disappointment there, but that's just the way racing is sometimes. It perhaps could have been deemed a racing incident, but it was not judged to be that way. So the penalty for the number 51, stop and hold for 30. So with the track swept and the stopped NOLA Sport Porsche out of the way, coming off of a yellow previously with the number 2 of Jason Bell being towed off course. That car is now back in the paddock. Should be time to restart this race relatively shortly. Again, we'll have 8 drivers
Nicholas
on the lead
Nielsen
lap.
was behind the wheel of that racing incident. From your perspective on the track, what happened?
Well, yeah, obviously we had a contact. I mean, I was following the McLaren trying to go around the outside, and yeah, then mid-corner we had a contact and I spun around, and yeah, it was unfortunate. I mean, I'm sorry for the other guy. You just told me that he had to retire, and I mean, for sure was not, let's say, intentional from my side, for sure not from his side as well, but I mean, in the end of the day, we share the track, and I mean, we had contact, the two of us, and yeah, in the end, with the penalty, it is what it is. Whether it's hard or not, I think we just have to deal with it and try to get back in the race.
There's 3 hours and 25 minutes left in this race. Is there enough time for your team?
Yeah, it depends on a lot of things, how the race goes on with the full course yellows and so on. But yeah, we have a good car, we have a good team, so hopefully we can fight a bit back.
And another question as we figure all these logistics out, why did you drive through the pits?
Sorry?
Why was the drive through the pits?
When for the refueling,
Yes.
it was just a short pit stop.
Just now.
I mean, sorry, I didn't see it, so I don't know.
We'll figure all this out together, I'm sure. Thank you, Nicholas.
And I love the attitude there that so understanding of the incident. We saw it earlier between the 51 and the 68, the coming together that eventually did cause the retirement of the class-leading Toyota Supra. The understanding there that we share the track here in sports car racing, and my intention wasn't to crash him and his intention wasn't to crash me, but it happened, and that's the way it is. And certainly I think you have to look at that as, you know, a stop and hold for 30 seconds is still not nearly as bad as the penalty of having to retire and end the day. So that was a really good way to look at that, I thought, a really great way to handle that, and I hope the drivers will discuss it, but it seems like they're all sort of on the same page of unfortunate incident, but just a racing one at that. So we remain under caution at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the number 47 NOLA Sport Porsche backed into the gravel trap. Now let's explain why the gravel traps exist and why cars get stuck in them. The gravel is to prevent cars from getting off track so fast that they sail past the runoff areas and hit walls at high speed. The gravel is there to catch and trap the car, very similar to a runaway truck ramp, except just flat and open space. Now, the challenge with gravel traps is that they're really good at stopping cars. They're not very good at letting them go. So if you spin into the gravel at a relatively low speed and you don't make it to the other side, you'll actually sink into it as if you're in snow or mud, and then it's very difficult to extract the car. And obviously you can't leave the car out there in harm's way, so that's why there is a need for the full course yellow every time a car is stuck in the gravel. Now, modern racetracks have begun to eliminate gravel as a safety feature, at least in such large usage. But here at Indianapolis, true old style kind of roval circuit here, there is plenty of it around the racetrack. Update on the CrowdStrike cars. The highest running of our DXDT racing cars at the moment appears to be the number 04 of Ben Keating. The number, or correct that, it might be the number 63. And indeed it is. The number 63 of Scott Smithson scored 4th in Pro-Am and 18th overall. The 04 of Ben Keating scored 6th in Pro-Am and 20th overall. The number 19 withdrawn or retired because of crash damage early in the race. So it should be coming back to the green flag here shortly. The lights seem to be out on top of the Lamborghini Urus safety car. And now working our way up onto the oval. For the final time under this caution flag, we should return to green flag racing and turn Jordan Pepper loose in the number 3 K-Pax Racing Lamborghini. The second place car is that blue and white Mercedes at the back of the shots. There's a couple of lap down cars in between. The safety truck still out there on course, picking up some debris. We might have a 1-lap extension, and we will. So with the caution flag extended for some debris pickup, we'll go back to Ryan, Cal, and Bob for a moment.
A race fan.
It is well worth the visit. If you can come here and enjoy some racing, even better, but nonetheless, come and take a look at this wonderful facility. Go on the tour, walk through the museum, just great history.
You can board a shuttle and take a lap or two of the racetrack. No, you do not get to drive.
Wonder if they take them around the road course as well now. It's become such a popular circuit.
Good question.
Venue and great racing that we've seen here.
I had a lap of this road course back around 2000, I guess, in a Mercedes AMG street car at the hands of Formula One driver Heinz-Harald Frentzen.
Did he give it one? Did he go for it?
Yeah, he got after it, I have to say. It's so hard to tell because, you know, pro drivers, and you know, because I'm sure you're this way too, Calvin, it's such a comfortable, you know, relaxed kind of thing. I mean, most of us, when we think of going 10/10, it's all white knuckles and frozen spine and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, really high quality race drivers just look so natural and easy and casual about it. I remember going around in a Porsche with Hurley Hayden once at my home track at Road Atlanta. He had his elbow out the window the whole lap.
Okay, and as we're doing this, a lot of factors coming into play here. If you look at the clock, we're about 5 minutes away of doing this race on 3 more maximum stint lengths. So we're pretty close to doing it on 3 more maximum stint lengths because the time on pit lane doesn't count, and you're on pit lane for close to 2 minutes. We're right in the window here. We could do it on, if you were full of fuel right now, you could do it on just 2 more pit stops. Safety car stays out. Let's see if anyone's going to do a reset here or try and play with the strategy a bit. Don't want to give up too much track time, but if you've got poor track position right now, you may take the option of just resetting that 65-minute stint for your drivers. See any takers. Pit lane looks pretty empty. There's one person coming down there, so maybe that's the reason why. It's constantly evolving, so you can't afford to get locked into your strategy. It changes with every moment in this race.
That's the 99.
The reason they're doing this, they can now make the checkered flag on just 2 more stops, 3 more stints. Because you lose 2 minutes on pit lane, so if you go, well, 3 times 65 means you're still 2 minutes outside of that. But remember, the transit time on pit lane does not count. So when you hit pit lane, it stops. It's not when you get to your pit boxes. It's pit in, and it doesn't start again until you get pit out. So if you've got 2 more stops, you're going to burn 4 minutes off that clock. This could be huge. Could this be enough to get them back on that lead lap? Love the strategy call.
Lucas Stoltz still shown in the car.
Wonder if that car was wounded a little bit, because Stoltz's defense of staying on that lead lap to the Ferrari wasn't as kind of push as I would have thought. Engel looked like his car was a little bit quicker when he was behind the wheel. Then he got hit by the Audi. Doesn't take much. You get hit in the rear corner, just that rear alignment's out a little bit. Might just be a couple of these corners where you've suddenly not got the bite when you're loaded through there.
So coming to the restart here with 3 hours and 16 minutes to go in the Indianapolis 8-hour, powered by AWS, or presented by AWS. Season finale round for the Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS, completed at hour 3. That was 2 hours ago. Jordan Pepper, Juncadella, Fuoco, Ledegar, and Haase, your top 5. A couple of the drivers peeling off to pit lane, and you saw Calvin and Bob note the strategy decision by the 89 to come hit pit lane, or excuse me, by the 88. No, the 99 to come hit pit lane to top off on fuel. They are just about their window to run 3 stints to the end from here. That was a very interesting call, and I'm on board with it. I think, especially if you're the 99, that is worth the strategy decision to try to make that work, because if you can pit 1 time less than everybody else, that's going to be a gain of a lap. Here's the 26 on pit lane. So this is the calm before the storm on this restart. We're going to have 8 drivers on the lead lap, all battling for position down into turn number 1, and a handful of others that are just behind that are trying to vie for some track position to get their lap back. And in GT4, the leader is Jerome Bleekemolen in the number 54 Black Swan Racing Porsche. They are a lap ahead of Spencer Pompelli in the TRG, the Racers Group number 66, and Chandler Hull in the Bimmer World number 36. So finally, after a lengthy caution flag, we should be getting the restart this time through. Lights do appear to be off on the Lamborghini Urus safety car. Well, and now they're back on once more.
maybe the safety car was accelerating away, but the lights remain on. Interesting, we talked some about the changing conditions, how much warmer it has become since the start of the day, up about 20 degrees ambient Fahrenheit. Another car making its way to the pits. I think that's the TR3 Lamborghini. Remember, though, when we went full course yellow, as we look here at the track temperature and ambient temperature there here in Indianapolis. Remember when we went safety car early in this race, how aggressively weaving back and forth everyone went to keep those temps up. You don't see that to the same extent here. As we look at the final point standings for Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. And remember, we were chronicling Russell Ward's attempt to get to the 70% mark to score points that would have him leapfrog Michael Diamond and Robbie Foley, who had to withdraw from this event earlier in the weekend. He was close, but I think maybe as much as just one lap shy of reaching the distance threshold that he needed to score points today, and as a consequence is forced to settle for fourth.
What a heartbreak. My gosh, you couldn't get closer to that third place finish in the standings.
Yeah, and I think what may have happened, they may have felt they were good because they had an hour to basically get back out there and do a handful of laps. So I would have thought whatever it takes, it's like, okay, we're not a factor for the 8 hour anymore, we're just going to park the bus, right? But it's like, and I think we're good on percentage-wise for the 3 hour, but suddenly, as we said, if it went green, you're going to accumulate a lot more laps. That 70% mark in terms of a distance was going to move. And I really feel, I mean, I don't know how bad the damage was. It could have been chassis damage or whatever, but if it's something that they could have taken maybe 30, 40 minutes to fix, get the car back out there, even at a reduced pace, could have been enough to get them those handful of laps they needed.
Top speeds overall. Giacomo Altoe has held that position since the beginning of this race, basically. Every time we've seen Race Vision powered by AWS, it's been Altoe at the top. Back to the Windward story, though, maybe it was a case of the goalpost moving on them because they were looking at the amount of laps completed through the first 2 hours. Well, there were a lot of safety cars in the first 2 hours. The third hour ran green.
You couldn't just add 50% of those laps because there's going to be more in that last third of the race, potentially. Yeah.
Exactly. Ooh, I think we are close to a restart here. The track cleanup is complete. Lamborghini Urus leaves us with the Lamborghini Huracan leading this train of cars. Jordan Pepper with several lap cars between himself and his closest pursuer, Daniel Juncadella, in the ACA ASP Mercedes, but it's K-Pax on home soil.
Back green here at Indianapolis on the run down to turn one. Pepper weaves and wobbles that car down the front straightaway to build some temperature in the tires. And a couple lap cars behind, but the second place is that blue and silver number 89 into the brakes in turn one. Very tight and dicey. The 75 trying to get some laps back. Here comes the 6 car into the mix. Mapelli a couple laps down. Racing Hobble for 11th overall. And they are the 2 AF Corsa Ferraris, scored 3rd and 4th with work to do to get back to where they were earlier this race. And the number 25 we saw chronicled running up inside the top 5 early in the race has fallen back since. Headlights flashing as Pepper weaves to warm up those tires and get all the marbles off of them as well. The number 63 of Scott Smithson for DXCT in the back of that shot runs 4th in Pro-Am. And a lap behind McGrew in the TR3 Pro-Am car. Whoa, lots of dust kicked up at the exit of turn number 10. Well, and to pit lane. I think that's the 51 that's going to come to pit lane. Indeed it is. So Ledegar in the pit window now, potentially to go 3 more stops. Interesting strategy call. The 71 of Fuoco was quicker than the race leader last time by about a 0.5 of a second. That red Ferrari is on the move.
Out front, though, Jordan Pepper trying to put as much distance between himself and that red Ferrari as he possibly can. Youngidea in the 89 is technically second on the racetrack, but I don't think the biggest threat is coming from the Mercedes. It's coming from AF Corsa in that red Ferrari. Here's Youngidea, Team ACA ASP. Just behind them in the number 6 K-Pax car as the 51 is released. And trundles down the pit lane to be released back on the racetrack and at speed. That was the penalty being served for the number 51. That was the stop in 30 seconds. Down the front straightaway, Jordan Pepper accelerates away. Last lap a 136.2. Youngidea was a 136.7 and a 136.6 for Fuoco. So that was a gain for Pepper. The champions of this year's Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS, and aiming to be the champion of the second round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. Ferrari in the background, flashing lights, getting all the way to the edge of the racetrack, using every inch of pavement. And clear of the Mercedes behind, that's the number 75 of Kenny Hobble. There's the other AF Corsa car, the white number 61. Now that car was turned around backwards in the gravel early in the going. They have rebounded nicely. And your Silver Cup class leaders, the number 26 Audi. And trouble for one of the Porsches. That's the number 7, and that's a flat tire. A very, very, very flat spotted tire on the number 7. That's Pippa Mann coming to a stop. Oh, that tire is long gone. So with a big flat, that is I don't even know how that happens. Typically, that looks like something you would get from locking up the tires, but unlikely. Well, let's have a look. Just out of frame here. Does the tire just come apart? Oh, wow. Yeah, it just comes apart there on Pippa Mann. Destroys the inside of the headlight. You can see the headlight casing rattling around, and there's some fluid also leaking from that car, which is certainly going to make a mess of the racetrack. You can see it trailing some fluid behind it. So that is of genuine concern for the race leaders the next time they come around to that part of the racetrack. I think they've already gone through it once, but again, Pippa Mann's left front tire exploding. Potentially a cut, potentially a failure, but either way, it makes a mess. And there's a full course caution, potentially for Pippa's car and or the fluid left on the racetrack as the 71 hits pit lane. Interesting. Back to Ryan Cowell and Bob for the yellow flag coverage. Keep you up to date on what's happening.
Right now we'll be able to do it on 2 more stops to the finish. Not sure why the K-Pax team didn't come. It's much harder when you have that track position and leading, but that was going to fit right inside their window as well. It's also great for the 51. They're going to eat up all of that gap that they had.
Not just
I do not believe that your drive time gets reset when you're serving a penalty.
That is correct. That we did get that confirmed.
Count.
Yes, that is absolutely the case. So interesting, the top 2 stay out. Everyone else on the lead lap
barring the silver class leader and Lucas Stoltz in the Craft Bamboo car. They stay out too, so actually not as many pit callers as I anticipated. Well, here comes the Santalock team going to work. Of course, Barrett we just saw pit late under the previous safety car, so that explains him. We saw the same thing for the, would that have been the 99 car of Stoltz, who appears to be on the lead lap again. Interesting.
Well, they made that pit stop, so once everything cycled through, that got them back on the lead lap.
Yeah, you're right. That brings them back into the picture with the reset of the drive time that they did, so they're probably not in a position where they feel they need to do this for their strategy right now.
No, you wouldn't want to give up that track position, I don't think. Shame for this group. Run by NOLA Sports, excuse me, they were a different team this year. They won with NOLA Sports. Sean Gibbons did a championship last year. New team for this year. Here we go. Here comes Pepper. They wish they'd done it a lap sooner.
Most likely the case. The top two both in the same position, diving into the pit lane, trying to maximize all the speed there on the pit entry until you reach the commitment line. Just over 3 hours left. And this topsy-turvy race has given us a twist and a turn at every time of asking.
Tell you what, whoever's calling the strategy on the 71 has made a couple of really sharp calls here today. The AF Corsa team.
Yeah, they have. We've seen them take advantage of full course yellows on a couple of instances. And I think, was it the 71 earlier that was very opportunistic, but then had the issue with, in the pit stop itself? Was that the 51?
It was the 71, but then they had a penalty, a drive-through for not grounding the car under refueling. 51 stop. So this is ideal for them, so they're going to be topped up on the same strategy as everyone else. That might have been a short stop. No, it's a stop.
GT4 traffic separating Jordan Pepper from the next car in the class, and that becomes a big deal coming to the restart because you can't pass even out of class before the start-finish line.
It does. We don't do a class split here with this championship in terms of putting the faster GT3 cars at the front and moving the GT4 cars behind them. So you're spot on, Ryan. He's got to cut his way through this traffic. He's also got to wait on this initial green flag to pass cars till he gets to the start-finish line. So both for the number 3 and the 89, by missing the opportunity to pit one lap earlier, has cost them effectively 5 positions on the road.
And the track position that goes with it. Down under 3 hours remaining here at Indianapolis. This is your kind of race, Calvin. Crunching those numbers, trying to stay on top of the strategy.
Well, I think it's fun, and I think to the purist, you may say, well, this is not right. You've got cars that have run quick all day and the timing of a yellow, but it keeps it entertaining. Otherwise, you're just going to get locked in. After an hour, you can almost say, well, if he doesn't have a problem, he's going to win this race. So I love the fact that there's this mix-up. We've seen it several times here today with the timing of these full caution periods.
Lucas Stoltz has vaulted back to the front of the order. Craft Bamboo Racing, the safety car peels off. We reset the field here. Green flag flies once again with under 3 hours remaining. Several lap cars between Stoltz and his closest pursuer, who happens to be the Silver Cup leader. Baird's currently running in the 2nd spot overall. That's the Audi behind the side-by-side battle. Sun Energy 1 and GMG Racing. Now we drop back a little bit. This is some of the mixed class racing that we have here without the class split. It gets awfully interesting, awfully quick.
George Kurtz in the 0-4, squeezes up the inside. Actually, probably is not Kurtz at this point. It's Ben Keating in the 0-4. Now this is getting very dicey. GT3 and GT4 side by side through turn 4. Now through turn 5, there is the 71 that was running up towards the front earlier in the day. Lots of work to do to gain that time back. It's the 99 of Stoltz that leads the way. Barrett in 2nd in the Silver Cup number 26 Audi. But the battle will be behind them. And the 3 K-Pax Lamborghini is 6th. Cars chasing him down. Or their cars he will be chasing, rather, are that 71 and the 20 car, the Wright Motorsports Porsche. A light. There is a fire in the back of that car now as it sits the exit of turn number 4. Make that 5, rather. And the full course caution will come right back out.
Here in 6 and 6A. And this looks like a likely further full course yellow safety car. Lucas Stoltz out in front. Just waiting to see how long we remain under green. Now we pan back. This is where Barrett runs 2nd overall. Leader in silver. And he has 3 seconds in hand over Christopher Meese. 2nd in the pro class, but 3rd overall. This is Meese now, right behind this car. 63 cars a lap down. Smithson driving. That car's had its drive today, back in 19th, but 5th in Pro-Am. Here's Meese. This is a car that got very fortunate with the timing of one of the more recent full-course yellows, because they were about to come under threat to go a lap down. They instead caught back up, and now they're very much in the mix.
We stay green, so I think they're trying to evaluate to see if now we finally go yellow, just as I say. That was looking down at my notebook. Full course yellow once again. Still trying to determine if that 51 car is down a lap. I mean, timing and scoring is taking a while to cycle here, but I don't understand how they could have gone down a lap.
Trying to sift through that too.
Yeah, so he served the penalty. So taking that pit stop was a mistake. I mean, they should have been on top of that to know if they were going to lose a lap by taking that opportunity. It was a full service too, so they should have just done a splash. Huh.
Just as we were singing their praises.
Well, the 71 we were singing their praises.
True. But all within
I
the
assume by them
camp.
taking it on the 51, they were good, but
yeah,
indicating they're not good.
Curiouser and curiouser. Well, the speed is arrested yet again. Here we go. We see the two cars on track, 51 over 71, but that's not how they're scored on timing of scoring. So the 51 has dropped a lap. Whole sitting car.
Yeah, he's trapped between the leader and the 71, so that is a definite. So there's the leader, and then you got the 51 in between the leader and the 71, who's running 4th. So you can imagine that our man behind the wheel of the 51 car, Nielsen, is going to be on max attack as his only chance. He's got to catch the leader, pass him, get on that lead lap, and then somehow get another yellow to get back in this game.
That's what it would take.
That was a massive error by that team. We don't have all of the information. We're just trying to glance at timing and scoring now and again. We don't have our heads totally in the game, but they had to serve that penalty. That cost them just over a minute. And then when they came down pit lane, we assumed they were good to do that and still stay on the lead lap, but they weren't.
That could be very costly for Ferrari. That's been their front-running car by and large. Certainly the pole-sitting car ran at the front early. 71 has shown its strength as well. It's like Jan Halen climbing out at the right Motorsports Porsche. Appears to be day done early for the esteemed Ohio-based Porsche operation. Hopefully it's a quick cleanup. Looking forward to resuming racing here soon. Again, this is the second leg of the Globetrotting Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. The season kicked off back in late July and actually ended in August by virtue of the Total Energy 24 Hours of Spa being a 24-hour race. This marks the second round of a diminished 3-race calendar here this year. Intentions were to race 5 races on 5 continents, primarily utilizing local teams and local championships to field the cars, but with a fair amount of international teams doing some heavy lifting too. Up next will be the season finale, though. First weekend in December. Kyalami 9 hours. Great place to wrap up the season. Early reports are that there should be a significant influx in local teams, double digits, participating in that event, which is great. Part of the reason behind that event being organized in the first place was to try and boost local motorsport in South Africa. Plus an influx, of course, of international entries headed down there to contest the season finale. Really cool racetrack, and it seems like every year that it's been held twice. Really dramatic images late in the race with the sun coming down, and it's part of the rain season. It's almost on a cycle. You can count on it a certain time of the day. Massive thunderstorms, lightning strikes left and right, heavy rainfall, which had a huge impact on the way the race played out last year. Quite frankly, robbed Acura, or Honda, as they're campaigned elsewhere outside of the U.S., of a chance to win that race.
Quick side note to that, Bryce Ward, who's Russell Ward's father, had a chat with him earlier this year about, how did you get involved in racing? He actually went to school within earshot of Kyalami. He could actually hear the race cars going around the track when he was sitting in the classroom. So that will certainly put that passion in your blood.
Hard to stay focused on your schoolwork when you hear race engines off in the distance, I have to believe.
I tended not to go to school. I went go-karting instead.
Hey, it served you well. Kids at home, not sure that's the advice you should be given, but...
I had the record for that. Used to get 2 ticks per day, like each half day. So you'd get a 0, and I had the record. I had 70 zeros in one term, which is 13 weeks.
Oh, my goodness.
Basically means you skipped about 7 weeks of school.
That sounds like the dream for a schoolboy. Still lights on the safety car, so we're not going to be going green yet. Shouldn't be in need of any wave-by procedures. Those were taken care of during the last one. And we weren't green long enough to shake things up to require it here. I see a Ferrari coming to pit lane in the background. Now, which one is this?
51.
Okay. Well, help me make sense of this one, Cal.
Well, they're just going to do a reset here, so I don't understand, because you're now eliminating the ability to get back on that lead lap. So
I guess the thought process might be you top off here, that extends your
yeah,
next
but
stint.
everyone's good to go on 2 more stints anyway. It's not like you're saving a stop. He's not going to do it on 1 stop from here, so he's still got to do 2 stops. The rest of the leaders have to do it on 2 stops, and you're eliminating the ability to cut through I mean, he would have had a chance. They're been on the fastest car on the racetrack to catch the leader and get back on that lead lap. Now he's at the tail end of the pack.
Potentially, I mean, certainly so. Is there a possibility, though, where deep in this stint, should we go green through, and everybody else ahead of him is forced to pit, he can go a little longer.
If you go to yellow then.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yellow then, yeah.
That's the best I can come up with.
I like it.
And maybe their thought is...
I'm not saying I like it, I agree with it.
Well, they're between a rock and a hard place, right? Because, yes, theoretically, they could race their way back onto the lead lap, but that's a tall order, especially when you look at even some of these Pro-Am lineups that are in between. We're at a point in the race now where it's mostly the pros running. None of these passes are going to be easy. So perhaps the thought process is it's going to be difficult to race our way there. We're going to need a yellow anyway. Our shot is to try and catch that yellow late in this stint while we stay out longer than everyone else. That's the best I can come up with.
Yeah, they're all pro cars anyway, so it's not like the cars you got to get past are going to have any AMP drivers in there. I mean, I'll put it this way. I agree with the way you're thinking. I'm not sure I like the way you're thinking.
Fair enough. Now we'll see if it works.
Hey.
Coming back to the restart now with 2 hours and 46 minutes remaining in the Indianapolis 8-hour for the second leg of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. You're watching CrowdStrike Racing's coverage of the final 3 hours of action. In just a couple minutes, we'll be joined by Diesel Lauder from Operation Motorsports. And we'll finish off the day with Kevin Bohm alongside from 5 to 6 p.m. in the final hour of racing. Green flag back in the air. It's the 99 of Stoltz out front as we resume racing action. The white and blue number 26 Audi on the left-hand side of your screen is the car's second overall. Here's the 63 getting squeezed as the 71 goes the long way around. The 63 car scored down in 5th. That's Scott Smithson, 5th in Pro-Am, 19th overall. Red number 71 Ferrari is 3rd overall, or make that 4th rather. That's Rivera. Big slide from the 32. The Ferrari took a look up the inside, thought about it. That's a battle for 3rd. The 99 car, though, is gone and skipping away from the rest of the field. Couple DXDT Racing CrowdStrike cars in the middle of your screen. That's the 04 trailing the 63. Those 2 cars are a lap apart, Smithson and Keating, both on the same DXDT Racing team. Stolz is gone in the yellow number 99. As 04 drops a position to one of the WRT Racing Audis. And there's the number 10, that red and black Lamborghini is the TR3 Racing number 10 of Sweedler, who runs 16th and 3rd in Pro-Am. And right behind is the 3 of Jordan Pepper. Now, this was the leading overall car prior to one of the yellow flags a little while ago. Bad pit strategy left them buried in traffic here down in 6th. And they're going to have a little ways to claw themselves out of. That was all strategic. They could have still been out front had they made the pit stop work out a little differently. Big slide there through the dirt for the number 10. And here comes one of the Audis up the inside. That is the 37 of Drudy in the Audi R8 LMS GT3. 174 laps complete. Remember, all the way back at the beginning of this race, the number 70, at the time being driven by Brendan Arieb, spun in turn 3. It was 6 laps down. Now it's more. It's 9 laps down now, but it has gained a whole bunch of spots and is just 1 spot shy of a podium.
in Pro-Am, running 18th overall. Here's number 75 defending. That's Conrad in the number 75 Sun Energy 1 racing car. Under fire from the EBM, one of the EBM Porsches, and somebody just went straight. And that was the second place car. That was the number 26 of Barrett, the Silver Cup Audi. Will drop down a bunch of spots after missing the corner. Now on the front straightaway, Barrett drops down to 5th overall. Make that 6th, make that 7th overall. A whole bunch of spots lost for Barrett. And in turn 1, the 71 of Rivera closing in on passing one more lap car, which would eliminate all the cars between himself and Stolz. Sans, the number 70 of Milroy. And it's game on. It's 2 pit stops from here, so you're running out of opportunities to make big swings at your pace. You've got what you've got at this point. All the drivers have seen the car. Big curb jump there for the 71. That will hold him up and give the 32 car of Mies an opportunity to get close, but that Ferrari just stretches its legs and goes on the straightaway. Number 75 has just received a drive-through penalty for pit lane speed violations. As Stolz now has a 10-second lead over Rivera. And it was the Ferrari duo, the 71 and the 51, that were dominant early in the day. The 51 has tripped here and there since then, but the 71 has had a solid climb back forward. And now we eye the gap. This time through, Stolz runs a 1:35.611. Rivera runs a 1:37.074. The gap between the two, 10.8 seconds. Will it advance? Will it come down? Still a lot left to determine in the final 2 hours and 41 minutes of this 8-hour event. Should note Jacob Abel in the number 93 Racers Edge Acura up to 2nd in the Silver Cup class. Again, Abel, a graduate of the HPD GT3 Academy for Honda Racing. And there's the 26, or 25 rather, of Hassa and the 32 of Mies, nose to tail, in similar looking patriotic liveries. And making a menace out of themselves right behind the 14th place Porsche. That's James Safronis in the number 34. We haven't really talked a lot about Safronis today. Runs 2nd in Pro-Am, on the podium for the moment in the class. But with the 75 out of the way, that should promote Safronis to the lead if he was on the same lap as the 75, which it appears he might have been. He'll have to give way, though, to the 25 of Hassa. And this time through, what's the difference? Stolz at a 35.7 and Rivera at a 35.4. So give the advantage now to the 71, a little bit quicker for the 2nd place Ferrari. The gap is down to 10.4. Big dive for the 3 car on the 34 of Safronis. Again, not for overall position, but Jordan Pepper trying to claw his way forward and attack that red, white, and blue Audi in front. That would be for overall position. So would the one in front of that. And with this 3 car leading earlier, I don't really know if they've got the pace to just take the lead away again. I think they're going to need some help to get back up there and then play the defensive line. That's what's worked for them so far this race. I'm not sure I've seen the pace out of them to convince me that they can just go up there and pass people. That will be a challenge.
But a yellow Mercedes-AMG leads the way. It's Stolz out front, then Rivera second, Hassa in third, Mies in fourth, Jordan Pepper in fifth. And 2 hours, 38 minutes, and 19 seconds remaining. We'll let Bob, Calvin, and Ryan take you a bit farther, and then we'll have a short break for Operation Motorsports. We'll be joined at 3:30, about 8 minutes time, by Diesel from Operation Motorsports. We'll be back in a few.
After some issues. So Stolz here through this loop at the front of the lap, headed down into it now. Turn number 5. Now the bottom of the loop, turn 6. Again, this portion of the racetrack was not utilized last year in favor of the quick chicane, but seems to be popular here this weekend. So coming out of 6A, we are 5.5 hours or thereabouts into this race. This is the leading car, Lucas Stolz. Hard on the brakes into turn 7 at the end of Holman Boulevard. Looking back to P2, this Ferrari here, Alessio Rivera. That's what 9.8 seconds looks like. That's what separates those two. Then third place car of Hassa. Fourth place car is Mies. That's the second Audi through. Then Pepper, then Jucadea. The top 6 just like that.
Yeah, and looking at that last lap time, the leader Stolz at 135.66. Rivera, who's chasing 135.07, so 6/10. He's got 9.8 seconds to make up, so it's going to take him a while.
And behind Jucadea runs Baird, who is now 7th. He was running 2nd overall at the restart, but we saw him have that scary moment right here where he took oval turn 1 to avoid disaster, and he could afford to do that. He lost a lot of ground in the overall fight, but still leads in the silver class by a substantial margin over a lap at the moment over the Racer's Edge Acura NSX GT3 Evo, driven by Jacob Abel. GT4 leaders, Jerome Bleekemolen, Black Swan Racing. They've come to the frontier right around the halfway mark of the race. And with the brothers Bleekemolen presumably to take this car home.
They have a massive lead. They're 2 laps ahead of the competition, so obviously played the strategy game well, stayed out of trouble, fast lap times, so they should just be very conservative from this point forward.
Well, you think about some of the front-running GT4 cars. This is the 2nd place car in class, but a ways down the order. Tom Dyer driving for Stephen Cameron Racing. But some of the early contenders in the class were cars that have had issues. We saw the NOLA Sport car beached their way back in the order. Problems for GMG Racing, and that Aston, they were stopped on track and I think brought out a full course yellow. That dropped them back as well. And then Smooge Racing, which was probably the dominant team until the contact that sent them behind the wall, has them out of contention. This is the 3rd place running car, though, in the class. Bimmer World Racing, James Clay, Bill Oberlin, and Chandler Hull.
I'm not sure we even saw Hawksworth get action here today, did we? We were looking forward to that. I think it was just Conway and Jesbray to that point. I think they had the strategy of maybe putting Jack in towards the end of the race for a triple. But Carl was retired before that could happen.
Yeah, I think you're right. It has been a costly affair. Lots and lots of safety cars.
Just got to keep grinding. Even though that 54 car is a 2-lap lead, it only takes one technical issue, a cut down tire early in a lap to have to get your way back to pit lane, eats up the clock. Suddenly someone else can be back in the game. Up front, that last lap, Stolz again losing about half a second, so I'd say it's like between 5 and 7/10 is the margin that Rivera is cutting into each time on the leader. Now he's got traffic.
So you're looking at 16 or 17 laps at that rate for him to catch that yellow Mercedes AMG.
Certainly a roller coaster ride for this team. A good qualifying run here yesterday, qualified for the pole shootout. Gunnar put the car 3rd in that session. Engel super defensive, but running quick lap times through the first couple of hours. Then he got tagged by Wirtz coming through turn 10, survived that. Then they went down a lap, couldn't maintain the pace of the Ferraris, and Stolz had to give up that lead lap. But just through strategy, timing, they did a stop about 3 yellows ago. We've had a lot happen here recently. About 3 yellows ago, they dove to pit lane, and it was really a perfect scenario for them to really get back in the mix.
Down the stretch they come.
Another 6/10.
Another 6/10. Down to, call it 8 seconds flat.
Both drivers super Oh, there's a problem for the 47. Looked like he lost the brakes or something to just dive for the inside of the apex. That would be a shocker to those two cars, both the 66 TRG entry and certainly are chasing Ferrari there. Something went amiss there in the brake zone. Not sure if he just missed his marks and elected just to dive. Realized he's going to run over the top of the cars in front, or what happened if there's a technical issue with the car. He's running okay now.
Soldiers, sailors, airmen and women enlist in the armed forces for many reasons, including a sense of duty, patriotism, the adventure, travel, and adrenaline. Many continue their military service because they discover a brother and sisterhood, an identity, a team. When service members are injured or wounded and can no longer perform their military duties, they quickly find themselves removed from their team, no longer serving the purpose for which they trained.
I came back from Afghanistan in 2013, and it was kind of a trial and error of finding out, after the military, what's next in life.
Being forced to leave a military career filled with purpose and pride can be challenging. Some challenges may leave lasting scars. An illness, wound, or injury can make anyone question their worth and sense of belonging after military service.
35 years in the Army, and I needed something to transition into. And so from that transition came an idea, and the idea was this.
Even though a military career may be coming to an end, or already ended, recovery can occur in the most unexpected places with unforeseen opportunities. Recovery, whether physical or mental, has no defined beginning or ending. It may last a lifetime.
For me, one of the biggest surprises that I found out going through it was that it's not like the flu where, you get sick and then you get better. You're never cured. And that's so frustrating. It's so hard to tell someone that. And it's so easy to slip back. And every single time you have to find a new way to fight it, it's a different monster every time you battle it.
This can feel daunting to a warrior who is suddenly forced to leave everything they know, trust, and love, finding themselves at the beginning of an unknown and possibly frightening new journey. Welcome to the world of motorsports.
We're in the right place at the right time in our lives to be able to take these guys that are wounded and put them in front of people that can actually show them that there is a camaraderie, there's a brotherhood within the motorsports industry, that there is potential for career opportunities for them if they have the skill set.
Motorsports offers an opportunity to regain that sense of identity within a safe, fast-paced team environment, providing a renewed sense of purpose. It has many facets, all created by teams working together for success on the track. Like in the military, in motorsports, the goal is in accomplishing the mission, winning as a team, collectively celebrating the successes and supporting teammates through the losses. Through motorsport opportunities, Operation Motorsport assists medically transitioning service members and veterans with discovering new ways of achieving a renewed sense of hope, purpose, and pride.
Besides the basic brake changing, oil changing, tire rotation, I've actually learned how to assemble and disassemble some engine parts, change some axles, do some alignments and stuff. So give it a try. You never know. This was nothing that I expected. I did not expect to be fully suited, jumping over a wall while cars are going 100 and something miles an hour.
From motors to media, tires to tickets, and hot laps to hospitality. Operation Motorsport provides beneficiaries the chance to become immersed within professional motorsports and provides them with the opportunity to find out firsthand what captivates their imagination and interest. These opportunities provide an avenue of discovery within the motorsports immersion or diversionary therapy programs, all within the Excite, Engage, and Empower recovery programs. Operation Motorsport also offers virtual engagements and recovery opportunities through an iRacing league engaging beneficiaries in a safe, competitive environment from the comfort and safety of their home. Meeting other like-minded people, service members and veterans on the virtual racetrack, opening the doors to Motorsport Academy programs that prepare beneficiaries for their first encounters at the racetrack, and possibly leading to a day when they can get behind the wheel.
A team environment's a perfect place for people like us to kind of get back into some kind of normalcy when you go through a lot when you get medically discharged. And it kind of sucks and you put through the ringer, but I feel like what Operation Motorsport's doing is just something that's just really valuable.
Operation Motorsport prides itself in keeping beneficiaries engaged after the race weekend, throughout their recovery and beyond, through our recovery programs, or as a member of the 22 pit crew. No matter the background or story, Operation Motorsport is always there to listen, provide a safe and comfortable space, and a trusted circle of confidence that is open and honest about what difficulties may lie ahead for those transitioning out of a military career. Operation Motorsport believes in the power of team, identity, and purpose.
Back live for the Indianapolis 8-hour. Here joined now by Diesel Lauder from Operation Motorsport. Welcome back, Diesel. I think, do we have you on the broadcast last year? I vaguely remember having you here last year.
No, I was not here, unfortunately.
Not here.
It was Jason that was
Jason.
standing in. Unfortunately, with the pandemic, we got locked up north.
Locked up north, but Diesel, glad to have you back here. Of course, Operation Motorsport, deeply involved with SRO, but specifically with CrowdStrike Racing's operations, and specifically with Kevin Boehm also, who had a successful victory yesterday. But briefly, for those that don't know, and we've gone over this a bunch in the past, but briefly explain what Operation Motorsports is and how it interacts with the SRO community.
So the Reader's Digest version of what Operation Motorsport does and stands for. We deliver recovery opportunities through motorsport immersion, diversionary therapy, through the race series that we partner with, and like I said, it's recovery opportunities. These are ill, injured, and wounded service members, retired service members who are losing their career. Beyond any control of their own. And what we try to do is provide that team identity and purpose that they lose when they leave their military career, and give them that sense of there is hope beyond the career that I'm leaving.
Well, that's awesome, and I think we talk at length about how racing in particular is a team sport, right? Not only with the teams that compete against each other, but with the teams behind the scenes that put the cars together and work on the cars, and that team atmosphere is really what Operation Motorsport kind of pushes, right? That cooperation behind the scenes. So that's great to see. I know that a lot of the times you guys, off of the race weekends, have some sort of sim racing applications as well. So a little bit about that, if you would.
So the sim racing side was actually the brainchild of Jason Leach, the race director and our program manager. And we knew that coming into COVID, we had to pivot somehow and keep our beneficiaries engaged. We're not able to meet with them face-to-face or even bring in new beneficiaries. And so we had to figure out what now. And the sim racing application fit that niche just excellently. A lot of our racers on the sim side have now joined us in the real motorsport applications. We even have a beneficiary that started off with us and went into a team that did as a race engineer, and then iRacing, and moved on to driver development, and is now going to be graduating with a license, and all that because he did some sim racing. So fourth season, I guess, of our iRacing league by Recaro is coming up in December. We're pretty excited about that.
And people can watch that, right? People can watch a broadcast of it live as well?
Absolutely. Tuesday nights, at 8 p.m. Operation Motorsport has a YouTube channel, and we broadcast live with our partners at Podium Esport. They do a wonderful job highlighting the beneficiaries and our partners throughout the broadcast. And it's pretty great because it's now a 30-minute sprint race, so not a lot of time required to catch the action and watch a full race. 30 minutes of racing is always good to watch.
Sure, sprint racing in general is super fun, and that's typically what happens on a normal SRO America weekend, but this weekend is the Indianapolis 8-hour and a lot longer of a race. And what's the experience been like for you? You weren't here last year, obviously, as you mentioned, so what's this Indianapolis 8-hour weekend been like for you in Operation Motorsport?
I think this has been a great way for myself and Tiffany to wrap up our year with SRO. We felt very separated from the live racing side of things for the last year and a half, and picked it up at Watkins Glen, and then down to Sebring, and now coming here for this long race. And at the end of the season, we now have rekindled, I guess, relationships with the teams, those members on the teams, the drivers, and even our beneficiaries. Crazy to say, but a lot of the beneficiaries that are on the teams this weekend, we hadn't met them in person until a little bit earlier this year, because we just knew them from Zoom and telephone calls. So that was, and even the teams themselves, there's personalities we had actually never met before. So this has been a great time for us.
That's got to be great, bonding and meeting everybody as well. But from your experience here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, this is, of course, one of the original racetracks in the United States. It's got a lot of grandeur associated with it. And for Kevin Boehm to win yesterday, that had to be fantastic. It'd feel fantastic to win at the Yard of Bricks.
It was, and I think Tiffany wrapped it up when she said, I don't get emotional very often for races. I know that we were both very emotional at the end of the Race of Remembrance in 2019, where we placed third in class, and that was a huge moment for us. But being here for that victory yesterday was special, and just to see the emotion on the beneficiaries and how well they even sync with Kevin, because Kevin's not just a driver, but he engineers the car and he gets dirty underneath the car. So there's a real special bond there, and we were part of that, and it was really nice to see.
Yeah, that's awesome. And like I said, the grandeur of Indianapolis, winning at places, we go to amazing racetracks all over the country. You mentioned Watkins Glen and Sebring and VIR. Those are all amazing racetracks, but there's something special about Indianapolis in particular. And for the team to kiss the bricks together, that's an amazing accomplishment in general, and pair that with the team aspect of Operation Motorsport. That has to be one of those experiences that maybe those beneficiaries didn't ever expect they'd get the chance to do, but I'm sure enjoyed yesterday.
They did, and they to hear them to say thank you, and I think don't thank me. This is it's all you, and to watch that emotion, it's special for them, and that makes it very special for us just to be here and experience it with them.
And into next year, perhaps more integrations with SRO America potentially on the horizon? Anything we can announce?
I think there's going to be some announcements. Those that know the Patriot Car Corral program that we sort of touched on this year, I think you can see a lot more of that. We're going to have a standardized version across the board, and to us, it's a way of engaging a broader audience of either active military, retired military, potential beneficiaries. We call it diversionary therapy. It's a way of reaching those folks without that commitment of having to go on a team. And for some people, that commitment of a team is a little bit of a stretch. So very excited about being able to reach a broader audience.
For those who are not directly involved at the moment, is there a way that they can become involved with Operation Motorsport or lend assistance in any way? Is that a possibility?
Absolutely. Right now, if you go to our website, www.operationmotorsport.org, there's a little button that says Apply. And it's a real simple jot form, takes maybe 30 seconds to fill out, and somebody will be back in touch with you, and in some way we can get that started. We have opportunities on the horizon for all kinds of folks. It does not just turning wrenches, but also I heard today from team principals and team managers, they're looking for hospitality. They're looking for some digital media opportunities. We're looking for marketing opportunities through the series. We're even talking about maybe tech. On the Canadian side, we had somebody this year on a series in Canada working on the tech side. So it's a lot of aspects that people may not realize are available to them. All they have to do is apply.
Coming out of this season and seeing how amazing this year has been, what's the most rewarding part of this for you personally? Is it just to see everybody so happy as they win, or is there something beyond that is rewarding for you personally?
I think personally what's rewarding for me is seeing that, the vision, coupled with the mission. So when I saw this at the beginning and said, we had this vision of providing opportunities, and actually see that come to fruition, and seeing that we're changing lives in some way, touching people, and our hashtag says it all: one at a time, and to see that difference one at a time, to me, I have no words. It just means that we're doing the right thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a pleasure to see it all from my perspective, Diesel, and thanks so much for joining me here in the booth, if only for a few minutes. I know you guys have places to go and things to do and head back home, but thank you so much for joining me here today.
Thanks, Kyle. It was an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
Well, we'll do it in a moment. Now I can say with a better degree of certainty that we are about to go green, because Mike Stillwagon has hustled that Urus up the road. It's headed for the pit lane. Lucas Stoltz will lead yet another restart. He should be used to this by now. This is at least the third that he has been out in front for over the last couple of hours. That yellow Craft Bamboo Racing Mercedes-AMG GT3. Ollie Milroy trying to scrap back a lap. He's way down the order at the moment, back in 17th, but 4th in Pro-Am. That's the second car in line, the McLaren 720S GT3, but then you get to the contenders, and here's a move for second on the road. Picking to the outside, Jordan Pepper, working to the outside of Haase, now to the inside.
Oh, big commitment there down to the inside. Can he scramble through? Yes, he does. Here comes Jungadea trying to take advantage. Pepper slips wide. Haase hangs on.
Oh, yeah, big twitch there when he put the power back down, dropping his spot. Pepper looked like he was going to be up one, instead drops one to the ASP Mercedes.
Pepper got in there hot, Ryan.
Yes, he did. Hard on the brakes. Couldn't quite woe it up in time. Now drops back his spot. Jungadea now takes over third. Still the one lap car in between. Haase runs second, then this ASP Mercedes. Then Jordan Pepper and the K-Pax Lamborghini.
I think Milroy's trying to display what might have been here today for that Inception team, hanging with the leaders right now, albeit many laps down.
9 laps in total, but only 1 lap behind the next car in class, which would be good enough for the class podium. So that's the incentive there for Milroy to unlap himself. And as we know, safety cars breed safety cars, so if he can get around, there's a decent chance he can get that lap back, but it doesn't look like he quite has the pace of Stoltz here, and now Haase has closed in.
Yeah, and Pepper's kind of dropped back a little bit here, trying to regroup, get back into a rhythm. Should be picked up any debris when he ran a little bit wide there on his tires and just trying to get those cleaned off.
Speed shot up onto the banking.
That is awesome.
Just watch and listen.
165 to 168 miles an hour, the speeds we've been seeing into the speed trap here, down at the end of the front stretch. Pepper now, got to get going. He's got to get up on the wheel. The strategy calls have been good all day, and the last one, well, not the last one, but about an hour ago, they didn't take the opportunity to pit with some of the others, cost them the track position. He went on the attack on that restart and lost a little bit.
These leaders aren't all on the same pit sequence, it's worth noting, and that very well could have a distinct impact on the ultimate outcome. 5th place running car is this blue Audi. That is the leader in silver. Charles Barrett behind the wheel, or Nicolas Barrett, excuse me. And Rob Bell is behind. This is the orange Crucial Motorsports McLaren, not a battle for position, not even for out-of-class overall position, as Bell is 1 lap down. Barrett is not, but that now drops Barrett back a little bit further. Behind him
is the second place running car in silver, Jacob Abel, and they are on the same lap. So battle is on for the silver lead.
Yeah, they're having a really good day.
Nope, I'm sorry, they're not on the same lap. Excuse me, there is one lap between them.
Another thanks again to Diesel Water from Operation Motorsport, and thanks for joining us in the CrowdStrike Racing coverage for the final 2 hours, 13 minutes, and 38 seconds of the Fanatec GT World Challenge America powered by AWS and the Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS for the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. Car on pit lane, the number 99 of Stoltz hits pit road, and a driver swap at this stage of the game. We'll see if this driver will take it all the way to the end. Didn't quite see who climbed in. We'll have to get an update. Could it be Gounon that will take it all the way to the checkered at around 6 p.m. Next guest here in the CrowdStrike Racing coverage booth will be Kevin Bohm once again at 5 o'clock, so just about an hour and 13 minutes from now as we look back forward again as Hassa in the 25 is your race leader. Then it's Junkadea in the number 89, followed by Jordan Pepper in the K-Pax Lamborghini, Bert in the Silver Cup, number 26, Audi R8 LMS, and Antonio Fuoco in the number 71. That's the yellow car, or the yellow and red car flashing the lights. Tires going on the number 99 now. This car was the race leader. And waiting for the launch out of the box. And engine fired, pulling away. And we'll see what driver climbs in that car now as a couple GT4 cars come streaming by. Again, if you just joined us, there were some dramas earlier in the race involving the number 51 and the number 68 Smooge Racing Toyota Supra GR that was driven by John Jesbray. Those cars came together, and Jesbray, while leading in the GT4 category, had to retire that car and unfortunately received terminal damage that he could not continue. Headlights flashing vigorously on the number 25 in that shot. That's the car on the very far left behind the ticker tower. That is the 25 of Hassa. And there is the second place car, the 89, and there is lots of traffic, and it's a battle for the lead here in the Indianapolis 8-hour. The 25 and the 89 nose to tail. That is the Audi and the Mercedes in that shot at the center of your screen. Headlights still flashing. In front is the 17th place car of Ollie Milroy. That is the Inception Racing McLaren 720S that had troubles on the opening laps of the race, got stuck in the gravel trap after missing a spinning number 88 of Jason Harward. The 70 dug themselves out. And then went on, they were trying to catch back up under the full course yellow. There was gravel in the brakes. They locked up and went straight into the gravel trap on the same lap. It was a real struggle that they will have to deal with and are now a handful of laps down. And here is the third place car. So all top three right on top of each other here. That's Jordan Pepper in the K-Pax Lamborghini. On the SRO app, the Santalock team begging the number 70 to pull over and adhere to the blue flags, but now the McLaren hits pit lane and leaves open track for Hassa in the 25. Junkadea in the 89 trying to close the gap, and Jordan Pepper right there as well. Audi, Mercedes, Lamborghini, top three. Just over 2 hours remaining, almost 6 hours down. At this point in the race, the brakes are hot. The drivers are hotter. They have had a full day of action, and there is still time left. Christopher Haas from Audi Sport Team Santalock in command of the field. And in the way back, you can see that red and yellow Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco. That Ferrari team, again, was the dominant force earlier in the day, but now they are mired back in 4th and 8th overall. There's the 26 car, and a quick update on your CrowdStrike Racing drivers. Again, remember the 19 of Aaron Vogel withdrawn earlier in the race. And now we'll update you on the 63. That's Scott Smithson who runs in 17th, in 4th in Pro-Am, followed by Ben Keating in the 04 CrowdStrike car. They are 4th and 6th in the Pro-Am class, 17th and 19th overall. So the 26 of Bert being released from the pit box. As Yonkadea hits pit lane, pit stop's underway now with 2 hours to go. And this will be the penultimate stop. We will pit one more time with about an hour and 5 minutes to go, and that will be the likely end of the pit stops, unless there's some major dramas. Oh, hazard lights flashing. Maybe a thank you from the 99. As there's a look at your race leader. Haase trying to put distance on Jordan Pepper. Pepper last time by was a little slower. Moving through some traffic. And sweeping through the S's. In GT4 remains Jerome Bleekemolen in command. James Clay, Nick Galante, second and third. Derek DeBoer in the TRG Porsche in fourth. So it stands Porsche, BMW, BMW, Porsche, BMW, the top five, followed by Miller. John Miller in the Audi R8 for GMG. Branham in an Aston Martin Vantage, the 09. Noble in another Porsche. Connor Daly in the BMW, and that car again, the 98, is out of the race. Gap between the leaders now, Haase and Pepper, 1.5 seconds. It was a 1.1 second gain for Pepper last time around with the traffic involved. Rafael Marciello jumps back in the 89 and might be taking this car to the race's end. It has been a drama-filled day in the early and mid portions of this race. The last 2 hours remain, and my question now becomes, will the last 2 hours look anything like the first two, where we had a variety of full course yellows? One of the Audis off course, dropping a tire into the dirt. Big gaggle of cars down into turn number 11. That's a little dicey. Are we all going to get out of this unharmed? A couple of cars with battle scars already. Giacomo Altoe jumps back in the 10 car. That car is currently on pit lane. The headlights still flashing. The 99. It is Jules Gounon behind the wheel, as I suspected, and trying to make up as much ground as possible with fresh Pirelli tires. Oh, there's a bobble there. Trying to squeeze around the outside of the 119 car. That's the Stephen Cameron Racing BMW M4 GT4. And that car looking very well balanced, albeit maybe a handful under power as Gounon wrestles with the car. Ryan DL in the number 63, Razzle Dazzle. I don't think I've seen him in the car yet today, so put Razzle Dazzle behind the wheel of the number 63 CrowdStrike DXDT Racing Mercedes AMG. Ben Keating still behind the wheel of the 04. We have not seen Colin Brown in the car in quite some time. We'd expect him up next.
Well, Jules Gounon certainly not unique in this field for being a second-generation driver. His father, Jean-Marc, started 9 Grand Prix and was a class winner, second overall in the 1997 24 Hours of Le Mans. But he did not have much interest, at least according to Jules, in his son racing. So it took until Jules was 15 years old to jump into a go-kart. He made a grades for go-kart pact effectively with his father. He got the grades, he got the go-kart. Look at him now.
That's where you got to be the ultimate sandbagger, right? You got to like be pulling, straight C's or something.
That's right.
Say, if I get A's, can I go go-karting? And they say, sure. Didn't know you were a math whiz for all these years.
Here's Martiello having made that pit stop. This again should be a car with its Pirellis at their peak. Working his way through on the GT4 class leader, Jerome Bleekemolen. And while
That's
we're looking
where you see the language or understanding the behavior of the race cars. Bleekemolen, so much experience. See how he easily gave that up?
Yep.
Just a nice wide berth, didn't lose a lot of lap time, didn't fight it. He's on his way with minimal time last, and he allows the faster cars through as well. That's just the experience of having driven these faster GT3 cars.
While we're talking about GT4, look at the top speeds overall. Race Vision powered by AWS. This car 4th on that chart. Now corner speeds at turn 11 for GT4. That's coming back up onto the oval on the south end, oval 1 and 2. That's a fast corner, as you can see, 115 miles per hour. Andy Lee in that Audi, the fastest GT4 car through that section of the track.
Yeah, and other than the really low-speed turns where there's not a lot of time difference, just rolling through a low-speed apex, about 10 miles an hour delta. Down the straightaway, it's about 10 mile an hour terminal speed, and through some of these high-speed sweepers as well. GT3 cars would be about 10 miles an hour up on that.
These were 2 cars that looked like they might factor in for the GT4 win. It certainly was the case for Black Swan, or has been up to this point. Saw the Nola Sport car that Bleekemolen is running down and has now passed. That car was stuck in the gravel and lost a lot of time. Second in GT4 is James Clay.
It's a good run here. Had the win last year, so they'd love to repeat.
Yep.
In GT4. Had a problem on their first round of pit stops. Didn't have the air turned on their stops. They lost a lot of time there, so been trying to bounce back. Still that 54 car has a lap lead on them.
Yes, exactly so. Nick Galante running 3rd, another BMW Bimmer World Racing car. Interesting that Nick and James are split. They ran together this year in Pirelli GT4 America, but in 2 separate efforts for the team that James Clay heads up in Blacksburg, Virginia. That's where Bimmer World is based. Here's another BMW running strong. 4th place in class, Stephen Cameron Racing. A big shout out to Greg Leafouche, who should have been in this race car, had a cycling accident, broke his collarbone. We wish you a speedy recovery. But Tom Dyer has done well deputizing in Pirelli GT4 America, and now here too, Guy Cosmo alongside Sean Quinlan completing that driver lineup. Back to 5th, Andy Lally got the late call, very late, just a couple of days ago, that he would be in this car. And as you would expect, driving it to its fullest potential.
Long history with TRG, Andy has, including running NASCAR Cup Championship for a while.
Where I believe he was the Rookie of the Year, which means we actually have 2 NASCAR Cup Series Rookies of the Year in the GT4 class, Kevin Conway being the other. I'm not sure anyone had that on their bingo card at the beginning of the season.
Andy's from my hometown, Northport, New York. Went to the same high school at very different times.
This is another cool story. Joel Miller, driving for GMG Racing, has been out of the cockpit really for the last several years. Former Mazda prototype driver, was in the Mazda program for a long time, coming up through the ranks into sports cars from open wheel. I don't think he's been in a pro race since 2018 and has been doing some stewarding work for some of the junior open wheel series. But back in the race car, looking right at home. And GMG super busy in this race. They have an Aston running in GT4, this Audi in GT4, the Porsche in GT3. 3 different cars, 3 different manufacturers, 2 different classes.
Yeah, it's quite amazing what these multi-car operations are capable of achieving. Gives me a headache just thinking about it, but certainly GMG, wonderful job. Now moving to a state-of-the-art new workshop facility at the Thermal Club in California. James Safronis continues to expand his operation.
Jordan Pepper runs second, 4 seconds behind the leader, Christopher Haase. Comparing their lap times, Haase on that last tour was a little bit quicker, 0.3 of a second. But it's been a slow but steady rise through the field here for K-Pax Racing after struggling unexpectedly, it must be said, to begin the race weekend. Had a run-in during one of the test sessions that cost them some track time. But right now, that 3-car is very much in the picture as we approach and enter the final 2 hours.
Christopher Haase very much in his rhythm here, doing a really nice job. Extended that gap up to 4.5 seconds right here. Under 2 hours to go.
Haase and Winkelhock, as well as Patrick Niederhauser in this car. And for Haase, he's been running.
Here he comes.
Yep. GT World Challenge Europe, Endurance Cup, and Sprint Cup this year. Also a program at GT Masters. And the leader is in the pits with 1 hour and 57 minutes to go. Where does this fit into the strategy equation?
Well, certainly one stop to go. I mean, the key component is he out of fuel in terms of whether they could do it on a full stop and a short stop to get to the finish and not take tires maybe on the last stop of the day. But I feel we could be looking at 2 full stops here. We'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait, as you say, for an indication here. Driver change and refueling going on. And the tires cannot start until the fuel is complete. There's the tear off the windscreen. You can see the brake smoke. Those things have been pushed to their limits. No technical pit stop here at Indy like we have at the 24 Hours of Spa. It's amazing the endurance of these cars and components that they can go this full distance pushed as hard as they have been. Here comes a tire change. Now 2. So this should be the full stop.
You saw the grounding wire ripped away.
You saw that quick disconnect. Sometimes they use that for topping up with oil. Other times they use a very similar system for the drinks bottle as well. Hopefully you don't mix those two up. Doesn't taste too good. But the key is, I'm not sure if Haase is allowed to pick up that piece. It's
I don't
almost
know.
like you're another mechanic at that point.
Don't know the answer to that, but I can tell you that the lead has changed in this pit stop sequence. ACA ASP comes through, at least the presumptive lead. Hasn't totally cycled through yet because we haven't seen Pepper or Fuoco, although now Pepper's in the pit lane. You see him at the back of the shot. But that favors ACA over Santilok, at least for the moment, on the strategy, but it can still come back the other way. A couple of Ferraris coming through, one of which would be for position. For viewers on the live world stream, we'll be joining U.S. television here shortly, so we'll be doing some recaps. Bear with us as we set the stage for our North American audience. That's coming up here in just about a minute or so. Here we go, K-Pax Racing making their change as well. Jordan Pepper had a great stint. He jumps out. So much still up in the air in the final hour and 55 minutes here at the Indy 8 Hour presented by AWS. Still a lot of drama yet to unfold.
Chamber of Commerce Day here in Indianapolis that will play host to the last 2 hours of this Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS. We've been gifted a dynamic day of racing. Let's see how we got here.
Here's a look at the start of the race here, the Indianapolis 8-hour. About 6 hours ago, a frantic start, 3 wide on the run down into the first corner, but it wasn't without its problems. The car is getting almost squeezed into the barrier to see the 3 car, the black Lamborghini on the far left, struggling to find racing room. And then, of course, the spin for Jason Harward in the number 88. When all that happened, on a lap after this, it caused the number 70 to go off track. It dug himself out of the gravel trap. Then had gravel get stuck in the brakes, and he locked up and went off course again. Later in the race, the green flag resumed. And look out, the 70 car again. Trouble. Clobbers into one of the Audis in turn number 1. And received a penalty for contact there and severely damaging one of the several Audis that has joined us from the international realms this week. There's the number 51 car and the number 71. Those were the cars that were in command most of the day, at least in the early portions. Certainly the quickest. They charged through the field, nose to tail with one another. And how about this down the front straightaway, the McLaren 720S for Crucial Racing. And this big moment here is all got stacked up behind the EBM Porsche. Lots of chaos behind. 4 wide almost for a moment. They gathered it back up and continued on. Big dives into turn number 11. Great passing opportunity there. A bit of a shuffle off course for the Crucial McLaren. Getting some dirt. But the early couple hours were the most aggressive in terms of the racing. Then it went green for about 2.5 hours, and we had a very clean race. But then some more troubles down here. The 111 and the 20. Big contact there. It left the 20 car disabled. And then this crash here in turn number 9, leaving the 32 car turned around, and the 99 as well. Then driving down towards turn number 11. Look at this tight moment. Little bit of rubbing there, but a great job or great recovery from the number 25 Audi. Then in turn 11, the 70 car gets sort of pinched there, but it was deemed to be the 70's fault. So a drive-through penalty assessed there. Handful of other moments later in this race. How about the 99 squeezing up the outside of the 98? And that was a 3 wide moment here. But all in all, some pretty aggressive racing today. Elbows out for sure. And here is the crash between the number 51 and the number 68 of John Jesbray, who was leading in the GT4 class at the time. That car suffered steering damage that required the car to withdraw. And they pulled that car behind the wall. Then back again, the 51 hits pit lane to serve a penalty for avoidable contact, deemed at fault in that incident. Hit pit lane to serve it and did so. And with a rash of cautions in the last 2 hours or so, a whole bunch of dramas that you're about to see kick off here. Look at this, 3 wide down the front straightaway. Then this happened on the pit lane during one of the full course yellow sequences. The 111 car following in the EBM Porsche. The Audi passes and then rear ends the stopped Porsche entering the pit lane. So lots of confusion in that particular moment. Thankfully, the damage not incredibly severe in that circumstance. Then the green flag in the air again. And some good racing, at least momentarily. Then there was this dive up the inside by the 3 on the 34 of Safronis. Almost a bit of a nose-to-tail rub there. The 99 was able to stretch that lead out before hitting pit lane for a driver change and a tire swap. All of that in the last 6 hours plus some, as we are now under the final 2 hours of competition in this race today. 1 hour, 48 minutes, and 40 seconds remain. You're watching CrowdStrike Racing's coverage of the 2021 Indianapolis 8-hour. We've been following the CrowdStrike cars all day. The 04 and the 63 remain 5th and 6th in class. DL in the number 63, 5th in Pro-Am, and Ben Keating in 6th in Pro-Am, running in 19th and 20th overall. We've got Kevin Bohm joining us in about 48 minutes to bring us all the way home in the last hour of action from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We've had Madupe Congleton from AWS. We've had CJ Moses from AWS, Kevin Bohm from CrowdStrike Racing, and Diesel Lauder from Operation Motorsport. And with all that said and done, a return to action, 1 hour and 47 minutes remaining. There is a look at your race leader, Antonio Fuoco, in the number 71 AF Corsa Ferrari. Just behind, it's the 32 car of Weerts, who is running, actually that is the 25 car rather. That's the 5th place car that is about a lap down, as the 71 has not yet pitted from this race lead. We're going to head back to Ryan, Cal, and Bob for a little while.
Develops here. Certainly a lot of decisions yet to be made to determine the winner here this afternoon.
My name is Ryan Marine. That was Calvin Fish's voice you heard. We're also joined in the broadcast booth by Bob Varsha, and you already saw and heard from Amanda Busick down in the pit lane. Bob, this is endurance racing to the extreme with so much attrition, so many different strategies in play. It's a hard one to parse through.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you think of endurance racing, you think of patience and sustained speed. But this, even though it's an 8-hour race, has seen so many guys pressing the envelope, so many risky moves. Some of them paid off in spectacular fashion. And I'm thinking of both the 51 and 71 Ferraris. But some of them, in fact, most of them, I would venture to say, have really come to tears. And you can ask anybody on that Audi team who came here loaded for bear with 3 full all-pro teams, and they still have one car in the fight.
Certainly this one here, the number 32 that survived the contact in the pit lane. Leader paying that pit stop that he owes. Coming in, that's Antonio Fuoco coming to the attention of the F Corsa crew. Pit stop here, driver change underway. And we'll let this strategy shuffle out here in the waning moments. An hour 45 left at Indianapolis. The Indianapolis 8-hour pit lane about to get busy. Pit stops underway, very busy here on the pit lane. Second place has dived in 2. Leader the lap before, and these are the stops we're keeping an eye on. Looks like full service for the Ferrari, Cal.
It does. I think that final stop is going to be the key one. Bit of a drama here on the left front, bit of a delay. Should have plenty of time to get this done and not lose any time on that minimum stop time of 118 seconds.
But with the minimum time being what it is, fuel and tires not being allowed to be done simultaneously, you do have to be on it as a tire changing crew. A full fuel load, and perhaps that wasn't the case here because we saw that car stopping, and safety car is out right in the middle of this pit sequence.
Well, actually, it went yellow very close to the start of the pit sequence, and I was looking around trying to figure out why the safety car. We haven't seen anybody off.
It's Marciello coming through.
He was huge because he's beaten the safety car, so he can just keep flying around this racetrack. That is a huge break for that team. That safety car jumped out in front of him. That would have arrested his speed. This could be a massive break for them.
And we still don't know why we have a safety car out there.
And there is the car. I wonder if they will be telling Marciello to slow. It looks like that might be the case. This is the overall leader that should have been picked up, but
it's a confusing time with leaders pitting and people cycling through to the overall lead to know exactly when to dispatch that safety car and who to pick up. The safety car, by the way, is for debris in turn 6.
Okay. This is why I actually like the safety car going ahead of time.
Yep.
Go yellow, send the safety car, get him out to turn 3. Then you have the ability at the start-finish line to determine who is the leader.
Right.
They come across the stripe, new leader, and it's like you got to communicate all that before you know the leader's gone by.
Safety car now has picked up Marciello, who should cycle through to be the overall leader under safety car conditions at Indianapolis.
Yeah, it's been great. I think the best benefit of this is meeting with other cybersecurity leaders, sharing ideas, getting a laundry list of things that I can take away for my team to execute in the next few years.
Built on the same philosophies that drive CrowdStrike, the cybersecurity company: teamwork, performance excellence, data to decision processes, and precise engineering. The CrowdStrike racing team faces adversaries of their own, the other teams on the track. And while in racing there is a fraternity that connects even those competing against each other, the competition is still fierce. And the CrowdStrike product enlists the metadata of thousands of its customers via the cloud and AI to constantly learn, evolve, and improve to keep its customers safe.
As the sun starts to set over Music City, the streets of Nashville are about to come to life with the roar of racing engines. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the inaugural Music
Riders, start your engines!
And we are racing in the inaugural Music City Grand Prix. It's great to see the fans on stage as they have been throughout the weekend. They've stuck around all day long since the gates opened, and they stay for the nightcap here with DC America powered by.
It's been an amazing experience just being here, not only with other CIOs and CISOs to understand the challenges that they are going through in order to fight adversaries, which, by the way, they are getting more effective in the ways and the tools and the techniques that they are using. We are here trying to fight or trying to solve the same problems that we have in each one of our organizations. So it's been an amazing experience, and I'm very thankful to be here.
Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin has earned its reputation as one of the most revered road courses on the continent and one of the most fan favorites as well.
Yes.
So
you don't have small ones.
No.
No. Really fast.
What a facility. You been there, Bob?
I have not.
Oh, it's wild. It's crazy.
Yeah. Talked to a lot of our mutual friends, racing drivers who have been there, guys like Tommy Kendall and Scott Pruitt.
We'll have a bit of fun, someone out there. If you haven't seen it yet, pull up the YouTube video of Darrell Waltrip going for a ride with Jason Bright around the mountain. We were working with Darrell that weekend on the V8 race there, and he got convinced to go for a ride. And boy, did Jason take him for one. And Darrell's doing a full commentary. And you just think as Darrell being super funny. He was so scared.
Yes, he was so
He was
frightened.
angry afterwards. We got with him that night, and he's like mad. He's like mad. He was scared in the car. But his commentary is just to die for.
He was very, very complimentary toward his chauffeur. He's a wheel man. Oh, you could see it in his face. His eyes were huge. It was just, of course, it's tough being the passenger. In a 10-10 situation.
Particularly there. I mean, the road just disappears on you. You look like you're flying.
Just totally blind.
It is not for the faint of heart, that's for sure.
Blazing down Conrad Street.
Yep. Oof. So glad to see the announcement of the inclusion once again of the Lukumawi Bathurst 12-hour on the upcoming Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli calendar. There's still some things to work with Australia reopening, but the plan is in place to have the country opened again to visitors in time. And it just doesn't seem quite right to go through the late winter, early spring without watching GT cars fly around that racetrack. And it's so unique, starting in the nighttime, effectively, before sunrise, and watching that sun come up in the opening hour. It's breathtaking, and it's got to be on your bucket list. Certainly it is for me. Perhaps one day. Safety cars still out, leading the way. Raffaele Marciello, the Indianapolis 8-hour. Marciello, Niederhauser, Eilert, the top three. And the third name may be a bit interesting. Callum Eilert, the young Ferrari junior, reserve driver for both the Ferrari F1 team as well as the Alfa Romeo F1 team. And he's going to be racing here a couple of times next year in the IndyCar Series, getting a little extra track time here in the GT. While the wave-by goes on, let's hear from Amanda in the pits.
Well, with 1 hour and 36 minutes left in this race, it will be Raffaele Marciello that will take this car to the end of the race. You have to think what a Cinderella kind of story for this team here this weekend. Thinking that this car was stuck into a container, made it to the racetrack yesterday morning. If they finish on top of this race, the memories that will be made here for that 89 Mercedes.
Have to believe it would be emotional beyond just the normal race win in an international race like this one. And it should be Marciello to the end, as Amanda said. That we thought might be the strategy. We didn't see much or any, possibly, of him before very late in the going, and kind of made the comment when he hopped in to begin this stint. It's probably by design. He's a hard charger.
It's such a great story. I mentioned at the top of the show with the small error in that I picked the wrong car.
Proof it happens to the best of us.
You're too kind.
But you're right, what they overcame just to be here, let alone to be in a position to win. And that's exactly where they find themselves. And each of these cars that's still running at the front has a story like that, though. Maybe not quite as dramatic as that one, but you know, the drama that we've seen for each of the Audis, none of them has had a clean run. Pit lane strategy gone awry, and penalties for both of the main Ferrari contenders. K-Pax Racing had the puncture early that sent them to the back. They've been recovering ever since. Up and down the order, it's hard to find a car. Even the leader in silver, and it's been a nearly flawless day for them. They've been running in the top 10 overall all race long, but they were hit, as we saw in those highlights a little while ago. So it's hard to find a car that's had a clean run.
I know some folks who are enjoying this, and those are the promoters down in Kyalami, South Africa, who will stage a 9-hour race to wrap up the Intercontinental GT Challenge.
First week in December to wrap up the season. Safety car lights are out. And it will be Raffaele Marciello. What a wheelman he is.
Coming back to the restart for CrowdStrike Racing's coverage of the Indianapolis 8-hour. Marciello out front, Niederhauser, Eilot, Caldarelli, and Vanthor, the top 5. 1 hour, 34 minutes remaining. Green flag back in the air at Indianapolis. Defensive move there from Niederhauser into turn 1. Here comes Eilot to outside in the Ferrari. Door gets slammed shut by the number 25 Audi. Caldarelli now behind the wheel in the number 3 K-Pax Racing Lamborghini. That car has tasted the lead, but has not been able to make a home there. It has been a revolving door at the front today, but here comes that 25 Audi to the tailpipes of Marciello in the Mercedes. Battle for the lead here in the Indy 8 Hour. Bobble and tires off for Marciello as they head down the back straightaway. Here comes the look up the inside. And the 89 overshoots. They're 3 wide for the lead, and here comes the Ferrari down the inside. He's got it. Eilot to the top spot. Fantastic move for the race lead. Move Eilot to the top spot. Here's a look at it. Niederhauser went for the pass. Marciello outbraked himself. Both of them ran wide, and here comes the Ferrari up the middle and takes the lead away and moves into the top spot, moves Marciello back to 3rd and into the clutches of Andrea Caldarelli in the number 3 K-Pax Racing Lamborghini. See some vibration out of the left front of the number 3. Potentially some loose bodywork flapping about. Fender, the left front fender of that Lamborghini is loose. And will that cause any strife for the car running 4th and the Fanatec GT World Challenge America Pro Champion for 2021? Down the Holman Boulevard, and 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th separated by a handful of seconds, but that 3 car is closing on Marciello for 3rd. And the 59 currently being driven by Barnicoat in the orange and black McLaren is putting pressure on. This is not for position. Barnicoat is the first car 1 lap down, but he would certainly like to get up into this mix. Here's a dive from behind. That is another one of those Audis. I think that's the 35 car potentially. I think that's the 32 rather. Vanthor, he is a lead lap competitor up to 5th place now. And down the front straightaway between the massive grandstands that make up this facility that can hold nearly 300,000 people.
Today's coverage is brought to you in partnership with Fanatec, AWS, and CrowdStrike.
One other change of position of note on that last lap was for 6th overall. Alessandro Pierguidi in the pole-winning Ferrari passed the silver class leader of Lucas Leggeret, moving up 1 more spot in the overall order. Leggeret, though, still with a comfortable margin, as has been the case for the bulk of the day for the Santalok Junior team, as far as the silver class goes.
So there's 7th overall. 2nd place silver car is Matt McMurray. That 77 squad, the Compass Racing team, just had a brilliant day. Ashton Harrison, awesome stuff. Really did the majority of that 3-hour race to claim the overall victory at the 3-hour mark for North American Championship points.
This here is for position. Dries Vanthor trying to take away 4th from Andrea Caldarelli. See the scars of battle on Dries Vanthor's Audi, the left front in particular, showing all kinds of marks from the contact that They've survived. Doesn't look like the left front headlight is functioning anymore, but it's still fast, amazingly so, as the sun starts to drop at the sky and the shadows grow longer along the front straightaway. Oh, here's a big move.
Looks vulnerable. Big move there by Dries down at the inside. Can he keep the car on the track? Caldarelli comes back at him side by side. Who's going to get the power down first? Andrea gets back that position. Vantor running wide now. Can he come back across? Awesome battle here. This is for fourth on the road.
Right-hander here, turn 5 GT4 traffic getting in the mix. That's Automatic Racing. The 09 Aston. Front runners in GT3 able to handle it, but
there's a touch.
Yep.
There's a touch. He got squeezed. You'd love to have the disappear button at this stage for those GT4 cars. It's going to get wild here the last hour or so.
There's nowhere to go and hide, is there? Gives Caldarelli some breathing room. We'll see how long it lasts.
You may hear "I Want My Mummy" at some stage.
Vantor in the 32, Team WRT. Starting to close in on Andrea Caldarelli. The fight is on for 4th place overall, but Callum Eilert leads Patrick Niederhauser here at the Indianapolis 8-hour. GT4 pit stops underway, but the GT3 and overall leader, Callum Eilert, coming out of turn 14, giving chase. Patrick Niederhauser not too far behind. That is Ferrari and Audi, center of the screen. They've got some GT4 traffic to deal with, though, before too much longer. Some leaving the pit lane right now. Here was an interesting moment just a little while ago, Calvin.
Yeah, this is Dries Vantor diving down the inside of Andrea Caldarelli. They accelerate off the turn 2, side by side. Caldarelli gets there. Then they're going to come up on some traffic. It gets pretty wild here, and you're going to see a lot of this in this last hour and a bit of this race. Everyone on max attack, not willing to give anything up. This Aston Martin, the 09 car from Automatic Racing, very much in the mix there, but watch this. Dries Vantor running around the outside, comes back online. There's just a glancing blow right there. Now Aston Martin just trying to find some clear space and get out of the way.
And that was Michael Miller driving that car. Really not much he can do. Like you say, you can't just disappear. Ultimately, the battle for top 5 overall positions does snake its way through. Not much to separate these two. Comparing lap times, they've been within a 10th or 2 of each other since Eilert went to the lead.
Well, there have been some great moments and great stories in this race thus far, and I'm sure there'll be more, but they're going to have to go a long way to top that pass. Callum Eilert late on the race leaders, going from 3rd to 1st in one corner.
Here is Eilert dealing with Andy Lowey's GT4 car. Watch the Audi coming through behind, though. That's where it gets interesting. Patrick Niederhauser. Lowey was about as down on the curbing as you can get.
It's going to continue to be the way, I think, to the checkered flag, because no one wants to give an inch. They don't want to give up that ounce of lap time. If you think about it, guys, this is really the big picture of this race, right? Ferrari having the pace, Audi kind of hounding them, just hanging on. And maybe they have a bit more, too much pace for both the Mercedes camp and the Lamborghinis here today. It's taken a long while to get. There's been a journey to get to this point, but it's almost like a reset from the beginning.
Swap in position here. Vantor has passed Caldarelli, so move WRT around K-Pax. 4th and 5th changing hands in the overall order. GT4 leader continues to be Black Swan Racing. Tim Pappas, owner and driver behind the wheel of the car, and the brothers Jerome and Sebastian Bleekemoen are down in the pits with our Amanda Busick.
I love when we get into these last couple hours of racing and you can see the anxiety in drivers' faces. You know that there's still a battle out there between you and the 36 of Bill Auberlen currently. You've raced alongside Tim Pappas all season. What about him impresses you as you head to this last part of this race?
It's great. It's such an exciting one. I have to say we had a really good day so far. We've been leading most of the race, actually. Unfortunately, all the safety cars and the change of the rules that they were waived by suddenly has lost us 2 laps. So I think we would have had a big lead, but still, we're doing great and we're in the fight for the win, so we're not giving up.
Sebastian, you're going to take it home for the team. How do you keep the lead and get the win here in Indianapolis?
How do I keep the leading? drive as fast as possible, of course. So the traffic out there is crazy, especially last hour. So let's see where we end up. But we have a good chance for the podium.
What a moment shared between brothers.
Definitely so. It's been a good performance from the team. You heard Jerome make reference to the fact that there were some changes to the rules. Initially, the plan was not to implement a GT4 class wave by for GT4 cars trapped behind the overall leader but ahead of their class leader when safety cars are deployed. Ultimately, that was changed. And so that, I think, is what he was talking about.
At one point, they had a 2-lap lead. Then we got the information that they got a wave by, which was not their fault. They were told to do it, but gained a lap on the field. They had to give that up. But now we've got Bill Aublin here giving chase, and he's running lap times about 3 seconds a lap quicker than Tim Pappas and sits some 30 seconds back. So it is game on for this GT4 win as Bimmerworld looks to repeat from what they did last year.
We talked about it a lot over the course of the broadcast, but when it comes to this GT4 field, when you have an ace like Bill Auberlin up your sleeve, you can throw at the final couple of stints. It's going to make for a spicy finish in that class as Eilert continues to lead and has extended that gap slowly but surely. We'll compare the two at the line this time. It was 1 second flat the last time by. How about an additional 0.2 that time for Eilert over Niederhauser?
It's not a lot, but it shows that he has the edge. If he's going back the other way, then suddenly you get to the point where you got to get defensive, compromise your lap time. So Callum's doing a great job here. Ferrari have a lot of faith in his abilities. He's a test driver for their Formula 1 team. Excellent career, GP3, Formula 2. Now, as you mentioned, he's turned his attention to racing here in the States.
There's Marciello, who led the field on the restart, dropped those 2 spots, and has dropped off the top 2. 5.3 seconds behind the leader, Eilert, and is quickly now falling into the clutches of this car, Dries Van Thor. This has been the car on the move since the restart. He's made up a couple of positions, and including that pass on Caldarelli just a little while ago.
He's flying.
Yeah.
His last lap was a second quicker than the leaders. We talked about at the top of the show, like who may be a favorite. We talked about this car, the 3 car, but we also talked about the Audis. Dries Van Thor would love to reverse the result from the Spa 24-hour race where he lost the lead late in the going.
Wouldn't that be something if it ended up being Dries Van Thor in an Audi fighting with a Ferrari yet again in an Intercontinental GT Challenge race? It very well might be the case as we get down to the wire at Indy. Some of the action deeper into the field. GT3, GT4, all mixed in together. Lights starting to come on to these race cars too. Thanks for a cool visual down the front straightaway. This is a battle for overall position here with Marco Mappelli currently holding that spot, 11th overall for K-Pax Racing. It's the green Lamborghini, but right behind the young up-and-comer Dakota Dickerson. We've been singing his praises throughout the season. It's only been a partial season, Cal. This is a young man with a huge future ahead of him. He is rapid.
He's a little superstar. I mean, he's done some great things here. Runs a lot of different categories. He's a busy young man in terms of being early in his career and how much racing he's doing, but I think he's got all the tools to make it big time.
Currently 3rd in the silver class. Lucas Legeray leads that class ahead of Matt McMurray. Those two are on the same lap now.
It's close.
Yeah, 7
only
seconds.
A 7-second gap.
Exactly so. And that's after Legeray and the Santaloc Junior team held a lap advantage for the bulk of this race. Now, again, it's worth reiterating, several of these cars are on different strategies, so this might not give the fullest picture just looking at the leaderboard on the left-hand side of the screen.
But the 77 car has been in recently, so they should be on the back foot strategy-wise. What a day it would be for that group if they can win the GT World Challenge America portion of this event at the 3-hour mark, and then maybe come through for a Silver Cup win here as well in the 8-hour.
Not out of the realm of possibility given the strength of the car so far. And Matt McMurray is a good little peddler himself.
He is. He's won a couple of titles here in North America over the last couple of seasons, including
a win aboard that Acura NSX, so he knows the platform well. He's really come on strong. I mean, he got a lot of headlines for doing things at a very young age, but he really had to learn his craft a little bit, and boy, has he come on strong over the last couple of years.
The battle for the lead has closed up. Callum Ilot's advantage that was up over 1 second. Well, you could see it here. Ferrari over Audi. The fight for the overall lead at Indy is on. Callum Ilott just a few moments ago led by 1.2 seconds over Patrick Niederhauser, but that advantage has disappeared. Here comes the Audi late in the stint. We thought some of the scuttlebutt pointed that direction, that this car might be stronger deeper into a run relative to the Ferrari. Maybe that's what we're seeing here.
I think it is. I mean, they've both got great pace, and it's just those little margins right now. But as we saw the Ferrari, Bob, you mentioned had about a 2/10 of a lap advantage over the Audi. Now it's being reversed in the other direction.
Niederhauser, the 2019 ADAC GT Masters champion, came out of single-seaters, made that transition into sports cars. He's made a home with Audi, part of the factory driver lineup. A lot of work on the Nürburgring Nordschleife in GT Masters as well this year. And applying his trade now stateside. I don't believe he's got a lot of experience over here. We saw this race prove to be something of a launch pad for Jordan Pepper last year, where the North American audience kind of took note of a driver with talent. I'd put Niederhauser potentially into that category too.
Yeah, he's looked awfully solid here today. That move he made earlier in this race through that sector after the turn 7 braking zone, where he's, I don't know who he set up there, but it was just excellent, just beautiful racecraft.
Unrelated to this battle, Race Control issuing a drive-through penalty to car 75. That's Sun Energy One Racing, the Pro-Am leader. Drive time violation. The issue for that Gradient Racing Run team.
So who that may be on. Kenny Bull's name was up there a lot today.
He was in there a long time.
He wasn't
sure.
like, boy, he's really pulling some big stints, so.
Well, to his credit, the car has been at the front.
He was running great.
Yeah.
But you must see his name up there for a long, long time.
So I believe that car has a lap in hand over the second place car in that class. That is Dennis Olsen for GMG. But that will obviously come down somewhat with this drive-through penalty.
I guess that drive time violation could be for two things, either exceeding 3:15 or exceeding a 65-minute stint.
Not sure which of those two infractions it might be, but that is the word from Race Control. Marciello dropping back now into the clutches of Vanthor. We've talked about it. Oh, and he pushed wide. He knows Vanthor is coming. The hungry young Belgian driver, Dries Vanthor, lost out in the memorable duel with Pierre Guidi at Spa. Doesn't really have to atone for it. I wouldn't say he won the sprint championship in GT World Challenge Europe, but I'm sure he's ready to put that sour taste out of his mouth, that if he could have a stirring drive to the front in this stint, that would go a long way to doing so. Meanwhile, up at the very front, Santilak Audi versus AF Corse Ferrari. Callum Ilott and Patrick Niederhauser dueling it out with just 75 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that Audi looks really crisp right now. Carving the corners, looking really efficient, not sliding around. Callum's going to have to be on full guard right now. Takes the middle of the road a little bit. Niederhauser runs out wide. What can he do with this? He'll get the power down a little bit earlier. Looks to the inside. You could see that. You just take that wider arc in. You get your hands a little bit straighter. Means you can go to power that little bit earlier.
But Ilott was clever with his car placement. Didn't give a full car width to the inside.
Big run. Big run. I think Ferrari may have a bit more grunt down this straightaway, but Niederhauser is as close as he's been coming off of 14.
Ilott threatened, moving to the inside, forcing Niederhauser to the outside. Audi late on the brakes, trying the crossover move, looking to get to the outside of the 71 Ferrari. Can't do it, dropping a wheel at the apex of the corner, pushing that Audi for everything it's worth.
Callum's got to watch that double move. As long as he goes first, but that second move, I'm not sure. Audi had already gone back out there. And then you're essentially blocking.
But at 14 on the table, I think these boys are going to do whatever it takes to hang on.
And could the GT4 class have an effect on the outcome?
Whoa, that was tight. Committed to the outside, but he needed the BMW to get out of the way. Now he's on the dirty part of the racetrack. Audi is going to be push right now.
Oh, and a collision between the GT4 cars behind. Yep. Great save by Michael Miller, but here comes Niederhauser pushing.
Can he force a mistake from Callum right now? Go time in this race. Looking ahead to their final pit stop here in probably the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Well, effectively the window opens up, what, in 8 minutes? To not run afoul of the 65-minute maximum stint. These are the top two. They run 8 seconds ahead of third place Marciello, who continues to keep Vanthoor at bay. Ferrari team watches on.
Look pretty calm, don't they?
They do.
Got a lot of confidence in this young man.
Once again, catching some out-of-class traffic. Callum Eilert, how does he negotiate it? This is not something you experience on the junior open wheel ladder. This is something totally different. But he has some practice running this GT3 car in GT World Challenge Europe this year. Callum Eilert still holding off the hard-charging Patrick Niederhauser.
Today's coverage is brought to you in partnership with Pirelli, Rebellion, and Total.
Once again, Patrick Niederhauser closing in on Callum Eilert. These two 7.5 seconds ahead of third place. First and second on the road. Ferrari versus Audi.
Yeah,
look at all that
was
traffic
sweet.
up
That's
ahead.
where he's really good. I think it was on Paul Halton where he made that move,
Yes.
trying to reflect back. Discussed how he set him up perfectly with some racecraft through that sector. So he's really got a great line through there, but Callum is certainly not opening up the door at this stage. This is tricky.
Slip from the Audi too.
Yep, and that gets really tight there as the TRG Porsche needs all of the room. It's not easy flat coming up onto the speedway, particularly when the tires are a bit worn. Engineers are looking stressed.
Yeah, they certainly are.
And do these two make that final call to pit lane? That becomes the question. These are two sister cars, AF Corsa Am car. I checked up the progress of Eilert a little bit, but actually looks like Niederhauser wasn't able to take too much advantage of it. Gap remains pretty stable, right around that half a second mark. Look here at the Santalock Racing crew, team behind the number 25 Audi that runs second.
Looked like they were enjoying the show.
As are we. If this is the duel to the finish, sign me up. Vanthoor has not gotten any closer to Marciello. He's 1.5 seconds back now, but it should be noted the two of them actually are making inroads on this pair as we get deeper into the run. This is dropping back to find Marciello, who runs third. Look for the blue and white Mercedes. There it is. Working to the outside. Now the GT4 Audi. And Vanthoor has dropped off quite a bit after going on a charge early. Wonder if he used up the tires a little bit.
He looked to be the fastest man on the racetrack there for a while, and you're right, Ryan, he has dropped off the pace a bit.
Callum Eilert with a bit of a gap over the yard of bricks with 1 hour and 9 minutes to go. Callum Eilert has survived the charge, at least for now, from Patrick Niederhauser, closing in on the final pit stop of the race. With Eilert in the Ferrari, Niederhauser in the Audi just behind, but feeling Marciello and Dries Vanthoor running third and fourth. Slowly making some inroads on these two. Lost a bit of ground the last time by as they dealt with lap traffic.
What a chess match this is right now. Just eyeing each other.
easier for Niederhauser. He's looking forward. For Kalamila, he's trying to determine where that Audi has the strength, where he has to be super defensive, where he has maybe a little bit of an edge.
Looking at it from high above, this is the right, left, and then back to the right. Sections turn 8, 9, and 10. Then a fast sweeping right-hander up onto the banking oval, turn 1 and 2.
South chute.
And hard on the brakes for the right-hander of 12. This is where Niederhauser looked like he might make a move up the inside a few laps ago, turn 13. The all-important turn 14, which looks easy, but everyone has told us, as you said, Calvin, late in a run especially, get the tires worn down a little bit. It's not totally straightforward. Full throttle all the way down up onto the straightaway.
The Delta is stabilized once again. Looked like the Ferrari had the edge, the Audi had the edge, and they look pretty evenly matched late in the stint.
Well, with these two cars this close together, this could also come down to that last pit stop. Who gets the pit work done closest to the minimum time?
Who has a joker left? I don't really have the data available to me to who's used them up here today. By the joker, we mean you can be 1 second underneath the minimum and not get a penalty. And that could be enough to change the track position.
Right. I'm not entirely convinced that the 71 is the faster of these two cars. He's got the track position right now. And I think Niederhauser might have something if he could get in clear air. We go back to third and fourth. And after starting to claw in on the top two, now the last few laps have not been as kind to Marciello. He's lost ground, now 8 seconds in arrears, with Vanthor closing in.
Looking at the last lap times, Eilert did a 135.8, Niederhauser 135.9, Marciello 136.4, 136.1 for Vanthor.
It's been a while since we chronicled the battle in silver. 8th and 9th overall, Legeray over McMurray, but only by 8.5 seconds. That's been pretty stable since the restart. Pro-Am leader is still Sun Energy 1, despite that drive-through penalty 15-20 minutes ago. Mikhail Grenier, the Canadian, who raced on the oval here in Indy Lights, going back quite a while. But now 13th in the overall order, and with a solid cushion over the GMG car of Dennis Olsen, which runs 15th overall, but second in Pro-Am. But as good as this fight is at the top of the field, I think we're going to want to take our eyes off of it. 1 and 2, this close together.
Oh, that was a catch.
Yep.
Ate up a lot of the curb there and had a big twitch coming off. Boy's got fast hands. We saw that yesterday in one of those sessions, Bob.
Yeah.
Here's from Cambridge, England.
Marciello has pitted, by the way, from third place. So that is the first domino to fall, and he does it at the earliest possible opportunity here. 65 minutes left by the time he exits the pit lane and the stint clock starts. It'll be less than 65 to go, so he should be good to the finish.
Oh, look at Niederhauser really piling the pressure on here. How close are they at making their final stop of the day? You're in the danger zone a little bit with the amount of caution we've seen here today by staying out, so maybe that forces the hand a little bit as Niederhauser has a little look there down the inside into the brake zone for turn 12.
This is the ACA ASP car going to work. We'll see, is it a full service stop? The driver change is complete? Yes.
I think the way they've been leaning on these tires has been a hard last stint here. I don't think you can consider doing it with just one fresh tire going on board for a short stop. That's all you're allowed. That may dictate that. I think you can do it on fuel with a short stop, but I don't think you can do it on tires.
This temporarily puts Marciello 1 lap down until these two make their pit calls. Look for a moment that Niederhauser might make the move, but the lap car probably precluded that, the GT4 car. Nevertheless, Niederhauser with a nice run.
Here he goes. Eilert had to protect. I'm not sure if he got touched there or whether he just twitched by kind of pinching his hands a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened.
They're right at the end of their grip right now. They'll be pleading for new tires, I would think. Been an awesome drive, great battle. Kind of distanced themselves from the competition here.
Using every inch of paved real estate up to the perfectly manicured grass here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, closing in on just 1 hour remaining. And this is how close it is for the overall lead. 7 hours or thereabouts into an endurance affair.
You see the Ferrari down Hellman Boulevard just gap the Audi by about half a car length. Then the Audi comes back at him into the brake zone. So that could just be downforce. Audi developing a bit more downforce or running more downforce in their car with the wing setting to give them the grip, but compromised on the straightaway speed a little bit.
I could explain why that car looks a bit more stable on used tires if you've got that extra downforce there to help you out. Ilott working his way around the number 36 car. GT4 front runner. He's the leader in GT4, Bill Oberlin.
He is.
I don't know if Bill saw Niederhauser coming right behind Callum. I think that's a pretty common thing in racing. You worry about that one guy. You don't see the 1 or 2 behind him.
That's why you need a spotter, I think.
Yeah.
When you have the ability to see so much from the grandstands here, why not employ someone to be up there, giving you the nod, giving you the okay on the radio?
Silver plastic.
Look at
Here
Niederhauser.
comes Niederhauser. Yep.
He's carving these corners. He's got the grip compared to the Ferrari right now. Will Ilott crack? Will he open the door here before they hit pit lane?
Lingerie pitting from the silver lead that has let McMurray through briefly. These tires screaming with exertion, everything being asked of them. This is the silver leader. Dropped off the Jackson, released. Beautiful overhead shots as Niederhauser continues his pursuit of Callum Ilott. Top 2, 0.3 of a second between them.
How deep will they go? So from the leading runners, it's really only been Marciello who's hit pit lane. Maybe he was unhappy with the balance. Maybe he needed a tire pressure adjustment to get the balance back in his Mercedes, so elected to come in and try and have a strong last stint. Albeit if there's any kind of reset, he's going to have more miles on his tires than these drivers who are staying out a little bit longer.
And by pitting early and losing that lap, a safety car would put him behind the 8 ball. He would get the lap back when these two pitted, but not the track position.
Well, that's the key, is that they talked about finding the next class leader, so theoretically he should get a wave by.
Yes, that would be getting the lap back. Depending on who they pick up, you're right. Could
How
get
quickly
them back
they
in the
do the
picture.
wave by.
Yeah.
If he can hustle back around while these leaders are on pit lane,
right,
that could be massive.
All that's hypothetical.
Looks like Niederhauser drops back a little bit, maybe to cool down his tires a little bit, and then charges right back up to Ilott's bumper.
This racetrack is getting really dirty as well. By that I mean just offline. Can't quite see, certainly see the debris way offline.
Niederhauser mounting yet another challenge. He's been close. He's been alongside on a couple of occasions. But this is some stalwart defense from Callum Ilott. It is hard not to succumb to this kind of pressure lap after lap for over an hour at this stage.
And he's been up on the wheel. We certainly see some twitches, some little moments where he's clobbered a curb and had to catch the car, but he's got the skill set to deal with that. Absolutely on edge, trying to maintain this lead, keep Ferrari out front.
And his front straightaway now completely covered in shadows. The sun gets low.
Now out of the shadow of those giant grandstands, here's an interesting discussion. This is that strategy play being debated, I suspect, within the AF Corsa camp. Car, Callum Ilott behind the wheel, leading overall, but only by a narrow margin over Patrick Niederhauser.
You're watching the CrowdStrike Racing coverage of the Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS, the second of 3 rounds of the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. Kyle Heyer joining you with Kevin Bohm for the last hour of this 8-hour event. Kevin, you were here earlier. Welcome back. Just packaged everything up to ship it all home or back to the shop, I suspect. So you look a little worn out. But I typically see you worn out because you come here after you've been doing all your race car things.
Right. Yeah. Actually, in a lot of ways, today's I'm not as tired as I normally am because I finish a race and come to some commentary after already loading some stuff on the trailer. So today it was a little bit easier job, just loading and getting to spread it out over a few hours, but definitely a busy day so far.
See some teams loading up and leaving in the background, but we've got 58 minutes remaining. Callum Eilot and Patrick Niederhauser at the front of the field. They are battling intensely for the overall victory here in the Indianapolis 8-hour. Their pit stop is coming up shortly. It'll be their last trip to pit lane unless we were to get some late race yellow, which given the circumstances today is pretty possible. But we saw Eilot and Niederhauser kind of battling back and forth. Now, interestingly, the Ferrari and the Audi are actually fairly similar if you just look at their mechanical layout. They're both mid-engine, rear-wheel drive cars. Both have GT3 levels of downforce. But Niederhauser seems to be approaching Eilot in the corners, and that Ferrari seems to be pulling away. Is it known if this Ferrari is a little quicker on the straights, or is it just downforce potentially?
So I just actually came from the DXDT pit, and I was talking with David Askew a little bit, and it definitely sounded like from his in-car perspective, the Ferrari has some really good straight line handling. So I strongly suspect it's really good in the straightaways, and that explains exactly what you're describing.
So with that battle continuing to happen here, there is the number 51. That is the 5th place car, Pierre Guidi, who started on pole earlier. And there is the battle for the lead. Callum Eilot and Patrick Niederhauser nip and tuck for the last 15 or 20 minutes. They've been going at it intensely here. This reminds me a lot of your TC race on Friday in the rain, trying to defend from the drivers behind.
Right, except the big difference is this is 7 hours into a race, and normally we are only racing for 40 minutes, so it's pretty incredible that these two cars are this close after racing for this long.
Very, very close. Only a couple car lengths between them, and Patrick Niederhauser again in that Santalock Racing Audi. That's the red, white, and blue car behind the red and yellow Ferrari. That, of course, an AF Corsa machine. And they're really the only two in the mix. There's Fantor in the 32 back in 3rd, Caldarelli. The highest running of the North American entries here in this race as it stands. The other 4 in the top 5 are all international entries this time through. But again, we talked earlier about raising the stakes and the international teams coming in and treating this like any other international endurance race. You come in and you expect to win, and they're doing that here. But for Caldarelli, this is, or at least for the team, this is home soil. So they're trying to, at least this season it is home soil, they're trying to come out on top, but they've got some work to do.
Yeah, that's right. And even though they're in 4th place, it looks like they're only they're not so far back, maybe 20 seconds off the lead. So it's the top 4 cars are still within striking distance based on different scenarios that can happen. I mean, we still have 55 minutes left in the race. A lot can happen in that length of time.
Well, let's see if Eilot or Niederhauser comes to pit lane working through Sebastian Bleekemolen, and neither of the front two will hit pit lane. They're going to extend this run a little bit longer. Also should take note that it sounds like the 04 CrowdStrike Mercedes was withdrawn, or at least pulled out of the race and retired. Is there a reason for the retirement there that we know of?
Yeah, I heard in pit while I was in pit lane just before I came in here that there might have been some suspension damage. So unfortunately, with only about an hour at that time left in the race, there's just not enough time to repair that. So unfortunately, that means the race is over for the 04 car.
Yeah, and that can happen at any point, at any time. But especially in these endurance races, you're pounding on the curbs and running into people or getting run into, and it's pretty taxing on the equipment. But imagine a place like Sebring, where we were a couple weeks ago, running that for 8 or 12 hours like is run in March. That's got to be especially hard on the equipment. But with 54 minutes left, now we're under the duration of our normal sprint round events. So from here on out, you're going to pit one more time. The only difference is that you're tired and the car's tired. But the length of time is pretty short from here on out.
Yeah, that's right. And I think especially for the guys who are kind of in contention for either overall wins or class wins, we're going to see a little bit of picked up pace and a little bit more aggression, probably more like what we were seeing at the beginning, because now's the time to make your moves, and now's the time that it really matters. It doesn't matter how many laps you lead in the beginning or the middle of the race. It's only matters who leads at the end. So everybody's going to have that on their mind, and you're definitely going to see these battles like we're watching right here really heat up.
Yeah, this is getting really good. Again, only 2 car lengths separating the front two here, Eilert and Niederhauser. It is Ferrari versus Audi, passing some GT4 lap traffic. And he's listening to Bob Varsha a minute ago mention that shadows come over the racetrack on the front straightaway. So changing surface conditions at this point. You know, the car is sort of in a zone here. You got the rubbered in racing line, but I also heard Calvin Fish mention how dirty the track is. Lots of marbles and debris scattered all over the racing surface.
Exactly. I'm glad I spent some time in pit lane to get some perspective from all the drivers. It sounds like especially anywhere offline is incredibly dirty right now, and it's not just the dirt from people dropping wheels off track or the rubber marbles, but there's been enough contact throughout the race today that there's even kind of bits of carbon fiber and some car parts that are out there. So it's a little bit risky to go too far offline, because you can get a puncture in the tire, and that can change the race really quickly.
Yeah, we've seen a couple tire punctures at different points throughout this race, and we've never really been able to confirm where those came from, but you can suspect that, yes, all the bits of carbon fiber that have been flung about into the scenery in this 8-hour race were probably major contributing factors to that. Tires typically don't just fail. Pirelli does a pretty good job at building a tire, so you're more likely to break the sidewall. There's a look at some Pirelli tires, almost like they're listening to me. You can smash into a driver and puncture it that way, or run over a piece of debris as Niederhauser hits pit lane. Do you like this undercut, or do you like pitting a little later?
It looks to me like he might be held up a little bit in the infield of the oval, and I think that might be why they're trying to undercut here. They're going to try to separate themselves from the leader, and especially once they get some fresh tires on, they're going to try to put down some really quick laps and see if once the pit stop cycle through, they might actually gain enough time to come out ahead of the Ferrari after they pit.
So it looks like Niederhauser will come into the box for Santalok Racing. And is that the leader? That is the race leader. Callum Eilert is off course in turn number 1.
That looks like he made contact with a GT4 car.
Oh, no. That changes everything. The race leader stricken in turn 1 with 51 minutes to go, and just like that, that's when, if you're hindsight's 20/20, if you just hit pit lane that time through, that could have been avoided, but here's a look.
Yeah, I think the Ferrari's going to make a move going into turn 1 here, and I don't think the GT4 car is going to see him coming.
Oh, no. Wow.
Oh, wow. So what I think actually happened there is he thought the GT4 car was going to kind of move towards the apex, and he was just going to kind of stick around the outside. But what's happened over the course of the last 7 hours is a lot of dirt has accumulated up against the wall there, and I think his brakes were a lot less effective than he wanted, and especially when the GT4 car kind of moved a little to the driver's left, and the gap kind of closed. So unfortunately, based on him getting out of the car, it looks like his day's done.
Yeah, you can see there's some pretty major suspension damage on the left front. Watch this again, and man, this is going to be one of those instances where, as full course yellow flies, that's going to change the race here. But oh man, I don't know what you do different. I mean, it's just hard to predict. The Aston definitely moved left, but it is up to the trailing driver to make that move safely, Kevin. But man, that's going to be a tough one to swallow, and that's it. That's race over. They were in the spot to win the race, and that's over. Just like that.
You can see his disappointment right there as he kind of puts his head down and kicks the barrier a little bit. Unfortunately, that's the way it goes sometimes, and I imagine these two drivers are taking a moment alone a little bit before they go and have a little bit of a chat, and hopefully they can remain some friends after this. There's always a discussion, and it can either go good or bad, but either way, they'll eventually talk and try to figure out exactly what each was intending to do there.
Well, that puts Niederhauser, well, I would say squarely in what I think Larry McReynolds would call the catbird seat, or maybe that's Darrell Waltrip that says that. But looking at the way the order is going to shake out, we're going to have to wait till the end of this pit cycle for everything to kind of shuffle out, and that just breaks your heart. I mean, they have to feel for him. For Ilott there again.
Yeah, I mean they've been fighting for the lead all day, and for it all to come to the end right before the final stint, man, it's got to be heartbreaking. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how all the cars cycle through due to this yellow flag, because we before this happened we had 4 cars that were on the lead lap at the time, so. This yellow is going to bunch all those up, the remaining 3, and definitely it's going to change it a little bit.
Today's coverage is brought to you in partnership with Acura, Ferrari, and Lamborghini.
So you mentioned the restart, and I find that a really interesting topic because of how challenging the first corner is here at Indianapolis. It is a very sharp, very aggressive turn-in, and it creates a lot of opportunity, good or maybe overly aggressive, but I think that restart is going to be crucial. Now, we've seen in the past the way cars line up, they don't necessarily get shuffled out by order, so you could have a couple lap down cars or even GT4 cars in that mix as well. So the restart's going to be very aggressive, but you have to be sure that you don't mess it up or crash, because this run down to the first corner is going to be where this race is probably lost. It's not where it's going to be won, but if someone makes a mistake, it'll probably be there.
Right, and where the issue really comes down is the front straight itself is really wide. You can pretty easily run 4 or 5 cars wide through there, but unfortunately you can't make it through turn 1 with that many cars. At best you can really do it 2 by 2, and that's where it funnels down. That's where you kind of run into some contact issues every now and then, and definitely, especially considering the GT4 traffic, there's rules on where you can start the passing on restarts, and generally you can't pass until you cross the start finish. And if you're behind a GT4 car in a GT3 car, that means you can only accelerate at the same rate the GT4 car is. So that can, if you're only separated by your nearest competitor by a GT4 car, you can actually lose a lot of ground because of that.
Another thing that's been tripping up teams today, it sounds like the way the pit entry and exit are closing has tripped up a lot of competitors today. And we talked about the complications of endurance racing and full course yellows, but it sounds like a lot of competitors were not expecting the pits to close at any point. It was, the only time it would close is when the safety car is coming back to pit lane after a full course yellow, but that's not been the case today, and a lot of competitors have been getting tripped up by that, and some even got entered when the pit lane was open and it closed before they could leave, even though the pace car hadn't crossed the control line yet. So lots of confusion around that particular rule today. So again, this is one of you got to have one rule book snob on your team to help you figure this stuff out.
Well, really, I think having more than one is even more ideal because a lot of these rules, there's so many of them, it's hard to really know all of them off the top of your head, and even if you have it printed out in a book, it's really hard to flip to the exact spot really quick. So the more minds you can have kind of considering those little nuanced rules, because they can really make or break your race if you're not careful.
Barnicoat in the number 59 hits pit lane in the McLaren 720. That car running in 6th overall as it stands, and I believe there's only 2 cars on the lead lap at the moment, the way things are going to shuffle. But you see a couple GT4 cars in that mix as well, so they are behind the race leader, so they might not get waved around. And here comes the challenge of the restart. Already we're prepping. It'll probably be about 40 minutes to go when we finally get restarted, and that is just a GT America race. That's a sprint race from here on out, and I'm sure the drivers will treat it as such.
That's right, and especially all the cars that we see going into pit lanes now, I mean, they're going to have fresh tires. Since there's only 45 minutes from right now left, they're not going to have to fill the car up completely with fuel, so they're going to be a little bit lighter to go out on track. So we're definitely going to see some people pushing some lap times here at the end.
So it looks like Niederhauser is the 25 car. He's actually the one in behind the pace car. He is not the leader. He has currently scored a lap behind the 2 leaders, Vanthoor and Gounon. But the challenge remains where Niederhauser will line back up. That is Dries Vanthoor, and that car was involved in an accident earlier. You can see the damage to the left front. It looks like it's almost like what you've seen in NASCAR lately at Talladega, where the car that wins is always bandaged up and buckled and bruised. It looks like that might be the case here today. There's been quite a few drivers that have got an eye knocked out here.
Yeah, it's I've been a little bit surprised by the amount of kind of contact and very aggressive driving that we've seen. I mean, last year the race started a little bit wet and slippery and cold, and even with that, I don't think we saw anywhere near the kind of car contact that we've seen today. And I think that really comes down to the many teams that came over from Europe, and really shows how aggressive that they are and how much that they kind of value a win at this track.
Well, it is Indianapolis. It is the Brickyard. It's been here since 1909. The oval, the counterclockwise configuration of this 4-turn, 2.5-mile racetrack, was originally paved entirely of bricks, hence the name, well, the Brickyard. But the Brickyard itself remains a 3-foot strip of bricks from the infield all the way out to the outside wall on the front straightaway. That is the start-finish line, and those are some of the original bricks that the track was constructed with back in 1909. It was originally concepted to be about a 3-mile track, in fact, and it was eventually scaled down to fit the land that they had. There was also a different road course here back in the old days that basically just kind of swooped in off of the IndyCar 2 and then kind of did a big L shape and then came back out and finished the oval. But this 14-turn road course has not seen a ton of action with sports cars. It's a relatively new layout in some respects. This is only the second time that SRO America competition has been held on it, and it was not held on the exact same layout. This is considered the hybrid road course, using some elements from the layout that the SCCA National Runoffs uses, as well as the MotoGP chicane, which is typically run the other way. So it's kind of a mishmash of everything.
That's right, and it's definitely been a learning experience for all the teams because very few teams, if any, had time to test with this configuration. So we definitely had to do a lot of learning in the practice sessions, and the way you make the car kind of work here with as far as suspension setup goes is much different than what we did last year because there's basically a much more significant left and right hand turn that you have to navigate, and they're both very low speed, so you can't these GT3 cars can't rely on aero, so it put a little bit more emphasis on the mechanical grip that you could get from the car, but there's still a need for the aero that you have, so finding that perfect balance with these cars has been really challenging for all the teams.
And what a polar opposite from the tracks that we visited at least 2 weeks ago. Sebring International Raceway, that surface is almost considered not a surface. It's so rough, it's like one grit sandpaper. But here at Indianapolis, the track surface, at least it looks physically very smooth. Does that require a lot of changes from the setup side, or is it mostly the same for the most part?
Oh, it's definitely big changes. To make the car work really well at Sebring, you have to run different springs, you have to change the dampers, you have to really make the car kind of ride over the bumps a lot more different. If you don't, you end up, every bump becomes a little jump, and the car comes off the ground, and it doesn't matter what you do to the suspension when the tire's not touching to the ground, you don't make any grip. So the main focus at a track like Sebring is making the tire stay in contact with the ground as much as you can. But here at Indy, with this track being so smooth, you don't have to have all that soft suspension to ride over the bumps. Instead, you really want to kind of control the body of the car on the road, and it's more about controlling that body roll and really considering how that affects the grip of the tire.
As we see a replay here, the number 32 of Dries Vanthoor on pit lane. But going back to the car setup, one of the interesting things about the front-wheel drive cars, and I know that in the front-wheel drive car on a racetrack, you're not really using the rear tires very much, but it's especially evident because you'll see in your Honda Civic Type R TC car, one of the inside rear tire just picks up entirely off the ground. Now, is that something that is undesirable, or does it not really matter at any point?
Well, if you think about ways to make the rear have less grip, one of my favorite ways of doing it is to cut the number of rear tires you have on the car in half. And you can't really do that by removing a whole tire, but if you kind of configure your suspension in the right way, you can actually calculate at what lateral G the inside rear kind of comes off the ground, and at that moment, the whole time it's in the air, you have half the rear tire that you do in the front. And in the end, that's one way to kind of help the car rotate, because you're really just driving on 3 wheels and you have 2 in the front and 1 in the back, and yeah, it's pretty effective.
I mean, that's one way of looking. I haven't thought about it like that before. That makes a lot of sense. If you want to shift the balance to make the car rotate more and you want to get the grip out of the rear, just pick the tire up off the ground and you can build that into the setup. Very interesting. Not a luxury that you have with these rear-wheel drive GT cars, that where the balance, between what the tires are doing is more spread evenly, with the rear tires getting a share of the acceleration duties, or all of the acceleration duties, I should say. Whereas your TC car really just has the rear tires on there for symmetry.
Right, and if we were to get some really slow-mo shots of, especially the Mercedes is a really good example, and maybe the BMW GT4 cars, if you get close-up shots of the front, they're actually trying to do something similar with the front axle. So a lot of those cars, because they're driving the rear wheels, especially on corner exit, they might get a little bit of oversteer where they start to spin the rear tires. And to make sure the rear of the car has more grip than the front, they might try to pick up the inside front tire a little bit, so that the front has a little bit less grip and it neutralizes the car a little bit. So even the same concept can be applied to rear-wheel drive as well.
Lots of interesting technical discussions, but for the drivers, they go to work here in just a moment. The Lamborghini Urus safety car is going to accelerate away, and that will leave us 37 minutes and 30 seconds or so to contend in the Indianapolis 8-hour. There is one of the cars that is catching back up. That appears to be, is that the 25?
Yeah, I think that is the 25.
Oh, man, he's a long ways back. Green flag, though, back in the air, got caught out by that. And we're racing again, the final 37 minutes, and it's Dries Vanthoor out front. Gunon in second. That is the 99. That's the yellow and gray Mercedes that is second overall as it stands. Oh, there's a little bit of a dicey moment and a touch.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the 77, no, or if, I guess I don't know the number there. The yellow Mercedes there knew the 37 car was to his inside there.
Yeah, he just went down for the corner. That was Frinz in the Audi R8 LMS. But Gunon certainly not getting up on the restart the way that he would have liked to close in on Vanthoor. And Vanthoor, I would suspect, is going to be relatively unchallenged here if Gunon can't get through a couple of these lap cars. 36 minutes is not that much time left, and I'm not sure that we've seen the 99 be all that much better than this 32.
Yeah, that's right, and it could be a couple of different things happening right now. I mean, when you have a yellow flag period like that, sometimes you're...
Oh, trouble! Crash, and a big crash for the crucial McLaren, and the rear wheel gets ripped off, and the second-place car overall is involved. And it looked like, to me, Kevin, we'll probably see another replay of it, as the full course caution will certainly fly here. And there it is, that Gunon kind of overshot the corner. The McLaren went to go by, and then the 99 clipped him and just sent him around.
Yeah, and I think Gunon's going to have some pretty significant damage on the front there. It looked like potentially he had some steering damage. So I think it looked to me like maybe he got a little bit of damage from the first contact we saw in turn 1. From there, it didn't look like he had the front end grip that he might have had before that, and I think that actually played a role in the second contact that caused this full course yellow.
Yeah, that was a big impact to rip that rear wheel. Oh, yeah, that car is definitely going to be totaled, or at least for the race. He'll have to retire that with the amount of left front damage, certainly not with 35 minutes left. So that car goes from a podium run to not even being able to finish the Indianapolis 8-hour, and how quickly that changes. I wonder if this will help Niederhauser, though, as he jumps up into second, and yes, it will, because Niederhauser, remember, was getting that wave around and wasn't able to catch back up to the field. Now with this caution, will get reset right behind Vanthoor in the number 32, so that'll be an interesting restart to watch.
Yeah, that's right. I think he's the big winner out of this yellow flag that we have now, and based on the spinning kind of clockwise, it just peels the tire right off the wheel. So
fascinating.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, that was unfortunate for both those cars there.
Yep. Well, that will end both of their days, unless the McLaren might be able to get that reset here.
Today's coverage is brought to you in partnership with Optima, Motul, and Skip Barber.
So I think that's the 59 car might be able to get another tire put back on it if there isn't significant suspension damage. But that was a pretty significant hit, so we'll have to see if that is the case.
Yeah, I think either way he's probably going to go a couple laps down just to get him back to pit lane with the tow truck. So they're probably out of contention in some way either way. But yeah, it's pretty unfortunate for them.
Well, there is the official SRO communications app has been on fire today, and Automatic Racing voicing some displeasure with the incident with the 71 and the 09 down in turn number 1. So that was certainly something that will have to be investigated post-race, but continues to be a wild one here at Indy. Compared to last year, again, we only had about 22-ish cars, and the rainy weather, it was sort of racing the track more than the competitors, but this time it's been game on, elbows out for all 8 hours, and we're just seeing the tail end of that now with the last 32 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically who stayed out of the most trouble has really been the focus today.
Not the race leader. The 32 just got a drive-through penalty, not respecting instructions from race director and race control regarding safety car speed. So the race leader gets a drive-through penalty. Wow.
This race cannot change anymore. So what I suspect happened there, based on what I've heard in the drivers' meetings, is race control has access to the GPS speed from the cars, and once the safety car kind of accelerates away, as the leader, you're required to hold a constant speed. And if the race control sees your speed increase and decrease, they basically consider that a manipulation of the start. And based on their feedback there, that's what it sounds like he might have been doing.
Well, looking at the form, there is a checkbox or actually, yes, other evidence considered, GPS data. So you're right about that. So it's good to have the driver insight.
That just means I was paying attention to the driver's meeting.
Well, you're doing a good job. But unfortunately, you won't get to apply that knowledge in a race for the rest of the year, but you can apply it right here, right now.
Well, I mean, we had several restarts in our final race yesterday, so I was definitely, as the leader of my class, trying to follow that rule. So it's, wow, pretty unfortunate for him. And I don't think he's going to be able to serve that penalty until it goes back green. So he's going to run out of time pretty quick to kind of make up for that mistake.
Yeah, that's going to be a really costly one for Van Thor. But regardless, that should promote Niederhauser back to the race lead. So how the turntables, huh?
Wow.
That's one way to get there.
To go from the lead to third to first without actually passing any cars.
And going a lap down during that process.
That's right.
And getting the lap back.
That's got to be a new record for going a lap down and how quick you got it back and regaining the lead at the same time.
The racing gods are on the side of the 25, the Santalak Audi today, that's for sure. So Gunon, we know, is going to be out as well. So Marciello in the number 89, I heard that there were some dramas with that car potentially passing before the green flag. So maybe McMurray in the number 77 is promoted up into the mix, but we're going to have to see how this all shuffles as we get an official designation that the incident between the 71 and 09 is under review. So those two cars will be investigated for that contact that led to the caution a little while ago. We've had a couple since then.
Yeah, this race couldn't get any more exciting right now. It's
don't say that.
you don't. I feel like I have no idea what's going to happen next at this point.
I think most of the competitors and teams would probably like it to just be boring from here on out and just let it shuffle its way out. But I'm not convinced it's going to go quite that swimmingly, based on what we've seen the last couple of moments.
Well, I mean, there's two different kind of perspectives out there. If you're leading your class right now, or even the race overall, you definitely want there to be every yellow from now until the end of the race, because you don't have to defend your position or kind of fight for the win any further. But if you're the guy that's just behind the car you're fighting for position for, you want it to go to green as soon as possible to give you the most time to try to gain that position.
So Still some racing left to do. We have 28 minutes remaining, and I think the safety car is coming in this lap. There's a gap being established now in 32. With that penalty on the table, we'll have to come serve a drive-through. Now, it would make sense to me. I don't think you can follow the safety car in. You've got to go around a full lap.
Yeah, my understanding is pit lane is closed until the last car crosses the start-finish. So that prevents you from kind of pitting on the kind of go lap, which is a little bit slower lap time than the rest of the lap. So that's why there's a little bit of an advantage if you could pit then.
Well, green flag back in the air here. 28 minutes to go. And accelerating away is Dries Vanthoor, who will have to serve a drive-through penalty for disregarding safety car speeds.
I expect that he has to serve that penalty within the next 2 or 3 laps. So because we're so close to the end of the race, I think they're going to choose to serve that penalty sooner than later to try to give them a little bit more time to kind of make up for the penalty itself.
So it sounds like there is a protest in action from the 32 team to try to get that penalty overturned, and did show that they've got some data to prove that. So they try to give up the time in sector 2. So maybe, I don't know if that's a thing, is it? If you speed away on the restart and then you give it back in the later sector, is all right in the world? It doesn't seem like that to me.
That would be new to me. So yeah, unless they're talking about a different issue than what I predicted earlier, yeah, I don't see how you could do that. But I've been wrong before, so I'm curious to see what the stewards say.
On timing and scoring, we have not had. There it is. The green flag finally showing again. It wasn't refreshed on our monitors, but it is now. And here comes the 32 into pit lane. They're not going to have time to deal with it any further. They're just going to have to come serve the penalty. And sometimes you just got to take your medicine and do it quickly.
Yeah, and the problem is if you can't prove that you didn't do what they said, you don't have an extended amount of time to prove it. So the penalty of not serving the penalty itself is much greater than the initial penalty. So you have to, at some point, you just bite the bullet and do the penalty and then try to make up for it.
Well, he's going to have 25 minutes left to do that, but it is crawling on pit lanes. 50 kilometers an hour down there? That's like, what, 37 miles an hour or something?
That's right. And let me tell you, the Indy pit lane is very long at that speed. The front stretch is incredibly long, and it feels like an eternity once you hit that initial speed limit and have to drive all the way to the end before you can go back and accelerate.
Well, Patrick Niederhauser pulling away now in the number 25 Santaloc Audi. There is your second place car, Rafael Marciello for Team ACA ASP. Now this car, as I was told by Ryan Marine and Calvin Fish, this was in a container in Virginia until basically Saturday morning, and they drove it here. Oh, we got more trouble here. That's the 77 car off track. They drove that car overnight. It arrived at Indianapolis yesterday morning, just in time for qualifying. So that 89 team has had quite the mission to accomplish, but McMurray, who was third overall, went for a loop there in turn number 9. What was going on there?
Yeah, I don't know if he was, as we see maybe a replay here. Maybe not. Oh, there was contact with one of the Ferraris. Yeah. So hopefully there's no damage there, but it seems like a quick spin and run as we.
Yeah, it had to be the 51 because the 71 is out of the race, so it had to be Pierre Guidi, the pole-sitting car.
And that was for position, so I expect to see the stewards have another to do. Oh man.
I would bet that that's the case.
So I know the NSX definitely is susceptible for suspension damage when you get wheel-to-wheel like that. So we'll see if that car maintains its pace after that quick spin. But looks like he dropped back about 3 places overall.
And the reason why that 32 did have to come down is right after we had mentioned that it was being protested, the steward's decision stands, and then the drive-through was served. So they were real quick in making sure that they had made the right decision. But Pierre Guidi, we should mention that 51 car. I believe this was the car that won this 24 Hours of Spa a couple of months ago, and currently has the CrowdStrike fastest lap at a 134.089, which is pretty blistering around here. They run third right now, but this late in the race, you have to wonder if they draw a penalty, that would take them off the podium, which would be a massive deal. So hoping for their sake that they don't get a penalty, but again, without a real good look at what created that incident there, we don't know if the 77 had maybe chopped their nose off or something, but lots of dramas here in the closing moments. There's Mirko Bortolotti in the K-Pax Racing Lamborghini, the champions in the pro class for the Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS, running in 5th right now. I'm sure they'd like a few more spots and hoping for a little more attrition.
Yeah, that's right. Based on what we've been seeing, anything's possible at this point. So what a race.
So 6 seconds between Niederhauser and Marciello. And it seems like they're pretty much on the exact same pace. Niederhauser last time by a 35.8 and Marciello a 35.827. From your perspective, how much communication is there between your team and yourself in a situation like this where you're being caught or you're catching? How much information do you like to have about whether you're catching or losing?
Well, I mean, I think every driver is going to be a little bit different. Me personally, if I have a clear view of the car ahead or behind, I don't really need that information. You can sort of judge if they're catching you or not, and by how much whenever they're clearly in your vision. But if the car is maybe 20 seconds back, or maybe they're a little bit farther back than like the straightaways, sometimes it helps to know if their pace and your pace, how different it is, especially if you're trying to maintain the tires or kind of managing your pace at that time.
So 21 minutes to go now, and traffic getting a little heavier back here. There's one of our AM-class cars, the number 61, Conrad Grunwald behind the wheel. Jean-Claude Sada was in command of it a little earlier in the race. As we jump back to catch the 25 car, there's your race leader. Now has some traffic to deal with, and that time was about a 10th quicker than Rafael Marciello in second. And a couple cars between himself and that second place car. And this is all you can do really if you're Niederhauser, is just put as many cars between you and that chasing driver as possible, and hope that it runs green with you advancing, and if he starts catching you, just hope it goes yellow, and goes yellow all the way to the end.
That's right, and we kind of talked about that a little bit earlier. Whenever you're leading, you want the race to end as soon as possible, but it seems like the time ticks a little bit slower when you're leading, and when you're the chasing car, you want the race to go as long as possible, and it's exactly the opposite. It seems like the time's in fast forward, so it's funny how that relative kind of feeling changes based on your position.
So we started this race with 39 cars, and we have lost a handful to various different incidents. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars off course, and a few others make that 9, 10. I think we've got 11 that are fully off course now. So we've really thinned out the herd a little bit in this 8-hour event, because the elbows have been out. They've been sharp today. There's that 51 again running in third, and heads to pit lane, and drive-through penalty for incident responsibility. That was the crash with the 77, so that will pull that 51 car off the podium. You have to wonder if he just saw the opportunity to carve right and went off course there just a little bit.
Yeah, based on the overlap of the two cars, it's really whenever what the stewards are talking about for incident responsibility is the overlap of the cars. So when you're the overtaking driver, you really need to be at least alongside the door, if not farther forward, by the time you get to the kind of turn-in point to the apex to kind of be responsible for that position. But the contact looked like it was kind of front wheel to rear wheel, so he didn't really have the right to that part of the track.
Contact! The race leader has contact with the number 75. There were some dramas there. Is there lasting damage from that? It just looked like a scrape there, Kevin, but man, this is dicey and intense. You have to wonder if that scrape can cut a tire in the closing moments of this one. That would be catastrophic for Niederhauser.
Yeah, and as we've seen, a lot of penalties really change the character of this race. It's risking a lot to touch another car right now. If they would have went for a spin, then I mean, I'm just surprised at how aggressive all these moves are right now.
Well, that's also a class leader in Pro-Am. Grenier in the number 75 Sun Energy 1 car. So there's stakes for both of these drivers to lose in the final 18 minutes of this one, and one can only hope that we just keep all the cars out of each other for a little while longer. Marciello continues to drop back a couple tenths of a second a lap. That time through was a half a second quicker just due to the contact that Niederhauser had. But I think the ultimate trend is that the 89 is losing ground to the lead driver at Niederhauser. So 17 minutes to go. If we were to get a full course yellow now, there is no guarantee that we would get a green flag again. So that's got to be on the minds of some of the competitors as well. We're basically down to, 10, 11 laps worth of racing potentially, and the concern is that if you were Marciello and you were to start eating into Niederhauser's lead, you want as much green flag racing as possible. But there's a lot of traffic up ahead also.
Yeah, that's right, and it seems like some of the slower lapped cars are not giving a lot of way to the faster cars as they come through, so I think that might be one reason why we're seeing all these aggressive moves in the car-to-car contact.
Just got a glimpse of the 93 Racer's Edge Motorsports car. Jacob Abel behind the wheel, one of the HPD Driver Academy drivers. All three of the drivers in that car are HPD Academy graduates. Dakota Dickerson and Taylor Hagler being the other two. Pretty strong run today. And they run in third in the Silver Cup class as it stands. So that's a podium if they can finish it out like that.
Yeah, that's two different Acura NSXs on the podium in the Silver class. So pretty good day for that brand in the class. So
a couple different categories we're competing in today in GT3 specifically. Of course, the overall order, there's a Silver Cup, which is all silver-rated drivers, and then the Pro-Am lineups, which is one Pro and one Bronze driver, essentially. And fairly even splitting, a handful more overall drivers than Silver Cup and Pro-Am, but regardless, a 27 or 28 car GT3 field, very, very strong. And the car number 59, that is the... Wow. The car number 59 retiring with crash damage, and some choice words also about that incident with the 99. So it is rough out there.
Today's coverage is brought to you in partnership with Mercedes-AMG, Porsche, and 511.
I think there's a general consensus today that the elbows have been out a little bit too much, Kevin, from our perspective and from the drivers' perspectives, clearly. But how much, in an event like this, you're bringing in international teams that the competitors haven't raced around each other a lot, and that's probably contributing here. But how much is this stuff that drivers get over, or how much is it stuff that they will retain to next year or other rounds that they race with these competitors?
I think... some drivers have short memories and some don't, so it really depends. But for me, it depends on if it's a reoccurring thing or if it's a one-time event. So I'm sure some other of the drivers might have different opinions, but I try not to let it bother me at the beginning if something just by chance happens, because we don't know all the circumstances. But if it's something that keeps happening over and over again as we race with the same drivers again and again, then basically they start to make a little bit of a reputation, and that doesn't just stay from race to race, but that kind of travels around with you as people start to say, what do you think of this guy? So you got to be a little careful driving like that on a consistent basis, or people will race you a little bit different out there.
Yeah, also remember that there are cameras everywhere, and they will get you.
That's right.
But onto the front straightaway, there's your GT4 race leader. We haven't talked a lot about GT4 today, but there is 13 GT4 competitors, and Bill Auberlin in the number 36 Mirror World car is in command. And again, Oberlin has a long and storied history driving BMWs, and this is just going to add to that long resume, and as if he needed one at this point. But consistently impresses, and he's been around the sport for decades and probably some time to come.
Yeah, that's right, and it seems like he's been winning races in these BMWs for as long as I can remember, and it doesn't look like he has any hopes of stopping that anytime soon, which I'm sure he has no plans to. And even so, I mean, the car we're looking at here, I mean, they're not that far behind. So if I'm looking at the timing right,
looks like Guy Cosmo is the driver
so
behind, 15 seconds or so.
Yeah, so that's maybe a lapped car. Actually.
Yeah, well, that is a lap car. That's the 4th place car of, I believe that is, who is that behind the wheel at the moment? Jones behind the wheel, the 82. There's the 2nd place car in GT4. That is the number 119, the Stephen Cameron Racing Machine. Guy Cosmo is filling in for Greg Leafouge, who broke his collarbone in a bicycle accident, unfortunately. So Cosmo jumping in typically is in a Mercedes, now in the BMW this week. I broke my collarbone. It's not a fun one. So wishing Greg the best in a speedy recovery.
Wow, yeah, pretty unfortunate and definitely disappointing that I'm sure that to miss this race.
It is shocking to me with race car drivers. It seems like they get injured way more driving golf carts and bicycles than they do in race cars.
Yeah, well, we're not necessarily safe all the time.
No.
So we have a tendency to take some risks.
Yeah,
so,
you think? Yeah, it's just there was a couple drivers in NASCAR that broke ankles on golf carts and silly things like that. I guess there's no roll cages on those things, not really, so that's probably a contributing factor. But under 12 minutes to go now as we get a look at our 2nd place car, or 4th place car rather, Devin Jones behind the wheel. Strong run for that team as well. Spencer Pompelli, TRG, having a pretty good run in 5th. Derek DeBoer on that team as well. And this 66 car in a Porsche Cayman had a pretty big hit, not only at Nashville where they had to replace an entire chassis, but also at Watkins Glen. So they've had a couple big hits. And the Watkins Glen one was none of their doing. So they've done a good job rebounding, have a different partner on the car this week, and continue to run inside the top 5 in the closing moments of this one as we step back to our race leader, who has expanded his lead down to up to 9 seconds and looking better and better for Niederhauser to come home with a victory, but it's not over till it's over. We've seen how quickly things can change.
Yeah, that's right. And with 11 minutes left, I think if a yellow comes out, it's pretty unlikely we would go back green. And yeah, I mean, it looks like everybody's kind of settled back into a rhythm now. So I'm hoping we'll be able to stay green all the way to the end.
Yeah, it looks like we might have a pretty good shot at that. There is the number 63. That's Razzle Dazzle, Ryan DL in the number 63. CrowdStrike DXTT Mercedes AMG. DL runs in 4th in Pro-Am, 14th overall. Pretty good run. That team had a spin earlier in the day over in turn 4, but they've recovered nicely and run inside the top 5 in Pro-Am. And it's unfortunately the lone surviving CrowdStrike car after a couple mechanical issues today. Aaron Vogel being involved in a collision, and the 04 Colin Brown retiring with some suspension damage. So of the 3, the 63 is the lone survivor after 7 hours and 50 minutes of racing. That's just the way it goes sometimes in endurance racing.
Yeah, that's right. There's no guarantees whenever you start one of these races. There's a lot of variables between all the other cars on track, and even just the variables of the cars, different parts in the cars. And I know many of these teams, including DXDT, really track the mileage on all the parts of the car and try to replace those so that they don't see failures in an event like this. But that doesn't necessarily prevent all of them, because there's just so many parts on these cars, and everything is so intricate to maximize the performance. So, and yeah, I mean.
So going back to the mileage comment, I know that's sort of the standard replacement schedule for a lot of parts, like transmissions have hours or miles on them. Is that something that you also have to contend with in your Honda Civic Type R, and how often is something like a transmission replaced?
Well, I mean, the GT3 cars, the manufacturers do a really good job of essentially defining that, so that the teams don't have to go out and test until something fails and sort of make their own mileage sheet. But for the TC cars, we don't unfortunately get anything like that. So part of it is by experiment. We race until we kind of start to experience maybe some degradation in performance, and then we troubleshoot and figure out what exactly is the cause, and then we replace. And as long as you're taking good enough notes, you can kind of understand when that failure happened and maybe what the usage was prior to that point, and you can start to make some predictions in the future so you don't always have to get that close to the failure. But at least in the Honda Civic TC car, things like the transmission, the driveline, we don't have to worry about changing those parts over the course of the entire season, believe it or not. It's more about the suspension and the brakes and some of those parts that are just really abused over the curbing and the really high-speed brake zones that we see, just making sure that those parts don't fail. And Sebring's a perfect example that for me, where we had a suspension failure in the second race. Sometimes even with those refreshed parts, it's not good enough because the usage is such a big variable, whether what kind of curbing the tracks have and how the driver was utilizing those curbs, and even variables like maybe other components in the suspension starting to not function correctly, and it just finding the weakest link. So it's definitely not an exact science, but there's a lot of teams and a lot of effort go into trying to predict those failures before they happen so it doesn't affect your race result.
Really important, because one bad result can take you out of a championship hunt, and you hope that you never have those, and all the mistakes or all the poor finishes are hopefully of your own doing, because at least you got someone to blame. Sometimes part failures just happen, and that's can sometimes be just as frustrating.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, in the end, whenever you don't win a championship or maybe get a result that you want, you can always pinpoint some perfect excuse for what prevented that result. But the championship is really just a sum of all your results. So it could be one single moment, or you could spread out a lot of little moments throughout the season to explain a points deficit to a competitor. So there's a lot of different ways to look at it, and I try not to let it get to me, because it's too much pressure to put on yourself, honestly.
Well, it's so easy at the end of a championship season to look at a 10, 12, 15 point deficit and go, oh, I should have had 3 there and 4 there and 2 there and 1 there, and that would have done it. And but you can't look at it like that, because in that moment on that day, that just wasn't possible. Otherwise, he would have done it.
That's exactly right. I mean, we finished second in the championship this year by 7.5 points.
So explain to me, because I missed VIR. What was the half-point scenario all about? It seems like there was, as I understand it, VIR, I saw half points there. Was there some situation that occurred that created that?
So at VIR, it was really unfortunate. We had 2 shortened races, and believe it or not, both the races at VIR were only scored in half points, and that's because we didn't run enough of the race to receive the full points tally.
Okay.
So that's I don't remember exactly the percentage of the race that it takes, but
not enough.
We didn't cross that threshold. So
that explains that.
There were basically some crashes that required some major kind of track repair, and that's the reason why we didn't finish those races. And in a lot of ways, like I could easily blame that on my.
I didn't get a chance to race.
Right. So anyway, it's there's so many different components to the season, but yeah, I mean 7.5 points. I mean that's really just the difference between first and second at one race. I mean, it's so much can happen over the course of a full season.
And we got a chance to talk with Diesel Otter earlier today from Operation Motorsport. Talked about the beneficiaries' inclusion in your TC and TCA runs last year that resulted in the TCA championship and the second in the championship this year. But that's been a great partnership, and it's great to see Diesel here. I thought I had talked to him last year, but it was actually Jason from Operation Motorsport that was here last year. So great to see Diesel here along with his wife. Really, really cool to have them here this weekend and to celebrate the race victory he had yesterday, because that had to feel really good, especially after missing out on winning on Friday by that much.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, anytime, every weekend, regardless of the result, is great to have Operation Motorsport on board, because it's just such a camaraderie that we have as a team. We're able to, we're so small that we get a lot of one-on-one time, and we work really closely together. And events. We've had a really good run over the last 3 events with 5 podiums and a win in the last 6 races. So being able to have a lot of celebration with the Operation Motorsport guys has really made it feel successful to me, because I don't want them to come and volunteer their time and then us go home with no trophies and nothing really to celebrate other than the little things that we do behind the scenes. But to kind of have something to take home as a kind of a memento, it makes it that much better. And my social media, we actually made a post today kind of highlighting how happy our team is when everything goes well. I mean, we posted a picture of kind of all the 2 Operation Motorsport guys and my dad and my wife all in one big hug celebrating as we crossed the finish line yesterday. And that really makes it kind of worth it for me, all the hard work that it takes to kind of achieve those results.
Certainly a fantastic end of the weekend and end of the season to go out on a high like that. But going out on a high soon will hopefully be, at least for their sake, the number 25, Patrick Niederhauser and crew. They are just about 2 laps away from coming home and taking the checkered flag here in the Indianapolis 8 hours for Audi Sport Team Santalock. Christopher Haase, Marcus Winkelhock, and Patrick Niederhauser, the 3 drivers that have been piloting this number 25. And in the closing moments, we should also highlight again that the Intercontinental GT Challenge presented by Pirelli is important because it's a manufacturer championship. So in the past, it's been Porsche and Audi that have won the previous 4 Intercontinental GT Challenges. So with the issues for Ferrari late in the going here, the top 2 of each manufacturer are the ones that score points. Those would have been the 71 and the 51, but the 71 is retired and the 51 now running down the order as well in 6th. They're going to score less points than Niederhauser and I guess it would be Leggeret in the number 26 car. So Audi is going to come out on top here in the Intercontinental GT Challenge point structure, which is critical because the next and final round of the 2021 season for this championship will be at Kyalami in the first weekend in December. So this was a critical round for Ferrari. If they could have gone out on top with this, they would have been in position to win it all. But now with Audi on top, I don't think that's a given.
Yeah, I mean, that really keeps the championship really interesting as they have to go to the final event to really decide it. And definitely the race in South Africa is quite a difficult track to drive. It's a really completely different than what we're seeing here at Indy with much more high-speed turns than this. And yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Well, for Patrick Niederhauser, oh boy, all right, look at this. 99, 10, 70, and 26 are all under investigation for entering a closed pit. Now that's dramatic because the 26 is running in 4th as it stands, but now with 1 lap to go, stewards are going to have to figure this out quickly or have to assign post-race penalties, which are never fun. But 1 more lap for Patrick Niederhauser and Audi Sport Team Santalock to claim the Indianapolis 8 hour. There's the team up on the wall, feeling probably fairly confident, but maybe some butterflies as they are not winners until that car crosses the start-finish line next lap.
Yeah, I mean, you're never really comfortable until you get across the finish line because we've seen it in other series, a failure on the last lap and not being able to make it to the finish line will completely change your results. So I'm sure since Niederhauser has about a 13-second gap, he's probably going to kind of back it down just a little bit, make sure that there's absolutely no mistakes made on this final lap, especially when it comes to catching traffic, kind of taking no risks. He's going to most likely follow the GT4 all the way through the S's here and just really
or not or go for it.
Well, I think that was the right move there, and it's really just kind of minimizing those risks, making the pass happen as soon as you can, but just minimizing risk. It really is that important.
All right, well, with the last 2 corners in sight for Patrick Niederhauser, a couple minutes ago he was a lap down in 3rd, stuck behind the safety car, gets waved around, caution flies, drives back to the lead, and Patrick Niederhauser and Audi Sport Team Santalock withstands the carnage of 8 hours at the World Center of Racing here in Indianapolis, and Patrick Niederhauser and Audi Sport Team Santalok win the Indianapolis 8 Hours for Audi. Rafael Marciello brings home the number 89 in second. K-Pax Racing will score a podium overall in third. Then Leger in the number 26, provisionally winners in the Silver Cup class, followed by the number 77 and the number 93. Those are the podium in silver. And in Pro-Am, it's Grenay in the number 75 Sun Energy 1 team that wins in Pro-Am, followed by Olsen in the number 34. And Giacomo Altoe will be podium in Pro-Am. And Ryan DL, David Askew, and Scott Smithson will come up just shy of a podium, a top 5 for the Pro-Am number 63 for CrowdStrike and DXDT Racing. So checkered flag not only on the Indianapolis 8 Hours, but on the season. Kevin, final thoughts on this endurance race? A bit messy out there today, but a wild one for sure.
Yeah, I am completely surprised how this race unfolded with all the drama. We never really knew what was going to happen next all the way up to the end. But yeah, I mean, as we look around the track, there's all kinds of debris, dust, parts everywhere. So it was really a race of attrition, and the survival was really what allowed some teams to take victory today.
Well, there's the CrowdStrike fastest lap to Alessandro Pierguidi early on in the race of 1:34.089, the last one for the season. And with that, that concludes CrowdStrike Racing's coverage of the Indianapolis 8 Hour, not only for this race, but for the season. Hopefully we'll see you again in 2022. Make sure to head to CrowdStrikeRacing.com to learn more about how you can keep in touch and stay tuned for the next year of racing. We're going to have Ryan Marine and Bob Varsha and Calvin Fish and Amanda Busick take post-race coverage for you here from Indianapolis. Kyle Heyer alongside Kevin Bohm. We'll see you next time here on CrowdStrike Racing.
This man is something special in terms of his speed. Burst on the scene here in the States back in 2014 as a silver-rated driver and was really the lead driver when they won with level 5 at the Rolex 24.
Had a Pro-Am win at the Zotel 24 Hours of Spa earlier in his career, and overall had been denied to him, and that was an emotional interview he had on the podium earlier this year. Similar emotions expected from Santalok Racing. Patrick Niederhauser and Christopher Haase, and the departed Marcus Winkelhock, who is headed home to welcome in a new member of the family. What a day for him. What a day for Audi in Indianapolis.
And what a day gone wrong for Ferrari. All the potential they showed with their 2 cars. Callum Ilott having a brilliant day.
Big moments, big decisions that just went away from them. Had the pace. Shoulda, coulda, but ultimately just a tremendous performance by the Santalok team, grabbing the win.
Well, there it is, CrowdStrike fastest lap of the race, but the win escapes Ferrari. Instead to Audi and Santalok Racing at the Indianapolis 8 Hour. Closing in on victory celebrations and the podium ceremonies at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is the car that came home first after 8 grueling hours of endurance racing, and Patrick Niederhauser climbs atop the roof to celebrate. Quite possibly the biggest victory in his career.
Got to be careful hugging someone wearing a racing helmet.
Speaking from experience?
Oh, yeah. Wonder if anybody got Marcus Winkelhock on the phone to say, hey, we'll bring your trophy home with us.
The first man in there for the hug, that was Chris Reinke, head of customer racing for Audi Sport. There he is in the background, German national, but actually spent some time growing up in Chicago. You'll understand what it means to win in Indianapolis. And there's the celebration, the crew able to cheer on their hero. Patrick Niederhauser did what was needed to be done and brought this car home with the win. A lot of of happy German being spoken for a French team. That's Hasse on the right, Niederhauser on the left. Looking forward to hearing from them very, very soon. There's Chris coming in again to share some pictures and some smiles with the two drivers that secured victory. And look, in some ways, this is a return to form for Audi in the North American round of the IGTC. If you go back to the beginning, the California 8-hour, the first two were dominated by Audi. They were denied in the third. Didn't have a full factory program on site here last year, but they brought out all the big guns for this one, and it paid off.
Yep. It was a huge effort, no doubt about it. The strongest lineup any manufacturer could put in the race with 3 pro teams and 1 Silver Cup team. And boy, oh boy, they lost all kinds of soldiers today, but they won the battle.
A jubilant victory lane at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That's where we find Amanda Busick.
And the celebrations have not stopped for the overall winner here at the Indianapolis 8-hour. And Patrick, you were able to bring it to the checkered flag. And when you finish off a race that was as dramatic as this one, how much of a relief was it to see that finish?
Yeah, massive. I don't really have words. You know, in the end, it's we simply never gave up. You know, after the safety car came out right after the pit stop, I thought it's game over. You know, everything is done, but. Yeah, it's not that we're ever giving up, so we just keep fighting, and finally, we got that win.
Well, Marcus is on the phone to join into these winner interviews, and Christopher, you said to your teammate, we did it. What was the difference maker here today?
Well, I think the difference was to stay as low as possible on mistakes, and I think that's what we did. So thanks to the Audi Sport team, Sandblock Racing, made a fantastic job. My teammates, Patrick, Markus Winklock, which can't be here right now. This is a dream came true. 8 hours of Indy. I was dreaming of that.
Dreams do come true at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That's part of the magic of this place. And here's the celebration, the reaction. Jumping out of the race car, famous yard of bricks right beneath.